Alright, so this is your boy Shrimp, once again back to you for more Art with Adventure! Yay! So, last time I finished my uh, Wednesday Adams fan art, and it's getting some good cloud in some of my social media, and excited to move on to a different project today. And I actually started already. If you've been following my Twitter, you've seen some of my recent posts, and I posted fan art of Ina's 3D model debut. Okay, so this fan art, as soon as I reveal this over here, okay. So these are some cheeky poses that I've drawn the other day, and already started finishing the sketches, and definitely going to finish it today. The rest of the girls. If only my back is not killing me right now. Yeah. So yeah, it's a few back issues, but I think I can do a good overtime today and finish the sketches. So here, Ina in her most iconic back pose with Mel having her cute but lewd kind of a look while looking at her neck. She's about to bite her, sink her fangs on her neck. That would be an interesting outcome if she did. I wonder if her blood tastes like ink. I mean, Ina. Would that make her blood taste like ink? Although she would probably bonk me if she heard me saying that. And here we have a slightly naked. No, that actually, I'm just drawing the pose correctly. I'm not trying to make it lewd or anything. It's just, yeah, just preparing it to for me putting the clothes on for Lamy and Ina here. And yeah, this is one of those iconic moments that happened in the stream. Her hugging Lamy, and I'm gonna finish drawing this today. And the least talk about was Watame's Wakibai. So I'm gonna draw that too over here. I'm gonna draw a bashful Ina and a very excited Watame. All right, so yeah, pretty much that's the plan for today. I'm gonna finish the sketching for this we yeah, this fan art I'm going to do. I'm just double checking my audio. Okay, I think we're all good. Yeah, double check once again. No, wrong media. Um, let's see if that's yeah. All right. So the continuation for the Death Mage Who Doesn't Want It fourth time. Here we go. And I don't know if they're going to talk more about the what's their name again? I always forget the names of some of the important people in this this light novel. Man, if this is what Ariforete, maybe I could remember them correctly. I have a good memory for Ariforete or something. Yeah, so far the Bravers. Yeah, there we go, the Bravers. In the other world where they are having some issues. I wonder if we're gonna continue more story about them, or we're gonna go back to Vandally over here, having some new accomplishments. Yeah, gaining the managing to rescue the some of the undead titans that they were looking for, and some of Berkhein's. I'm surprisingly could remember Berkhein's name. Yeah, so Berkhein's undead army that he managed to steal from him. So yeah, let's see what will happen to this story. All right, so yeah, let's continue this story while we continue sketching also over here. Anyway, okay, guys, I will be talking to you again after this, after the stream overs. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Talk to you guys later again.
Chapter 118. Objectives are about 70% complete. March. It was still cold, but a spring-like warmth could be felt in the sun's rays as Vandali served cooked saran rice onto a plate. The moment he inhaled the aroma contained in the steam rising from the white, glossy rice, emotion swept over his entire body. Oh, Vandali let out a noise of wonder. His body trembled spontaneously at this smell, which stimulated his hunger more than any other spice possibly could right now. Vandali had never trembled other than in anger, even during battles to the death against pure-breed vampires. Seeing him react like this now, those watching him were shaken. "ProDigal, wasn't it? That substance, it's just food, isn't it?" asked Eleonora, who had remained in Taylorsheim while Vandali went to the former Sauron duchy. "That should be the case, but I've started to lose the confidence to say that," ProDigal muttered. "Incidentally, is this some kind of ritual, perhaps?" Nuaza the Lich, clergyman of the Church of Vida in Taylorsheim, was watching Vandali in confusion. "The Holy Sun has created and reproduced countless food items in the past. But I do not believe he has ever shown such happiness." "Indeed," said Zadaris in agreement. "He was happy when he made miso, soy sauce and curry, but never to this extent." But these words had a different impact on ProDigal and the other Sila. "That's Vandali cunt being happy? Orbia-san, were you able to tell?" ProDigal asked. "No, not at all," said Orbia. "Just because I've become a ghost doesn't mean I can see auras or spiritual things. He's a surprisingly easygoing child, but it's hard to tell what he's thinking when he's quiet, isn't it?" said ProDigal. As ProDigal said, one would become able to read Vandali's emotions quickly after getting to know him to a certain extent. His expressionlessness never changed, but he wasn't a quiet person and often expressed his emotions through gestures. However, it became impossible to read his inner thoughts once he stopped doing that. "You still have a long way to go, don't you?" Tara remarked. "You don't understand Van's habits," said Bazdia. "You won't be able to serve as Vandali-sama's servants at this rate," said Eleonora. The three of them, who could still read Vandali's inner thoughts in this situation, were wearing proud expressions. ProDigal let out a noise of frustration. "No, I'm not a servant," said ProDigal, and then she turned to her daughter. "ProDigal, don't just stay quiet and feel bitter about it." "But I can't forgive them for having bigger chests than me," ProDigal complained. "Eh? That's what we were talking about?" Orbia exclaimed in surprise. "No, we didn't mean that it's a matter of having a bigger chest," said Bazdia. "I won't lose when it comes to the number of legs." ProDigal shouted, not listening. "There's no way we can win against Sila who have 8 legs, is there?" Eleonora exclaimed. "Could you please not wrap these around me?" said Tara, who had become entangled in the tentacles that ProDigal had been flailing around unconsciously. "Serves you right. But the only ones who could compete with the Mararachne," Zadaris muttered as she gave a sidelong glance at her rival, her daughter and Eleonora, who were engaged in a pointless argument, or rather, were being one-sidedly covered by ProDigal's tentacles. And then Zadaris sniffed the white rice as Vandali was doing. "It is indeed a pleasant smell," but she murmured. Southern rice, which was similar to indica rice, had a slight smell to it when it was cooked with the rice alone. But the Sauron rice, which was similar to japonica rice, certainly had a pleasant aroma to it. But is it really enough to make him so happy? No, make him tremble with emotion? Zadaris wondered, but then she got the feeling that she knew the reason behind this. "This is it, this is real rice!" exclaimed Kasim. It's so nostalgic," said Festa. The two of them, having once cultivated this rice in their farming villages in the Sauron duchy, were moved to tears. Zeno was silent, but that was because tears of emotion were wordlessly flowing down his cheeks. "I see, so it is emotional attachment," Zadaris murmured in understanding as she took a mouthful of white rice with the chopsticks that she had recently become completely accustomed to using. Well, it is delicious. But not delicious enough for her to continue eating it on its own like Vandali, Kasim, Festa and Zeno. As Vandali munched on the Sauron rice, a flavor different from that of southern rice spread through his mouth. Compared to the white rice of Earth, it was a little inferior perhaps. "The truth is, I don't really remember it," said Vandali. "It's already been about 30 years since I ate japonica rice." His uncle on Earth hadn't gone as far as to say that white rice was a luxury, so he had been eating white rice like an ordinary person. However, in the military nation in origin that had the research laboratory where Vandali had spent his second life, the culture was similar to the European culture of Earth. It wasn't that they didn't have rice, but there had been no need to go out of their way to provide rice for Vandali, an experimental animal. Vandali got the feeling that when he had been given food that was properly food-like, it had been mostly bread, with a few occasions where he had been given pasta. He had indirectly wished for rice, but this wish had never been granted, as the researchers had believed that negative feelings would have a good effect on the death attribute magic. The food after that had been block-shaped nutritional supplements, and, in the end, either liquid food made to be deliberately unpleasant or intravenously administered food. And as a matter of fact, even when he had lived as Amamiya Hiroto on Earth, Vandali's staple food in the mornings had been bread. Since there wasn't an enjoyable dining table to be at for him, he had preferred bread that could be finished quickly. Even so, Vandali thought that the rice of Earth had tasted better, but that was probably a matter of how it was cooked. The performance of Japanese rice cookers had been too outstanding. That's why I can't compare them, but I think it's delicious, Vandali said. His physical body craved rice, so he had used out-of-body experience to have his spirit form slip out and thank Privel. Hearing you say that makes me happy, Privel said with a smile. Now that he thought about it, obtaining this Sauron rice had been the reason for Vandali's visit to the Sila. The other objective of establishing allies on the outside hadn't been entirely fulfilled, however, as the Sila race had migrated here. But Vandali decided to be satisfied with having made connections with the Sauron Liberation Front led by Iris. Privel-san, Perivale-san, all of you Sila, really, thank you, said Darsa. Vandali has always been saying that he wanted to eat rice, ever since he was a baby. How splendid this is for you, Botchan, said Sam. This servant of yours remembers when you heard from Darsa-sama that there is rice in the Orborn Kingdom, and you responded with, seriously? We remember it too. We couldn't talk like this back then, though, said Rita. How wonderful, said Saria. I prefer bread, but you really did say, seriously? How truly wonderful. Mom, everyone, it's fine to be happy for me, but I think it would also be fine for you to forget a few more details, said Vandali. It seemed that Darsa, Sam and the two sisters remembered the events from before Vandali stayed in the ghoul village very well. To think that my lord has desired this rice for so long, Bone Man murmured. Notchen let out a confused groan. It seemed that Bone Man, who had only contained the spirits of mice, and Notchen who had been a series of bone beasts back then, did not remember these events. Wow, so he says things like that as well? Orbia said in surprise. He always speaks in a polite tone that isn't childlike at all, so I've been wondering if he's been like that since he was a baby. His Majesty was a rascal once as well, wasn't he? Said Princess Livia. More importantly, I'm starting to get sick of eating just rice, said the zombie hero, the Sword King Borkus, one of Taylorsheim's heroes. Me too. Can we cook some meat? Asked Vigoro, the young leader of the ghouls who was also Bazdia's father. It seemed that the two of them wanted some side dishes. Then I suppose we'll go with curry and rice, said Vandali. Thinking that it would be perfect since the rice was already on flat plates, the spirit form Vandali served up the rich flavored curry that had been kept warm in a pot. In the end, Kurt Ligston, commandant of the small fort that served as a barrier adjacent to the Sila territory, accepted Vandali's recruitment. At first, he had intended to accept it, simply because he had been told that he would be turned into an undead and dragged away if he didn't. But it seemed that learning that Thomas Palpapek had ties with the vampires who worshipped Hihirishukaka, the evil god of joyful life, had changed his mind. I'm sure the Marshal thinks that it's for the sake of the nation, but even so, there are lines that must not be crossed. Well, what I will do from now on is likely something that crosses the line from the Marshal's perspective, Kurt had said as he swore loyalty to Vandali in exchange for a guarantee that the lives of his subordinates would be spared. After that, he had explained things to the 100 or so subordinates and handed control over the fort to Vandali. Most of these subordinates were those who had been demoted in the previous war. That was why when Vandali asked them whether they would prefer to be released after having their memories erased or to join Kurt in following him, over 90% of them had chosen the latter option. Of course, there had been no small number who had only agreed because they were terrified of having their minds being altered after seeing Marduk and his men, who were now in vegetative states, rather than being drawn to Kurt's steady character and the conditions promised to them by Vandali. After that, Vandali had brainwashed the few soldiers who had still refused and then began the task of helping the Sila move. So, everyone, that's how it is, so let's move to Vankun's country. Orbia had told the Sila, and the Sila were welcomed into the marshlands to the south of Taylorsheim, where the lizardmen lived. Thanks to the divine messages sent by Marie Vale, who was worshipped by all Sila, and the fact that Vandali had resolved the Sila serial killing case, Vandali had already gained the trust of the entire Sila race. And the Tentacle King title that he had gained made the Sila view him more favorably, so the discussions had proceeded in a smooth fashion. And Vandali had tested the insect binding technique skill to find that he was indeed able to equip Sila, so he had used that ability to bring the chief of each Sila village to the marshlands that they were moving to in order to present it to them. The Sila had already been searching for a place to migrate to in order to escape from the Amid Empire's occupation of the Sauron Duchy, so they had approved of settling in these great marshlands. All that was left to do after that was Vandali shuttling all of the Sila across. Of course, it would have troubled the Scylla race to have them move with nothing but the clothes on their backs, and there were also their husbands and sons whom Vandali couldn't equip, so he had Notchen, Sam and the newest addition to his subordinates, Miles and the vampires who worked under him, to make numerous trips back and forth to carry the luggage across. As for the route they took, the territory of the Hurricane Dragon that Vandali and his companions had defeated on the way to the Sauron Duchy was open. Since Notchen contained the bones of that Hurricane Dragon, monsters inferior to it wouldn't dare approach. Now that we've crossed the boundary mountain range so many times, there isn't much to it, is there? Said Miles. Ha ha ha, indeed. Sam laughed. I have already surpassed Botchen in the number of times I have crossed the boundary mountain range. Notchen let out a satisfied groan. Vandali had been wondering whether he should suppress his unpleasant feelings and turn Gubberman into an undead in order to have him use space attribute magic to move all the luggage across, but seeing how much Sam and Miles were enjoying the physical labor, he decided not to worry about it. Also, Taylorsheim would now secretly support the Sauron Liberation Front led by Iris. This was so that the Empire's army wouldn't gather strength now that the reborn Sauron Duchy army led by Raymond and Rick had collapsed. The one who had mainly been in charge of the negotiations with Iris was Belmond, whose poor ability to interact with others was now clear, but it seemed that Iris had been a very accepting person. It seems that she'd stopped being a follower of Aldo after she became a criminal, so she happily agreed to a religious conversion. But it seemed that she won't yield on the release of her father, said Vandali. The corpse of Iris's father, Lord Bearheart, had been retrieved by Gubberman's subordinates after he fell in battle during the war with the Mid Empire. And since he had been turned into an undead, Vandali had recovered him. Well, I don't mind that, said Vandali. But I don't know about sending him back to Rodcourty, so I suppose I'll destroy him, take out his spirit and leave it in her custody in a state where she can see him. Vandali had no emotional attachment to Iris's father, so he didn't really feel any loss in releasing him. It was up to Iris as to whether she would use the item containing her father's spirit or destroy it and pour holy water over it to purify it. And so, Taylorsheim began assisting the Sauron Liberation Front with food and goods. Iris and her men would fight the Mid Empire as believers of Vidu and the gods on her side, and as members of the Resistance. Even if it was questionable as to whether they could win against the Empire, now that they had received blood potions and arms made of the Demon King's fragments, and were able to use the old Scylla territory as a base, they would not be annihilated unless something extraordinary happened. Incidentally, Hage and the other fake Resistance members had been taken to Taylorsheim and would be sent to support the Sauron Liberation Front after they were trained. Once the Scylla race's immigration and other things had progressed to some extent, Kurt and his men left the small fort as well. Vandali had the undead members of the extermination force and Notchen's skeletons cause some damage to the fort, left Marduk and a few other corpses around and then had the undead continue moving around as a pack. Anyone would assume that the fort had fallen to stray undead. The soldiers who'd had their memories erased would be the few survivors. But I am sure some of the higher-ups would notice, said Kurt, who constantly spoke in the tone of a retainer. The Marshal would certainly suspect that you are involved, Your Majesty. That will not be a problem, said Chazer. Even if they notice and suspect this, we will have already returned to the southern region of the continent. Let us make the Marshal, who is working tirelessly to reorganize the army, groan in frustration. It seemed that the brothers had agreed to treat each other in the same way as they had done before. The most troublesome thing for Vandali came after this. The moving of the Scylla race didn't end at simply releasing them into the marshlands. They needed places to live, fields to grow their rice and facilities to raise the ducks and huge capybaras that were their livestock. But there were some carpenters among the Scylla and their husbands, so Vandali simply needed to turn wood and other materials into golems and move them as they instructed, assembling them into the shapes of houses. Your Majesty San, is there anyone else who can do this? If there are, we'd have no choice but to close down our businesses, said one of the workers. No, I'm the only one who can do this, said Vandali. And I can't always be busy building things, so please work hard and don't close down your businesses. All of the workers felt a deep sense of relief at Vandali's words. And then Vandali used Gillim transmutation again to turn the marshlands into water-filled fields. The climate and daylight hours were slightly different to the original Scylla territory, but the land was good, so it was possible to harvest crops here, even if they would taste a little different. And learning from the poor example set by the relationship between the Sauron Duchy and the Scylla territory, it was decided that no race would be limited to certain areas. It was only natural that there were many lizardmen and Scylla in the marshlands, but Vandali had decided to add ghouls and undead to these lands as well. The reverse was also arranged. Lizardmen and Scylla chose representatives who would take turns to spend time living in Taylorsheim. This was to have them remain involved in political, military and commercial matters through personal interaction. and, most importantly, to give everyone a sense that they belonged to this nation. Vandali very much disliked the idea of the races separating in the future, starting independence movements that would divide the nation. This was especially true because Vandali would still be alive in that future, since he was a dark elf damp with a long lifespan. The Scylla race's family register still needed to be created and they needed to be taught things like how to pay income taxes, but these things were all settled around 3 months after the Scylla moved in, allowing for things like the rice tasting meeting. Things had settled down with the Scylla race's migration to Taylorsheim, but nothing had settled down anywhere else in Barngaya continent. First of all, the Sauron Duchy remained very stable even as spring approached. Raymond and Rick Paris had been leading the reborn Sauron Liberation Army, one of the 2 beacons of help for the people who were unhappy with the Amid Empire's rule, but they were now dead. There were still small-scale groups of their members scattered around the duchy, but there was nobody who was in any position to unify them and take command. They couldn't function as an organization anymore. But these groups had been saved by the Sauron Liberation Front that still remained. Its leader, the liberating Princess Knight, was gathering the members of the reborn Sauron Duchy army who had been isolated all over the duchy. In addition to their great numbers, they also had the support of a mysterious benefactor who was providing them with materials. But the loss of Raymond, who was the illegitimate son of Duke Sauron, had a large effect on the entire resistance movement. Many worried about how things would be coordinated with the Orborn Kingdom. And things were going smoothly for the Empire's army after 2 important figures of the resistance had been killed, or at least, they made the duchy's people and the Orborn Kingdom believe that this was the case. An extermination force of elite individuals and a small fort adjacent to the Scylla territory had been annihilated, and now an undead cleanup operation needed to be conducted. This was quite painful for the Empire's army. But the most painful thing of all was that the Scylla race had vanished from their territory. There had been plans to slowly strangle them, incite them to rebel and then exterminate them one day, but according to the plans of Maz-Ukzil, Emperor of the Amid Empire, that would have been conducted over 100 years from now. The taxes that the Scylla would have paid during that time, as well as the benefits of the things they produced, had disappeared. The plans of pretending to be friendly towards the Scylla race in order to acquire their technology and agricultural knowledge had vanished as well. And the now empty Scylla territory was a heavy burden on the Empire's army. Most of it consisted of empty mountains and marshlands, but there was also a devil's nest filled with monsters as well as a dungeon. If they left it alone, the monsters would multiply and it was possible that the devil's nest would expand rapidly. Since the large number of mysterious undead had appeared and destroyed the fort, a budget needed to be set aside to manage this. The higher-ups of the Amid Empire and Mage Shield Nation that had dispatched their armies to occupy the Sauron Duchy were groaning in frustration. Emperor Maz-Ukzil had gathered all kinds of information, and the Mage Shield Nation's marshal, Thomas Malpapek, had received information through yet another different vampire who acted as a mediator between him and the vampires. Both of them were certain that Vandali was behind this series of events. And in different places and at different times, both of them muttered the same words. Just how long is he planning to keep crawling around? And a small commotion had been caused in the Orborn Kingdom in the eastern region of the continent. The other dukes and military men who had connections to Raymond had lost their ally. Those collaborating with Raymond were those who had been unable to make connections with the legitimate sons of Duke Sauron that had fled the Sauron Duchy, so even if things went well and the Sauron Duchy was taken back, they wouldn't be given any significant benefits. This was why they had intended to make Raymond the new duke, even though he had given up his right to succeed the family despite possessing the duke's blood. To thank them, Raymond would have used his connections to give them many benefits. That possibility had vanished, but it was far too late to make connections with Duke Sauron's true sons now, which was why they were flustered. It was possible that the civilians of the continent who knew nothing had benefited from this series of events as well as the Scylla race. Guberman had been defeated and the number of his subordinates had dropped sharply, so there were far fewer fearsome monsters to be afraid of now. Come to think of it, when are we going to the Noble Orc Empire? Darso asked. I suppose after this year's crop planting is finished and the growth of the rice settles down, said Vandali, having been reminded of the Noble Orc Empire's existence by this question. I want to make adjustments to Zandia and Geena in the meantime, too. Vandali had stationed lemures and surveillance skelms at the southern tip of the marshlands, but there hadn't been any visible movements. Postponing the plan to visit the Empire probably wouldn't cause any problems. Yes, you want a meatball? Said Vandali. He fed a specially made meatball to the squealing larva resting on his head, the queen of the cemetery bees that had hatched not long ago. It looked difficult to digest at first glance, but the worker bees had mixed their saliva in and even the bones had been crushed into it, so it was actually very easy to digest. As Vandali fed this meatball preserved with the preservation spell to the white lava with a round abdomen, he suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, Mom, regarding homunculi, Vale said that she could help if it was with making tentacles. What about the non-tentacle parts? Darso asked. I don't mind having tentacles like the Scylla, but being made only of tentacles would be. That's what I thought, said Vandali. There would be a big difference between a mother with tentacles and a mother made of tentacles. Darsa's values had changed due to various external influences, but it seemed that she didn't want to become a creature consisting only of tentacles. That was true even if the scales of Fidig, the dragon god of 5 sins, was added to it. Also, I'm planning to change jobs to zombie maker after this, Vandali added. With this, he would be able to make progress with making adjustments to the undead heroes he had taken from Gabberman. Name, Vandali race, Damper, Dark Elf age, 8 years old title : Ghoul King, Eclipse King, Second Coming of the Demon King, Guardian of the Cultivation Villages, Holy Son of Veda, Monstrosity, Scale King, Tentacle King, Job, Zombie Maker level, 0 job history, Death attribute Mage, Glum Transmuter, Undead Tamer, Soul Breaker, Venom Fist user, Insect user, Tree Caster, Demon Guider, Archenemy attributes, Vitality, 2066 mana, 1,071,505,533, plus 321,451,659 strength, 943 agility, 698 stamina, 1,003 intelligence, 1,919 passive skills, superhuman strength, level 5 rapid healing, level 9, level up. Death attribute magic, level 10, level up. Status effect resistance, level 8, level up. Magic resistance, level 6, level up. Dark vision demon path enticement, level 2, level up. Chant revocation, level 6 guidance, demon path, level 4, level up. Automatic mana recovery, level 6 strengthened subordinates, level 7, level up. Venom secretion, claws, fangs, tongue, level 5 enhanced agility, level 3 body expansion, tongue, level 5 strengthened attack power while unarmed, large, level up. Enhanced physical ability, hair, claws, tongue, fangs, level 4 thread refining, level 3 mana enlargement, level 3, level up. Active skills, bloodwork, level 3 surpass limits, level 7 glum transmutation, level 8 no attribute magic, level 8, level up. Mana control, level 7, level up. Spirit form, level 8, level up. Carpentry, level 6 engineering, level 4 cooking, level 5 alchemy, level 6 unarmed fighting technique, level 6 soul break, level 8 multicast, level 6, level up. Long distance control, level 7 surgery, level 5 parallel thought processing, level 6, level up. Materialization, level 4 coordination, level 4 high speed thought processing, level 5, level up. Commanding, level 4 plant binding technique, level 5, level up. Thread reeling, level 5 throwing, level 5 scream, level 4 dead spirit magic, level 5, level up. Insect binding technique, level 5, level up. Blacksmithing, level 1 artillery technique, level 4, level up. Unique skills, Godslayer, level 6 grotesque mind, level 6 mental encroachment, level 5 labyrinth construction, level 6 demon king fusion, level 4, level up. Abyss, level 3, level up. Hostility, demon king fragments, bloodhorns suckers ink sacs carapace, curses, experience gained in previous life not carried over cannot learn existing jobs unable to gain experience independently, job explanation, archenemy, a job that can be acquired by a death attribute mage who has been cursed by a god or has been recognized as an enemy by multiple powerful beings and organizations while he has also recognized them as enemies. This job grants the hostility skill that increases damage dealt against all enemies. It provides great increases to the vitality and strength attribute values, while making it difficult to increase the mana and intelligence attribute values. Side Story Chapter 12, The Gods Watching from Afar, and Others. There is an expression, eyeballs will fly out of their sockets, that expresses surprise. The surprise that Alder felt was equivalent to this expression. There is no mistake with this, Curatos? He asked. There is no mistake, said Alder's loyal subordinate god, Curatos, the god of records. The simultaneous activation of multiple fragments of the Demon King, the blood sealed away by Ninerode, The horns that were in the possession of the pure-breed vampires and the ink that had gone missing, Alder murmured. He has likely now acquired the carapace that Gubberman was in possession of, Curatos added. I could not confirm this through Iris Bearheart's eyes, but he may already be in possession of other fragments as well. The sealing of the Demon King's fragments had been conducted by Alder, Vida and the 3 surviving champions, one of whom was Ninerod. The locations of many of the fragments that Vida had been responsible for sealing were now unknown. Alder and his followers suspected that Marie Vale, the evil god of slime and tentacles, had sealed some fragments, but they had never acquired any positive proof of this. But the problem was not the locations of the fragments. It was the fact that there were at least 4 fragments inside the body of a single person with their seals removed. Under normal circumstances, that person should have lost their sanity and gone on a rampage long ago. If they were anyone other than the Demon King, this monstrosity could potentially be the true second coming of the Demon King, said Alder. These words sent a wave of unrest through the gods and familiar spirits present here, as if shaking the entire divine realm. That's impossible. The Demon King's soul was divided and its pieces were sealed by powerful gods. My lord, some of them should be with you, shouted a heroic spirit whose name had echoed through the lands when he was still alive. His voice almost sounded like a scream of terror. But his reaction was one of the better ones. There was no small number of familiar spirits who couldn't even speak. That was how much the Demon King Eugenides was feared. Those present here were those without physical bodies who had ascended beyond mortal life, but because of this, it was easy for them to understand what having their souls broken would mean, deepening their fear. Precisely. Even now, some of the Demon King Eugenides' soul fragments are in my possession, Alder replied reassuringly. An air of relief spread among those who had gathered in this divine realm. However, Alder suspected that the fragments of the Demon King's souls that he did not possess were, in fact, contained within that monstrosity. So, Curatos, what of that monstrosity? Alder asked. Unfortunately, my lord, Iris Bearheart has stopped believing completely, so we are currently unable to determine his location, said Curatos. As for Mikhail's soul that had been trapped, I see. Iris Bearheart had been a devout believer despite being young, but since she had renounced her faith in Alder, their mental connection had become weak. And just when she had sent Alder a strong prayer, this was how things had ended up. Could Heinz and his companions oppose this monstrosity? Curatos asked quietly. That is still currently impossible, Alder replied. Heinz's party would likely deal Vandalia a serious wound and even defeat some of the undead, insects, plants and vampires that were his subordinates. But defeating him in the end would be difficult. Alder saw things this way. Heinz had finally acquired the guider job, very recently. The uneasiness from the fact that he was not the one who had truly defeated the pure-breed vampire Turnisha had obstructed his growth. But since he possessed the guider job, he would develop significantly in the future. It will be possible one day, said Alder. Just like Bellwood, who had withstood the Demon King army's onslaught with many sacrifices, but defeated Gyujiranes in the end. Shimada Izumi and Machida Ran had been reincarnated in the foreign world of origin and then killed by Murakami, another person who had been reincarnated in the same world, putting an end to their second lives. The two of them chose to become familiar spirits of Rodkorti, the god of reincarnation, instead of being reincarnated to live their third lives in Lambda. Now, they existed within Rodkorti's divine realm. They had divine-looking appearances, there were shining, golden rings floating above their heads, and pure white wings extended from their backs. We're seriously just support staff. Being an angel is lame, Aran whispered in a serious tone. He was gazing at a PC monitor with half-closed eyes. He simply looked like a salaryman cosplaying as an angel. No matter how high the quality of that cosplay was. Izumi, who was wearing a suit, sighed as she spoke to him. That's what he told us, isn't it? That's true, but I didn't think it would be this bad, said Aran. Don't you think it's a bit too much? In various ways. That's just how life is, said Izumi, dismissing Aran's complaints. She didn't have an angel's halo or wings. Her appearance was exactly the same as it had been when she was alive in Origin. The reason there was such a difference between Izumi and Aran's appearances was simply because of the difference in the images that they had. Familiar spirits were beings that consisted only of a mind. Their appearances changed depending on their own wills and the images that others had of them when looking at them. Aran's appearance drew strongly from his image of a Western-style angel, while Izumi had maintained her own appearance from her life in Origin. If they were acknowledged by people, their appearances would be further influenced by this. They could become things like Kame-Ainu or foxes depending on the religions and legends involving them. But as Rodkorti wasn't acknowledged by anyone other than those he had reincarnated and the gods of the various worlds, Izumi and Aran were unlikely to be influenced by the people. By becoming familiar spirits, you were released from your physical bodies and ascended to beings of the mind, said Rod Corti. The fact that you do not possess a physical body is the same as when you were merely spirits, but your essence is now different. Your current, unstable state will likely continue for some time. Make sure you remain close together until you stabilize. Izumi and Ran obeyed the orders of their new master, taking turns to gather information about the worlds through the eyes of the people in Lambda and Origin while supporting the Circle of Transmigration Systems. However, the tool for performing this task was the PC in front of Ran. Of course, there was no way that there would really be a PC there. The truth was simply that Izumi and Aran's powers as familiar spirits drew their forms from the images in their minds. If you don't like it, you could just make it a crystal ball or a magic book, said Izumi. They were able to change their powers to take any shape. However, there was no guarantee that changing their shapes would allow them to perform the same tasks. Shimada-san, you're only saying that because you know it's impossible, right? Said Aran. I'm saying it because you've been making the same complaint over and over, said Izumi. The images in their heads were not easy to change. When they tried to think of tools that were easy to use, they always came to PCs, tablets and mobile phones. If they were only interested in the appearance of their powers, they could change them into crystal balls, stone slabs or even abacuses. But there was no avoiding the fact that they would find their work more difficult trying to use these. This wasn't a problem of their dispositions or anything of the sort. This was something that almost always happened when people who had previously lived in technologically developed civilizations ascended to become familiar spirits. Though I don't think there's a need to devote yourself to being mystical just because you've become an angel, Izumi added. Unlike Aran, who repeatedly made the same complaints, she didn't seem as satisfied at the fact that she wasn't very angel-like. It's fine to be the same as we have been up until now, isn't it? Izumi continued. In fact, I think it's easier than being told to use crystal balls to do the same work that we'd be able to do with PCs. That's true, but you know, for Aran, becoming a familiar spirit had been such a small change that he only had these subjective complaints to make. He hadn't lost any ability to feel emotions, nor had his memories from when he was a human faded. The only thing that had changed was his perception of time. Of course, he no longer felt any physical fatigue now that he didn't have a physical body, but he did feel mental fatigue. And most surprisingly, he was still able to eat and drink after becoming a familiar spirit. Well, I suppose I'll get used to it eventually, Aran said before taking a sip of his instant coffee. The coffee was the same brand that he had consumed frequently in Origin. Of course, the instant coffee from Origin hadn't been brought into the divine realm. Aran had reproduced it from his own memories. Gods of legends from all times and places often held feasts. This was how the food and drink was served at such feasts. Shimada-san, could you give me a coffee? Aran asked. The drip brewed one. The foods and drinks that gods could produce depended on their nature and divinity. New familiar spirits like Aran and Izumi could only produce things that they had been very familiar with when they were humans. Later, said Izumi. You should have drunk something other than instant and canned coffee. I have no response to that, said Aran. The two of them were having this kind of meaningless conversation, but their hands were working. They were checking whether there were any problems with the Circle of Transmigration Systems and fixing small errors. In between doing this work, they were also gathering information on Murakami, Sachaya and the Eighth Guidance, the ones that they had been unable to find while they were still alive in Origin, as well as information on Vandali and his companions in Lambda. They had thought that they would be monitored by their new master Rod Corti while they did this, but that wasn't the case. There were certain tasks that needed to be done, but it seemed that Rod Corti had no interest in saying anything about anything else they did as long as they did their work. Well, it might just be because there would be no point in monitoring us, though, Izumi thought. There was so little that the two of them could actually do. Even though they had once been reincarnated individuals, they were unable to send messages to the people of Origin and Lambda. Of course, interfering directly was impossible as well. They could see and listen to a great amount of information through the eyes and ears of the people belonging to Rod Corti's Circle of Transmigration Systems, but that was it. Of course, they couldn't manipulate the systems and arbitrarily decide where people would be reincarnated, either. In the current situation, even their cheat-like abilities, calculation and inspection, were not of much use. What do you think of Murakami and the Eighth Guidance's movements? Aran asked. It seems that Pluto is planning some kind of large-scale suicide, said Izumi. As for Murakami, it seems that he killed us with motives that are even easier to understand than I'd thought. I see. Well, there's no other choice but to let things happen as they will. Izumi and Aran felt anger towards Murakami and the others responsible for killing them, sympathy towards Pluto and her companions, and regret that they hadn't done what needed to be done when protecting Pluto and her companions from the research laboratories in the beginning. But these emotions wouldn't reach anyone now. The only thing they could do was gather enough information to persuade them once they arrived in this divine realm. So, what about Lambda? Izumi asked. Aran put both of his hands on his head. I give up, he said. Vandalikan is too good at leading people. They quickly get pulled into Veda's circle of transmigration system, so the footage just cuts off. Like their master Rod Corti, Aran and Izumi could only gain information through the eyes of those belonging to Rod Corti's circle of transmigration systems. They couldn't gain information from the Sila, who were a race created by Veda. However, Vandali had exchanged words with several people in the former Sauron Duchy, including the Sila's husbands. But Vandali kept unconsciously guiding them to Veda's circle of transmigration system, so it was impossible to gather information continuously. Even so, they had managed to learn of the events of the battle with Kabaman thanks to Iris Bearheart and Rick Paris. And through the memories of people who were investigating Vandali from afar, such as the Amid Empire's Emperor, Marzuxil and the Mig Shield Nation's Marshal, Thomas Palpabek, they successfully gathered information despite the large time lag. There wasn't much news in this, however. I think we should stop letting our guards down against him just because he doesn't have any cheat-like abilities, said Aran. He's actually more of a cheat than us, Izumi remarked. Vandali possessed 5 fragments of the Demon King and over 1 billion mana. And though he didn't possess an aptitude for other attributes of magic, he could use the fire, water and wind, lightning only, attribute spells through the Dead Spirit magic skill, where he utilized dead spirits, unlike spiritual magic. Vandali's abilities were strange. Even in Origin, being able to erase small mountains with ease was impossible except for legendary monsters and heroes. He intends to have him clash with Amamiya and the others, isn't he our master? I mean, said Izumi. Depending on how their abilities are used, they have a chance, said Aran. The predictions of my calculation ability are saying that, but, in Origin, Aran had been able to believe in the results produced by the calculations of his ability. In Origin, if the organizational power of the Bravers was used and each nation lent its assistance, there was a chance for victory, even if there was no way to avoid horrific losses that would make one want to cover their eyes. But those reincarnated in Lambda wouldn't be able to bring the equipment and weapons that they used in Origin, and they wouldn't have the social positions or connections needed to gain the assistance of all of the nations. Izumi and Aran thought that it would be a high-difficulty mission right from the beginning, but Rod Corti seemed to have no intention of giving up. Well, the more problematic thing is the way he acts, or rather, the principles behind his actions, said Aran. He treats undead the same as people, or if you look at it the other way, he only sees living people as equals to undead. We already knew that, but that's why he killed Raymond and Rick of the Resistance in that situation. Aran viewed the way that Vandali had killed Raymond and Rick as problematic. Even Aran felt anger at what Raymond and his men had done to the Sila race for the sake of the people. He didn't like it at all, and he was comfortable in declaring that it needed to be stopped. But he thought that Vandali should have made use of the brothers without killing them. Instead of punishing them, he should have negotiated and established a cooperative relationship. On Earth and in Origin, justice was not always carried out and not all evil was punished. This was especially true in politics. This was common knowledge. And the Bravers in Origin had operated with this common knowledge in mind. They fought terrorists and captured criminals. But they didn't do things like cause chaotic civil wars in military dictatorships by killing their leaders, nor did they reveal the dark sides of large nations' secret services, causing difficulties for those nations to manage themselves. The world, nations and the many people could not be protected through pretty words and wishful thinking alone. In Origin, this fact had ingrained itself deep into Izumi and Aran's minds. But what Vandali had done in the former Sauron Duchy, though the scale of his actions was quite different, was the opposite of what the Bravers did. He had formed a cooperative relationship with Iris Bearheart and the organization she led, but the resistance movement had been set back considerably by Raymond and Rick's deaths. Before, I said that he is rational, or at least tries to be rational, but that was wrong. He's very emotion-driven, said Aran. I don't think that in itself is a bad thing, and it makes me think favorably of him as a person, though. This makes me more and more uncertain as to whether he will be willing to talk things out with the Bravers, said Izumi. By the way, where is our master? He's busy dealing with the system faults that occurred when the souls of Rick, Raymond and his men were broken, said Aran. I don't think calling out to him will get any responses for a while. Rod Corti's work had become a little easier, but he still needed to devote a lot of time to the system when souls were broken. It looks like he hasn't noticed the letters that arrived from the gods of Origin and Lambda, either, said Izumi. The Amid Empire's S-Class adventurer, the Thunderclap Schneider, clicked his tongue as he read the letter that had been delivered by a bear-type monster that had been specially trained by a tamer. And then he quickly wrote a reply. "TCH, I took the effort of going out in a boat and they still go and send me these troublesome letters," he muttered. His party member listener was actually the reincarnated form of Jurazanapipe, the evil god of degeneration and intoxication, who had betrayed the Demon King and joined Vida and the champion Zakat. A few months ago, she had received a divine message from Rikalant, the genie of time and magic. As a secret believer of Vida, Schneider had set out on a boat towards the Dark Continent, a continent consisting entirely of devil's nests, with his companions several days ago. They were obeying the divine message's instructions to visit the war god Zantak, who was widely considered a fallen god who had fused with an evil god. Indeed, it had only been a few days since they set sail. Despite listener having received Rikalant's divine message months ago. But that couldn't be helped, either. Even if Schneider behaved in unheard-of ways, he was still the only S-class adventurer in the western region of the continent. There were several A-class adventurers that were said to be his equal, but not a single adventurer who surpassed him. In other words, he was unexpectedly busy. In particular, Schneider had continued refusing to associate with the Empire using his numerous achievements and military value. Thus, his official social status was no different from an ordinary civilian. This meant that anyone could request things from him as long as they had the money. Thus, many requests fluttered into Schneider's inbox. Even after listener had received the divine message, he had finished requests that he had already accepted and completed the requests that he was unable to turn down. Finally, a few months later, the year had changed and Schneider had finally been able to set sail. What was written in that letter? Asked Dalton, the dark elf with a mohawk, who probably wouldn't have felt uncomfortable to be called one of the sailors of this boat. Schneider snorted. It's a request from some duke somewhere to hunt down the resistance in the Sauron Duchy that they invaded years ago, and investigate the source of some undead that destroyed a fort, he said. I can't deal with this stuff. Are they trying to work this old man to death? Yeah, it's true that you can't deal with that. On top of it being a pain, you'd be resented by the honest lot who support the resistance, Dalton agreed. Whether you're an old man or not is another question, though. Schneider was currently scribbling his reply of, "Save your sleep-talking nonsense for when you're asleep." His true age was that of an old person in Lambda, or a little past middle age on Earth. However, he had maintained the youthful appearance of a man in his 20s. He had platinum blonde hair that he insisted was white, toned skin and muscles that covered his entire body like a suit of armor. Listener. He had platinum blonde hair that he insisted was white, toned skin and muscles that covered his entire body like a suit of armor. Listener, who was sunbathing on the deck while having perfumed oil applied to her by a dragon about the size of a person, and the dwarf woman Merdin, the one with the most common sense among the members of this party, were in agreement with Dalton. I wouldn't call anyone who goes for walks on top of the sea for health reasons an old man, said Listener. Yeah, you were running around like an idiot, too. You should have just kept running all the way to the Dark Continent, said Merdin. Saying that it was good for his health, Schneider had been taking walks on the ocean every morning. To be more precise, he had been running around on the water's surface without using magic. Seriously, I don't know why they can do something like that, the dragon whispered, remembering how nightmarish it was. The sight of Schneider, Dalton and Zorkodrio, who was actually a pure-breed vampire known by his nickname Zed, running around on the ocean's surface. If they were using magic, it would be nothing more than a skillful performance. Mage is capable of using wind attribute magic to create masses of air beneath their feet, or water attribute magic to harden the water surface beneath them weren't uncommon. But even from the dragon's point of view, these three were monsters to be able to do this with pure physical strength alone. He definitely didn't want to be kicked by those ridiculously powerful legs. What, even Merdin and Listener can do that, said Schneider. We do it with magic and magic items. Merdin exclaimed. Don't think that I'm the same as you. I'm in charge of the brain work, said Listener. Brain work? The dragon repeated. Listener shot him a glare that seemed like it could kill someone. Do you have something you want to complain about, Louvs? She asked, showing the pink scales and long tongue that were proof that she was an evil god. It's nothing. Shrieked Louvs, or rather, Louvsful, the raging evil dragon god. Louvsful, the one who had sealed Fidig, the dragon god of 5 sins, in the marshlands south of Taylorsheim, created a scaled king as his priest and stolen the faith of the lizardman from Fidig. He was wounded after having his spirit clone destroyed by Vandali, and he had been making his escape to the Dark Continent, thinking that he would be killed if he stayed where he was. However, the domains of slumbering gods such as Veda had been in his way, and since he was injured, he had been unable to move as he wanted. It had taken him time to make his escape, and unfortunately for him, the day he had finally managed to leave the Barngaya continent was the day that Schneider and his party set sail. Normally, there wouldn't have been any problems. It was almost impossible to do anything to Luvsful, who existed in a divine realm with a mortal body. In fact, it would be impossible to even notice Luvsful's existence. You shaggy, useless dragon. I found you at last. I don't really know what's going on, but you're in the way. Indeed, there wouldn't have been any problems if there hadn't been the reincarnated form of an evil god, a pure-breed vampire who possessed strength equivalent to a god's despite merely being a member of one of the world's intellectual races, and a dragon-slaying adventurer. Having lived in the continent's southern region for about 100 years, Luvsful had been slow to notice the presence of these three. His divine realm was breached and attacks were laid into him one-sidedly, and after that, Dalton and Murden joined in to beat him to a pulp. Listener had once been an evil god of the Demon King's army, and Zed had fought the Demon King's army alongside the champions under Veda's command. Of course, they knew of Luvsful, who had betrayed them and joined the Demon King's army after the Dragon Emperor god Marduk had fallen. And they knew about everything that he had done afterwards. Now, Luvsful had materialized as a small dragon. Gods could gain a weak physical body in exchange for being unable to use most of their divine powers. This would normally be incredibly risky, but Luvsful had been forced into this state. It was a seal, in a way. Luvs, your hands have stopped, said Listener. Haven't I taught you that you need to apply the oil evenly? I know. Make sure to massage me properly as well, okay? And I haven't forgotten that you used your breath against me in your aim to profit from the battle between Veda and Alder. You remember everything? Please keep in mind that I also remember that your betrayal during the battle against the Demon King's army caused the front lines to collapse, forcing us into a hellish battle to try and retreat, Zed added. Luvsful screamed in terror. For Listener and Zed, he was someone who certainly deserved to be killed. And there was a single reason he hadn't been killed yet, since he had betrayed the Dragon God and joined the Demon King's army. If he were to die, his soul would return to the Demon King's circle of transmigration system and he would be reincarnated one day. As the Demon King's system currently had nobody managing it, in addition to having always been unstable to begin with, there was no guarantee that even gods could be reincarnated with their memories and personalities intact unless they made preparations like Listener had. There was a high chance that they would be reborn as a goblin or giant frog with brand new memories and personalities. However, the chance that they could be reincarnated as something new with their memories, personalities and power miraculously intact was not zero. So normally, they would have completely destroyed Luvsful's body and sealed his soul away, just as Schneider had done to the elder dragons that he had exterminated in the past, but they hadn't been able to prepare the soul-sealing ritual on their boat voyage, so Luvsful was in this state as a small dragon now. It's not like I don't feel sorry for you, but every time I do, I keep remembering another evil thing that you did, so I can't sympathize, said Listener. You're right, said Dalton. Should I give him a punch then? Dalton. He's weaker than a wyvern right now, so he'd die if you punched him, said Murden. Luvsful was being tormented by Listener and Zed, but Murden and Dalton didn't feel any sympathy for him, either. They were treating him like a criminal slave. But it seemed that Luvsful had some knowledge regarding the Dark Continent and Xantark's whereabouts, so he was still being treated better than normal criminal slaves. The clues he could give were on a level of, he might be somewhere over there, but it was far better than nothing. And thanks to him, they had managed to gain some information regarding Vandali. The Demon King's fragments, huh? Will he be alright, using things like that? Schneider wondered. The truth is that Zed and I don't know any details about them, said Listener. And I don't have any memories of 100,000 years ago. I can only remember events that happened after I was reincarnated in this elf body. I was also sealed 100,000 years ago, and was slumbering until recently, Zed added. Nobody would have suggested trying to use the Demon King's fragments in the period immediately following the Demon King's defeat. Thus, Zed and Listener didn't know much about them. They only knew as much about them as Schneider and the other two. We've fought monsters whose fragments of the Demon King were on a rampage, and elder dragons who kept them to use as trump cards, but they were surprisingly manageable, said Schneider. They become unable to use elemental magic, and their movements become sloppy normally, at least. This had been the case for the enemies in possession of the Demon King's fragments that Schneider and his companions had faced. The fragments themselves had posed no problems either. Schneider and his companions simply needed to place strict seals on them after defeating their owners. That damp used the Demon King's blood to make gun barrels and fired projectiles made of the Demon King's horns using the telekinesis spell. It's true, said Louvesful. Vandali had calmly used magic, even if it was no attribute magic, with 2 of the Demon King's fragments active at once. It was probably dangerous for Schneider and his party to work under their previous assumptions. Well, there's no use in worrying about it. If things get really bad, I'm sure Icolant will say something else to listener. More importantly, we need to find Zandark, said Schneider, turning his thoughts towards the still unseen dark continent that was somewhere across the ocean. According to the legend, the dark continent has a fountain of youth. Not that you need that fountain, said Merdin. Side Story Chapter 13, Luciliano's Report, Upper Section. The degenerate Luciliano, a former class adventurer, is currently a life attribute mage who conducts research on undead. But now, he is not known for his past, but for being the personal apprentice of Vandali, the king of Talersheim who possesses numerous king titles. This story is a reorganization of the reports, research documents, dissertations and diaries that Luciliano has left. Of course, mage is a job, but mages are also creatures that study diligently through reading references, training and conducting research and experiments, and then recording and consolidating the results of their research. I, Luciliano, who was essentially excommunicated from the Mages Guild that I was studying at, am no exception. There are some adventurers and mercenaries who have acquired skills at level 1 or 2 in order to use simple spells that could produce drinking water and light fires, as well as beginner-level offensive spells to fight against monsters that are resistant to physical attacks. However, these are generally not considered to be mages. They are merely those who can use magic. They are those whom those of the Mages Guild would ridicule as magic users. Being a mage myself, I believe the important thing is tools for writing. I have previously struggled in this area. Paper is generally expensive. But with that said, it isn't a precious metal, either. What I mean is that it is not affordable enough to freely use as much as I would like on a daily basis. And relatively inexpensive paper also exists in addition to the high-grade paper that nobles and royalty use for their letters and notes and the paper that is used for documents that must be preserved over long periods of time. I use this inexpensive paper, enduring its unpleasant texture and how difficult it is to write on. Cheap paper is truly a third-rate product. It is not pleasant to use, and it does not preserve well. And in the end, it is still not affordable enough for large quantities of it to be used. It is also common to use dried tree bark and leaves as a replacement for paper. The copied request forms posted on the request boards of the Adventurers Guild and such are mostly done with these. It seems that there were some guild branches that used real paper for this in the past, but many uncivilized adventurers tend to tear the request forms off the boards. The large costs of reprinting these forms is what led to the use of a cheaper replacement today. And while the cheaper replacement may work for writing memos, it cannot be preserved and thus is not suited for recording the methods and results of experiments, so I do not use it very often. As an adventurer, the cost of paper was a headache-inducing problem. Compared to that, the nation of Talersheim that Master rules over is like heaven. That apparently wasn't the case before I came to the nation, but now, straw paper is mass-produced. Mass production is a wonderful thing, is it not? Though its quality is not quite as good as high-grade paper, I am able to obtain paper that is more than good enough for writing on, for a cheap price. Since Master has acknowledged my research as a national project, I can obtain this paper as part of my research expenses. Last year, there was a glum factory that created high-quality paper, and even printing press glums. The literacy rate of the citizens is increasing. In the future, Talersheim's production and demand will likely rival or surpass those of other large cities. With that said, I am not a researcher of paper. I am a mage who researches the undead. So first, I will describe the glums that Master has created. All of the glums created by my Master, Vandali, are undead. Normal glums are created by alchemists who grant life to human-shaped materials using methods such as life attribute magic. However, the glums created by Master consist of inorganic materials with spirits haunting them to cause them to move. They are similar to cursed weapons and living armors, which are undead consisting of weapons or suits of armor that are haunted by evil spirits. This is why Master's glums are weak to anti-undead light attribute magic spells. But there would be none who would see that they have such a weakness upon seeing them for the first time. Nevertheless, they are a source of endless interest. But it seems that Master does not hold much interest in them. Are golems really that interesting? He asked. It is likely that he sees them as things that he can move like his own arms and legs rather than as things that ought to be researched. Of course, I replied. If it is possible, I would like to interview the spirits that you used to move the golems. Would you cooperate with this? Recently, Master's golems have been evolving on their own. Some of them have gained the absorption skill to absorb external materials of the same kind that their bodies are made of in order to repair damage that causes their body volumes to decrease. Though the fibrous golems in the paper factory reduce their own bodies to produce paper, it seems that more materials can simply be poured onto the golems to return them to normal. This is extraordinarily convenient, but what the spirits responsible are thinking and what kind of states they are in are questions of immense interest. I asked Master to cooperate with me so that I can interview them in order to answer these questions, but Master told me, I don't think you should have too much hope in the results. And unfortunately, just as Master said, there were almost no results to speak of. It seems that the spirits that inhabit golems are heavily influenced by the inorganic materials that make up their bodies. Their personalities from while they were alive are lost or altered within a short period of time. Perhaps I should have expected this, as becoming a paper-making machine or a printing press would be unbearable if they still possessed consciousness as people. In the end, I was able to conduct the interviews with Master acting as an interpreter, but I shall record that there weren't any meaningful answers. Recently, Master has acquired a zombie maker job. Someone who makes zombies, how wonderful. I am also capable of creating zombies with life attribute magic, but it is likely that this job must be acquired by creating zombies through death attribute magic. In fact, the zombies created through the methods that I have used so far cannot even compare to the zombies created by Master in terms of performance. The zombies are not so different when they are first created, but there is a large difference between their future potentials. Leaving that aside, Master, after acquiring this wonderful job, sat in the corner of the room, holding his knees. Have you acquired an inconvenient skill, perhaps? I asked. Even in the past, there are records of people who have acquired previously undiscovered jobs, only to acquire undesirable skills. Even though one can select their job, they cannot select the skills that they acquire. Dangerous jobs often have unusual names, so if such jobs are avoided, fatal situations do not usually arise. However, it seems that almost all of the jobs that Master can acquire are dangerous, so there is no way to avoid them. As I thought, it seemed that there was indeed something inconveniencing him. Master raised his face with a more sluggish movement than usual and spoke in a grave tone. I didn't acquire a skill, but if I let my guard down, I unconsciously turn corpses around me into zombies, he said. What a wonderful yet fierce thing that is, Master! I exclaimed. A mage who inadvertently turns the corpses around him into zombies. If such a person were to be present on a battlefield, no, Master has always been capable of such things. In other words, you can create zombies without casting any spells, and the mana expended to do so is small? I asked. It seems that this summarized the extent of the changes. Master gave a nod. Automatically creating zombies without casting spells has a large effect. But why in the world would this ever be a problem? I have to wonder why you are feeling sad about this, Master. It is true that you would be troubled as to what to do with the zombies that rise if you were planning to travel across old battlefields, but are we not currently in the royal castle of our own nation? There should not be many corpses around, I said. There are many undead in Taylorsheim, but there are no corpses that are not undead. There is good public order and the nation has no problems with food, so there are far fewer unexpected deaths than other cities. Even those with serious illnesses are quickly cured by Master, and potions are provided to those who are severely wounded. Thus, I believe there is nothing for Master to feel sad about. That's true, but food ingredients and tanned hides and furs turn into zombies as well, so I have become unable to go near the kitchen and the workshop where Terra and the others work until I can control it, Master said. So those are considered corpses as well. It is true that food ingredients and hides are parts of corpses. Even if the food ingredients become zombies, it is not as if they begin decomposing immediately. But while that is true, it would certainly be unpleasant to have the ingredients squirming during the cooking process. And it would be dangerous if the materials used to create weapons and armor were to thrash around while they are being processed. If this job doesn't help with making adjustments to Zandia and Gina that I stole back from Gubberman, the point of me taking this job was, Master muttered. Well, will it not be useful in the future? I suggested. In situations where there is a sudden need to create a large zombie army, for instance. I believe it is certainly possible for such situations to arise in Master's case. The knowledge that I am able to acquire at Master's side is precious. Among that knowledge, the second most precious knowledge is that of foreign worlds. I don't know if this knowledge is correct in this world, though. Master said as a preface before speaking of other worlds' knowledge of living organisms. To me, this knowledge was far more precious than gold or jewels. It seems that this was also useful for Master. By talking to a life attribute mage who has dissected numerous corpses, he was able to confirm the differences between the other worlds and this one. Of course, as the advanced examining equipment that Master speaks of does not exist, there are also many things that we cannot confirm. In summary, it seems that the overall body compositions of humans, elves, dwarves, ghouls, titans and beast people are not very different from that of the humans of Earth and origin, I concluded. Things such as the ears, eyes, nerves and the presence of venom glands are different, but the skeletons, the number of organs and their locations in the body, and the arrangement of muscles is largely the same. It is likely that dark elves are mostly the same as well. The body compositions of heterogeneous races such as draconids and Scylla have many differences, but the humans that were the first to be created in this world, as well as the elf and dwarf races that followed, have almost identical structures to the humans of other worlds. This fact is also very intriguing. The humans of worlds that have enormous differences, such as the absence of magic, are so similar to the people of this world. This cannot be a mere coincidence, I said. Perhaps information, such as the model used for creating humans, transcends the barrier between worlds and is shared by the gods? Or is it simply that it is easy to create humans, or that the worlds themselves have qualities in common that make the human form effective for living in them? You don't hesitate to say things that might be taken as the words of a heretic by some people, do you, Luciliano? Master remarked. But it's true that the humans are mostly the same. Even the upper halves of Scylla are similar to humans. It could just be the result of Rodcorti choosing us humans from Earth because our forms and biology are similar to those of the humans of Lambda, though. I see, there is that possibility as well, I said. It is a reincarnation conducted by the will of a god, after all. And there is also the example set by the world that the Demon King and his army originally existed in. The written legends say that only hideous, evil, cursed creatures existed there. Have you tried asking a god regarding this topic? My master is acquainted with a god. Too, in fact. If he were to ask them directly, we would be able to acquire clues to solve this mystery, but if we go to the deepest part of the dungeon, he'll come out for us, but I'd feel bad making him come out too much, Master said. Marie Vale, on the other hand, doesn't really summon me. She might be the shy type. It seems that things don't really go as we want them to, I said. I was unable to tear off the veil of sacred mysteries in one bound, but the knowledge that Master has shared regarding the correct function of the skeleton, the muscles and the organs is significant to me, both as a mage and as a researcher. The most precious knowledge that I can acquire after having become Master's apprentice is the knowledge regarding undead. Even the knowledge from other worlds is overshadowed by this. I worked as an adventurer while conducting my research, so I considered myself more knowledgeable regarding live undead than those who kept themselves holed up in the archives of the Mages Guild. But the knowledge that I am able to gain by observing the undead at Master's side is of a completely different quality. The undead that come into existence spontaneously in devil's nests, dungeons and old battlefields are, with almost no exceptions, natural enemies to all living creatures. It is impossible to observe them safely. In fact, most observations are dangerously made while battling them. In fact, there is no chance of conversing or interacting with them. The exception would be the undead that I and similar practitioners are able to create, but they are merely corpses with false life bestowed upon them through magic. Though they bear similarities to undead, they are different. There is almost no point in observing them at all. But in the nation of Taylorsheim ruled by Master, the undead are leading lives as citizens in society. There are some with somewhat abnormal speech and conduct, but most of them still possess intelligence and personalities similar to those that they possessed while alive. This is truly a utopia for me. Wait. Borkus said. Did we not agree that there would be no waiting? Do men take back their words? I asked. GRR, men don't take back their words. Take it all. Well then, I will do so without reserve. It is not because I defeated the Sword King Borkus in a game of shogai with money at stake that I feel that this place is a utopia. That was just part of my observations. Incidentally, gambling is only permitted in Talesheim at publicly managed facilities. It seems that in the world of Earth where Master spent his first lifetime, gambling was controlled by those with a firm footing in the underworld, held in shady places that no respectable individuals should approach. It is likely that there is a considerable amount of prejudice in this view. After all, from what I have heard from Master, the country of Japan that he lived in had far better public order than this world. That was why Master felt negatively about the idea of shogai and reversi matches being played at gambling dens with money at stake, but it seems that he changed his mind after Eleonora suggested the establishment of regulated, publicly managed gambling dens and casinos. And it appears that Master does not hate gambling either, though it seems that rather than liking gambling itself, he likes putting on an air of being a rich person. And so, gambling dens and casinos with set limits on the maximum stakes and rates were established. How about one more match? I suggested as I formed a mountain with my chips. But Balkus let out a frustrated groan and declined. I'll pass. Even if I'm just using small change, Gopher will yell at me if I waste any more. I felt admiration for Balkus as he mentioned the name of his only daughter, and as a researcher, I made a note to remember his words and actions. According to the Mages Guild's knowledge regarding the undead, their heads are either as empty as those of beasts or filled with hatred for the living. There is also a chance that they possess the intelligence that they had while alive, but have lost their sanity. It is possible to converse with undead whose memories from while they were alive still remain, such as ghosts. However, even their memories are simply remaining memories that fade with time, leading them to ultimately become the natural enemy of all living creatures like other undead. These are the ideas that are advocated. However, the undead of Talesheim are different. Their intelligence, memories and personalities are preserved in a state similar to when they were alive. None of the important people at the Mages Guild would have imagined this. Undead who enjoy board games, gamble and restrain themselves due to the warnings of their family members. Before I became Master's apprentice, I wouldn't have believed it even if I saw it with my own eyes. Of course, everyone knows that undead are not particularly unintelligent compared to other monsters. There are plenty of records of undead knights who wielded their weapons as masterfully as they had while alive, and undead adventurer parties whose ability to act with sophisticated coordination was still preserved. One could even say that undead capable of casting spells, such as liches and skull mages, are more intelligent than some lowly hoodlums. At the very least, they should possess higher intelligence than goblins and orcs who are only capable of swinging sticks of wood around. However, the world believes that this is due to the remains of their previous lives. But observing the undead of Talesheim, including Balkus, would allow one to quickly learn that they possess high thinking capabilities. But as a researcher and as a mage, I can declare that this perception and experience is harder to obtain than knowledge from other worlds. By the way, have you heard anything about that thing from the kid? Balkus asked. This question pulled me out of my faint emotional, delighted mood and brought me to my senses. What he was pointing at had nothing to do with undead, but even I had my questions about it. Bunny girls, I muttered. The female employees that carry drinks and light meals around, clean up shogai boards, billiards tables and dart boards, and make all kinds of preparations while wearing sensationally bizarre clothing. Master has named them bunny girls. Their shoulders and backs are exposed, and the shapes of their cleavage, if present, and hips are unconcealed. Their cleavage, if present, and hips are unconcealed. They wear tights that Master has made, so their skin isn't exposed, but they cling tightly to their bottoms and legs. Does this not actually make them more indecent? And most bizarre things of all are the hairbands with decorations that look exactly like rabbit ears and decorations that look like rabbit tails, attached just above the bottom. I do not know the details, but it seems that female employees in casinos on Earth, the world where Master once lived, dressed in this way. I said. Are you serious? Earth is a world with only humans, right? It's not like they could have been obsessed with rabbit-type beast people, said Balkus. It seems that even Master does not know why they are rabbits, but there are apparently some regions of Earth that consider rabbits to be a symbol of good fortune, so perhaps that has something to do with it. I suggested. Also, it is likely a form of service to the male customers. I see. Well, they're sexy so I don't hate it, but what happens if we get workers who are beast people other than rabbit type? Balkus asked. He was concerned that it would be unsightly for beast people of other races who already possess their own ears and tails to dress as bunny girls. Who knows? Perhaps they would simply become fox girls, Wolf girls and panther girls, I suggested with a bitter smile. I gave a rather vague answer since I was not particularly interested in this topic, but Balkus seemed to be satisfied with this explanation. A convinced expression appeared on the remaining half of his face. I see. It's true that we don't have to limit ourselves to bunnies like Earth, he said. Not that I think that Earth limits itself to bunnies, either. Incidentally, I spotted Master sitting at a table with a plate reading VIP seat soon after this, so I tried asking him about bunny girls once more, but the answer I received was the exact answer I had expected. I don't know the exact reason or how they originated, but it seems that casinos have bunny girls. Somehow, my master's desires for worldly luxuries, or rather, what seem like worldly luxuries, is so strong that he has gone full circle and become unworldly. I began questioning his sanity when I heard that he had once tried and failed to take a bath in a tub filled with gold nuggets. Even now, he was stacking golden chips into a mountain on the table, surrounded by Zadaris, Bazia and Eleonora, who were serving him in bunny girl suits. By the way, Master, did you win in your gambling? I asked. I was utterly beaten, Master replied, collapsing forward onto the table. It seems that Master is not very good at board games and gambling. Do not ask questions to tease him. I am sure you can tell by looking that the chips in this pile are toys made of fool's gold, said Zadaris. Incidentally, fool's gold is a metal known as false gold, and it produces sparks when two pieces are struck together, so they are sometimes used as flint sparks. That is how worthless the metal is. In other words, Master is just acting. Furthermore, the plate that reads VIP seat is also something that Master created and placed on the table himself. Vandali-sama, I've been thinking this for a long time, but I think you should educate this insolent apprentice of yours, said Eleonora. Luciliano is my advisor as well as my apprentice, so it's perfect that he's a little insolent, Master said. Thankfully, it seemed that he did not intend to follow Eleonora's fearsome suggestion. Spare me. I would certainly not wish to end up like those former fake resistance people, I said. The last time I saw them, Haj and the other fake resistance members had become berserkers who licked their weapons with maddened looks in their eyes. Their jobs are apparently also berserker, making them equivalent to D-class adventurers at least in attack power. I have to question that, too. They probably won't live long at this rate, said Bazdia, whose spectacular chest, latissimus dorsi and feminine legs were barely concealed by her bunny girl suit. It seemed that she thought this would be problematic as well. Master contemplated for a short while before suddenly raising his face to speak. Well then, let's supply them with dependable partners so that they can live long. Partners? I repeated. Did he intend to have them work in pairs? But then, what did he mean by supply? I will provide them with living armors that will act as their partners, not as their instructors, Master said. I see. That would give them high-performance armor as well, so it's killing two birds with one stone, said Bazdia. And even if the enemy were to try to steal them, they would just run away on their own unless they were actually defeated. How wonderful. As expected of you, Master, I said. Could Haj and his companions continue taming undead that have been separated from Master for a long period of time? What happens to undead that are separated from Master for a long period of time? Interested in the results of this experiment, I, like Bazdia, agreed with Master's suggestion. There are certain skills that the Mages Guild considers undead to have none, or very little of. These are creative, artistic and imaginative abilities, and sensitivity to emotion. This has been concluded from the testimonies of adventurers who have fought undead for many years and examining the remains of mages who have become undead, and it is a believable theory to some extent. From deciphering the records of research left behind by mages who turned themselves into undead while they were still alive for the purpose of this research, it is very clear that their creative and imaginative abilities degrade over time. The works said to be created by artists who have become undead are either extensions of works they created while they were alive or mere scribbles. I took this knowledge for granted, but intriguingly, there are undead in Talersheim who engage in this kind of creative work. These include Datara and New Arza, who are undead titans. This does not need to be explained in the case of Datara, who swings his hammer at the forge. But as for New Arza, in addition to being the leader of the Church of Vida, he also carves stone statues of Master and of the gods. The two fields that they are working in are different, but both are undead who perform creative work. I asked them questions regarding the above-mentioned theory, but I received an unexpected answer. That's probably not wrong, said Datara. I think it is correct as well, said New Arza. I had firmly believed that the two of them would reject the commonly accepted theory, but surprisingly, they agreed with it. What in the world makes you feel this way? I asked them. In my eyes, it seems to me that the two of you are conducting work no differently from the living. You see, that's just because you're watching us work from the side. I'm just managing by listening to advice from Tara Jouchen and the other newcomers. According to the blacksmith Daitara, who creates sums using the new materials brought in by Master and the others, he is simply using techniques that he cultivated in the past. It seems that he does not need to use his brain very much. Unlike you, I don't have any education, so I can't say anything for sure. But creative power is, coming up with new ideas, right? I'm bad at that. When things don't go well with the way I've been doing things up until now, I have to consult others, he confessed. Despite being a pale-faced, stubborn-looking old man, he is surprisingly flexible and listens to the suggestions of others. New Arza gave a large nod of agreement. I do not use my head very much while carving statues, either. I am simply carving things as they appear to me. Indeed, the stone statues of Master have not had any glorifications added to them. They resemble him so closely that one would not notice he were there if he were to stand next to them, I said. Master really does blend in with them from time to time. Particularly after he acquired the Demon King's ink sacs, he has been camouflaging himself by covering himself in stone-colored ink, so it is difficult to tell unless one approaches him. I wonder if it is really alright to use a fragment of the Demon King for such a prank. What would a Demon King think if he knew that a part of his own body was being used in this way? I suppose I will have to set aside such idle thoughts. But how do you carve statues of gods that you cannot directly see? I asked. New Arza has even created statues of Fidig, the dragon god of 5 sins, and Marie Vale, the evil god of slime and tentacles, who is now the heroic goddess of the Scylla. Unlike Master, he cannot directly see these gods to create statues of them. He has carved statues of beings that he has never actually seen before. There is no mistake that this is a creative task. Oh no, the Holy Sun has used the Golem transmutation skill to create large models to show me what they looked like. New Arza said. I see. It appeared that I simply needed to carve the statues using these as a reference. It seems that Master, who has met the gods directly, provided a model to work with. Well, until I died, I really was a hard-headed old man, said Daitara. My creative power might have faded more than the youngsters back then. But now, I feel like I'm young again. That is because you have many ghouls like Tara-san helping you in the female working team, isn't it? Luciliano Dono. I only began carving statues after becoming an undead, so I do not think that my answers would be of much use to you, Nuazu added. It seems that the commonly accepted theory cannot be affirmed or refuted just by listening to the views of these two. I must be diligent in gathering more testimonies. Side Story Chapter 14, Luciliano's Report, Lower Section plus Epilogue. I let out a scream of delight at the sheer number of undead that Master recovered from Gabaman. Master, you are the greatest, I exclaimed. You can praise me more, Master said arrogantly, though with no expression on his face. There were countless undead filling the underground workshop beneath the royal castle, so many that even the moment it would take me to look back at Master would have felt like a moment wasted. All of them were the handmade undead created by the pure-breed vampire Gabaman. Fufu, I cannot stop drooling. I will become dehydrated at this rate. I said. It somehow seems to me that the zombies are scared of him, Holy Sun, said New Arza. Luciliano-san is very happy, isn't he? He's like a child who has received a new toy, said Dasa. This is bad, kid. Your mother's eyes are looking crazy, said Borkus. Even New Arza and Borkus's rude words coming from behind me did not reach my ears. First of all, there were the recently made, mass-produced zombie giants and vampire zombies that make up the majority of the undead. These were wonderful. How effective, I murmured. Surgical modifications and processing has been done where needed, but corners have been cut where they should have been. Jayu, is it not a bad thing to cut corners? Asked Bone Man, who was assisting me with inspecting and modifying the undead. It depends on the situation, I replied. This is obvious, but to Gabaman, these were mass-produced products equivalent to cast metal weapons, for instance. The only meaning to them is their numbers. Thus, one must not spend more time on them than necessary. However, it would also be meaningless to cut too many corners and have them be of no use. Over here observe. The zombie at the core of a zombie giant retched as I opened its skull along the stitch marks on its head, exposing its brain. I then pulled out the metal plate separating the left half of the brain from the right side. This metal plate restricts the undead's own will, emotions and thoughts. This is a trick to ensure that the only thing it can perceive clearly are the orders of its master, Gaberman, I explained. But this is no simple feat. This metal plate that bears Hyukaka's holy symbol, in order for it to exhibit its effect, it requires precise surgery to insert it into the correct place at the correct depth within the brain. The fields of medicine and biochemistry are apparently far behind the worlds that Master lived in previously. I was able to immediately understand how Gaberman's surgery works because of the knowledge that Master shared with me regarding how the brain functions. With that said, it seems that even on Earth and in Origin, the brain is not fully understood. It is likely that Gaberman and the other pure-breed vampires either learned the mechanisms behind the brain's function from the champions who were summoned here from another world, or given this knowledge by Hyukaka. The zombies making up the zombie giant groaned as I then cut through their joints and the seams joining the corpses together. But look here, I said, pointing at the exposed muscle and bone. Only the skin and superficial muscles have been sewn together, the deeper muscles remain separate. In this state, the superhuman strength of the subordinate vampires used to create this zombie giant cannot be fully used, and it would lose balance when it moves. However, effectively joining the muscles and skeletons of multiple corpses so that they maintain good balance is almost an impossible task. It is a great undertaking that would take me numerous days. It is likely that Gaberman only needed a single day to complete one of these zombie giants. However, he had lowered the quality of each zombie giant in order to produce many of them within a short period of time. And yet, they are wonderful. They still possess the minimum fighting strength that would be expected given their ranks. In fact, a D-class adventurer party would likely suffer enormous losses while fighting a single one of these zombie giants. This is in great contrast to the undead created by Turnisha, who is now preserved as a headless live dead. Perhaps because she saw undead as works of art, her undead did not have much practicality, fighting strength. The details such as the fine touches added to their skin and her preservation techniques were spectacular to make up for it. However, on the other hand, Gaberman was something like a collector who gathered outstanding weapons rather than works of art. Bone Man muttered. Unfortunately, it seems that he does not understand how wonderful this is. My lord is able to perfect each undead within 10 minutes, he said. Master is an exception, I said. Bone Man was looking at the area where Master's 5 spirit form clones had formed something of an assembly line, briskly adding finishing touches to the undead one by one. Since all of the clones are Master himself, their coordination was immaculate. Not only was he adding finishing touches, but he was also increasing their degree of perfection by using the Demon King's fragments. You must not use the standards set by Master for those other than him, I said. Master himself isn't quite fully aware of this, but he is very much standing on a place where no normal person is able to climb. One's intuition would become crooked if they were to compare Master to others. And so this means that my lord is great, said Bone Man. It is fine as long as you understand that, I said. It is up to those who behold him to decide whether they see Master as a monster or as a genius. Of course, I view him as the latter. Incidentally, Master's main body, though I am unsure if it is accurate to call it this, was busy making adjustments to Taylorsheim's heroes, Zandia and Giina. The two of them were the party members of the Sword King Borkus. Zandia is Princess Livia's younger sister, while Giina was once the leader of the Church of Vida, respected by New Arza. In other words, they are special zombies that those here have emotional attachment to. They are one of the reasons that Master took the effort to hide inside Raymond, teleport to the underground church and kill Gaberman. The two of them let out pitiful groans. It cannot be said that their current status is favorable, even if they are fine in terms of simple fighting strength. Unlike Gaberman's mass-produced products, it seems that he poured all of the techniques that he knew at the time into creating these undead heroes, doing his utmost to achieve functional beauty in them. However, those techniques and his creativity ignored and scraped away at everything other than their fighting strength. I must have changed considerably to see undead with things other than their performance and fighting strength harmed and think that they are in unfavorable states. Just hold out a little longer, Ju-chan, Giina, Borkus muttered. Your Majesty, my sister and Giina-san will get better, won't they? Said Princess Livia. The two of them were watching anxiously as Zandia continued gasping in pain and Giina groaned, breathing strangely. Of course, Master declared. When Master has no confidence in himself, he often states it, so it is likely that the Zandia and Geena will get better. Though the idea of undead getting better is a strange one. Mana is squeezed out from the spirit inhabiting Zandia's body by the tubes, and her staff uses that as the source of its power, allowing her to cast numerous types of magic. A kind of false zombie mage, Master said. Zombies aren't supposed to have a sense of pain, but the fact that she feels pain is likely due to the fact that the spirit feels pain when mana is drawn from it. A mechanism to draw mana from the spirit. This is a technique that does not exist in the underworld. It is likely one of Gubberman's original techniques, I said. I am sure precious materials or drugs have been used to achieve this. As for Geena, it seems that her lungs have been replaced by a device that expends mana to produce a special smoke. With this, the upper half can fly in the air after separating from the lower half, Master continued. Because of this modification, it seems that she can't talk. It probably wasn't really a problem for Gubberman though, since he didn't intend for her to use magic. An unknown magical device, a precious one at that, I said. If they were mass-produced, perhaps creating the blimps and airships that you spoke of would be more than mere dreams, Master? The techniques used by Gubberman are all techniques that would make any ordinary mage wonder why anyone would use such sophisticated techniques on zombies. Even I feel this way to some extent. I understand that they're precious, but they will probably get better if I take all of these out, remove the metal plates buried in their hindbrains and spinal cords, and replace all of their blood that contains the drugs, Master said. So, I'm going to set up a partitioning screen, so please step back, Luciliano. Why? I shouted in response to Master's attempt to shut me out of the process. Because the fair skin, brains and organs of maidens are going to be exposed, Master replied. How can you deny me the chance to witness such a wonderful thing, Master? Surely you understand how valuable it would be to observe the states of the various body parts of those who died 200 years ago. I protested, half screaming, but it seemed that this had the opposite effect to what I intended. Master had his clones line up some partitioning screens that seemed to be for obstructing vision, for an absolutely outrageous reason. I mean, you said before that you have no interest in anything but the undead, Master said. Wait a minute, Master. That isn't what I meant, Jay. Shut up and get over here. Borkus growled, grabbing me by the back of the neck. Luciliano-san, my sister is still unwed. Have some honor, you shameless person. I could do nothing but watch the partitioning screens being set up as I endured Princess Livia and Nuaza's irrational verbal abuse. From my perspective, it seems that you titans of Taylorsheim always walk around half naked, so I think you should cover your skin more before saying things like unwed and shameless. Incidentally, it seems that Gubberman's soul was destroyed around the same time that the surgery and adjustments for the undead heroes was finished. The levels of Vandal's Soulbreaker, Godslayer and surgery skills have increased. All living creatures contain souls. There is no doubting this fact. However, the question of where the soul is contained has been a topic of unending debate between philosophers from time immemorial. Is it in the chest where the heart is, or the head where the brain is? If it is in the heart or the head, does that mean that monsters and members of Veda's races that possess multiple of these organs also possess multiple souls? Or are the souls of monsters and those who share their blood stored elsewhere? This difficult problem that not even spiritualists can answer has caused researchers headaches for a long time. I myself pondered it when I was younger, to the point that I began to develop fevers. And in the end, I never came to a satisfactory answer. I asked Master, only to have him tell me that even in the worlds that he had previously lived in, an answer had not been found. In fact, on Earth, souls had not even been confirmed to exist. How unexpected, for the people of Earth to not have confirmed the existence of souls despite having such an advanced civilization. But the existence of undead had also been unconfirmed on Earth, and the majority of spiritualists there were apparently frauds. With that being the case, perhaps it is not so surprising. Earth is a world that has many places that are easy to live in, far more than this world, but it seems that it is a world that people like Master and myself would find difficult to live in. Leaving that aside, what I came to become interested in was composite undead that contained parts of numerous corpses, but only contained, without a doubt, a single soul. Surprisingly, it seems that in the world of Earth that Master lived in, there is a form of medical treatment where organs from the dead are transplanted into the living. It is a wonderful medical feat that is conducted without fear of any gods, but what interests me is what happens to the patients afterwards, I said. It seems that the patients see the memories and dreams of the organs former owners, learn their habits and begin feeling a desire to eat the food that they liked while they were alive. Even on Earth, this was apparently something considered occult at first, a kind of superstition or rumor, but a little before Master died on Earth, it seems that it was considered a theory with some basis to it. Perhaps because Master had little interest in such topics back then, he only vaguely remembers that there might be places other than the brain where a person's memories are stored. Incidentally, the same phenomenon occurred in origin, with the most strongly advocated theory being that it was caused by the influence of the donor's mana contained within the organs. So, I wanted to hear from you composite undead, and you too, as you are the only two living beings in Lambda who have received transplants, I said, finishing my long prefacing statement while being held upside down. Eleonora and Belmond looked at me with suspicious expressions. The moment I hear you tell stories about Vandali-sama, I feel suspicious, said Eleonora. Is it not simply idle gossip? Said Belmond. It seems that the two of them have never experienced such a phenomenon. Dreams? Food? Eat. No proper conversation developed between me and Repisage or Yamata, who had coiled her neck around me. Perhaps I should have asked poor Venaju or Master to translate for me. The investigation of whether this phenomenon of earth and origin occurs in this world is a matter of extreme importance. This world, and the foreign worlds of earth and origin. If this phenomenon occurs in all three of the worlds, then perhaps there are other phenomena that the worlds have in common. Not that there is something that I would immediately want to test at this point in time even if I were to confirm this fact. Frankly, I am not interested enough in this earth that apparently has no undead to feel a desire to research it. Though I do believe that its cuisine is wonderful. However, I do think that this should be confirmed if possible, as I may think of something to investigate in the future. In Yamata's case, it is not a portion of her organs that have been transplanted, but the upper bodies of women, including their brains, transplanted onto each of her necks. Is she not perfect for investigating the theory that memories are recorded in places other than the brain? In any case, Eleonora and Belmond became cooperative once I explained the goal behind this investigation. Repisage and Yamata's attitudes did not change significantly, however. But Eleonora didn't seem to have any ideas. Sorry, but I don't really feel anything, she said. But maybe the effect on me is small, since only my scarred skin and the organs beneath it have been replaced. I've come to enjoy blood more than before, but that might be because I've become an abyssal vampire. I turned my gaze towards Belmond, who has had a considerably larger portion of her body replaced through transplantation, but she shook her head. I do not believe I have acquired any of Tanisha's memories or preferences, either, she said. However, I have had dreams where I am jumping between the branches of trees in a forest, but I cannot tell whether these are memories of the original owner of this tale, or whether they are memories from my own early childhood. Belmond's transplanted tale is that of a monkey-like monster. As this monster is extremely rare, nobody in Talersheim knew what it was called, but it was apparently an agile monster with a long tail. But Belmond was born as a forest monkey-type beast person. Since 10,000 years have passed, she apparently does not remember her childhood very well, but she apparently lived in a forest before she was expelled from the village she was born in. There is no telling where these dreams originated from. I see. I may ask the same question at a later time, so please cooperate with me when that time comes, I said. Have you remembered something, perhaps? I asked. Perhaps? I asked Repisage and Yamata, who were looking this way. My hopes had been raised only a little, and this turned out to be appropriate for the answer they gave me. Rappi, eat, meat, insects, grass, raw. I see. Repisage seemed to be trying to say that her tastes have changed since she was alive. Repisage is a combination of the party members of the A-class adventurer, the Divine Spear of Ice Mikhail, who lived 100 years ago. She has the head of a female warrior, the torso of a female mage, and her arms and legs from the elbows and knees down have been replaced by those of an ogre that the party had tamed. The horns of a dragon-type monster called a Trawn have been used for her skeleton, and she possesses the wings of a pterosaur as well as the tail of a snake with a cemetery bee's stinger at the end. Thus, she is asking whether the fact that she eats raw meat, insects and grass might be the phenomenon that I have described, but that is because you are an undead, a zombie, I said. It is thought that undead, especially zombies, eat only meat, but surprisingly, they also eat plants when no other food is available. It is just that they are so ferocious that they prioritize attacking any moving object that is in front of them. eat fish, meat, people. When I eat them, I chew and break them. It seems that Yamata's consciousness has been taken over by 9 beautiful women's upper bodies that have been attached to her, but her base core is a hydra. Thus, any non-hydra-like behaviors that she displays must be the influence of those parts that have been transplanted. Talking and singing like this is certainly non-hydra-like behavior, but since they are behaviors that have been taught to her by Turnisha, they must not be taken into account. It is true that hydras swallow things whole when they feed, but I am not particularly knowledgeable about hydras, so what should I make of this? I wondered. How about having her let go of you first? Belmont suggested. The color of your face is pretty amazing right now, said Eleonora. I suppose I will not come to a conclusion anytime soon. More inquiry and investigation are required. At this rate, my lifespan may not be long enough. I am attracted to the idea of becoming an undead, but I would like to avoid any damage to my memory and thinking capabilities in doing so. I suppose I shall consider becoming a vampire. There is also the option of having Master cast youth transformation on me, but Master will discover my weaknesses and there will be no undoing that, so I wish to avoid this if possible. Apparently there is not a single person who has overcome the pleasant and unpleasant sensations felt during the youth transformation process. A king passed away. He was a great king, praised by everyone. During times of war, he had taken up his own sword and defeated more enemies than anyone else, reducing soldier casualties and protecting the people. During times of peace, he had behaved nobly and properly wherever possible to set an example for the people, and he had never allowed the people or soldiers to starve. He had never been arrogant when interacting with allied nations that he had formed pacts with, and he had been loved by everyone. However, even this great king had made a mistake. He had died before fully settling the matter of who would succeed him. The king had 2 sons. His eldest son was a prodigy who had inherited his qualities. It was expected that if he were to succeed the throne, he would lead the empire just as the king had done. The second son possessed exceptional military prowess, but was a problematic child whose most notable features were his violence and quick temper. However, when the king passed away, there were some who advocated that the second son should become the next king. On the day that marked a month since the king's passing, the 2 brothers confronted each other with their subordinates at their sides, clad in armor, weapons in hand. Younger brother, do you really wish to become king, even if it would mean dividing the empire and doing battle with your own older brother, your own flesh and blood? The older brother asked. There are those who would become outcasts if you were to become king, just like me, and you, the younger brother replied. The elder brother reprimanded the younger one. Why do you not think of the people before your own fame? Such an individual does not deserve to become king, he said. The younger brother ridiculed the older brother. The people? Don't you mean livestock? Becoming food for us will be their happiness. The older brother suppressed his anger as he continued trying to persuade the younger brother. Do you think that this selfishness will be forgiven? This will not be accepted by our allied nations, or, more importantly, the gods. The younger brother responded with contempt. This is why Chichi you and you are no good, and you. No matter what you do, it's always about the people, the allied nations and the gods. Nothing else. I, on the other hand, would be able to turn everyone in the allied nations into our slaves. And we have a new god. The older brother's subordinates began murmuring amongst themselves at the younger brother's mention of a new god, but the older brother held up a hand to silence them. And then he drew his sword from its sheath and made a declaration to the younger brother. In that case, I no longer consider you my brother. The younger brother pointed the blade of a scythe at his older brother. That's the best news you could have given me. I'll kill you without holding back. The noble orc brothers prayed to the gods, aiming for each other's necks. And so began the civil war that divided the noble orc empire in 2. V5 Character Summary Page. Vandali, Damper, Dark Elf, 8 years old, male. The main character of this story. Plus interview with an evil god. Scylla. A race born when Veda, the goddess of love and life, mated with a monster, in truth, with Marie Vale, the evil god of slime and tentacles. They are a unisexual race of only women, who possess the upper bodies of beautiful women and lower bodies with 8 tentacles resembling those of octopuses. Their upper bodies often look like those of humans with green-colored hair and eyes, but depending on their parents, there are cases where they resemble elves, dwarves, dark elves or beast people. In addition, if they possess Titan blood, their lower bodies become more enormous as well as their upper bodies. But no matter what race their father is, they are always beautiful. In most cases, their lower bodies have 8 tentacles like octopuses, but there are occasional cases where they have 9 or more tentacles. Also, legends say that the Scylla of the past had the heads of beasts such as wolves, snakes and dragons on the ends of their tentacles, but this has not been observed in the present day. It is currently theorized that Bellwood and the other champions exterminated all of them mutant Scylla that existed back then, or that this is simply a fabrication by those who wanted to portray Scylla as an evil race. Perhaps due to the monster that is one of the Scylla race's parents, many Scylla possess affinities for the water and earth attributes, and there are also many who possess an affinity for the life attribute as well. Because they possess the water adaptation, night vision and superhuman strength skills from birth, contrary to what their beautiful appearances may suggest, they are capable of becoming powerful warriors and mages. Also, many Scylla acquire the ink secretion and enhanced physical ability, lower body half, skills while spitting ink and using their lower bodies. The roots of the lower body's tentacles contain their own subbrains, allowing separate action from the upper body. Therefore, a high portion of Scylla individuals possess the parallel thought processing skill compared to other races. Incidentally, if the tentacles of the lower body are severed, as long as the Scylla receives good nutrition, they will regrow. Their lifespans are as long as 400 years, they grow at the same rate as humans up until their mid-teenage years, and after that, there are individual differences in aging, but upon reaching a certain age, their aging stops entirely. Scylla individuals are acknowledged as adults once they reach this point. They have bright, cheerful personalities, but they often hold grudges if angered once. Although they are a unisexual, female-only race, they do not really have a female supremacist view. But since many believe that men are those who should be protected, it may feel like they hold such a view. Scylla themselves would say that this is simply how roles are divided. There are no Scylla who have registered as adventurers in the Barngaya continent, but when they do become adventurers, they have flexible qualities that make them suited for fighting both on the front lines and from the back. However, it is said that they are not well suited for being scouts. This is due to the fact that while they are able to perform well in open air and inside dungeons that mimic open areas, the size of their lower bodies become an obstacle in confined human cities and dungeons that mimic ruins. However, in aquatic environments, they are likely the most powerful allies one can have after merpeople. Many ordinary Scylla become hunters, fishermen or farmers, and there are also many who are exceptional at dancing and singing as a part of their religion. There are some craftsmen who make dyed fabrics with special dyes created by mixing the ink they secrete with materials such as plants, but the ones who actually do the work are often the husbands and sons of the Scylla. Scylla are born with the qualities of a rank 3 monster, and they are strong enough that new adventurers cannot face them on flat ground. Even ordinary hunters and fishermen are hard to hold down with several average soldiers. They often build villages in marshlands, lakes and coastal areas. Small villages may be comprised of a single family, but the largest groups of Scylla are the 5 large villages, each with 1,000 Scylla, located in the Sauron Duchy, currently occupied by the Amid Empire, in the Barngaya continent. But what they all have in common is that they do not completely distance themselves from other races, they build their villages relatively close to other races. This is because the Scylla are a unisexual race, so men of other races are required for reproduction. However, they have long been persecuted as targets for extermination by nations and groups of people who are strongly influenced by the Church of Elder, so it is said that they have never formed a nation like the humans. They were once feared for having an insatiable craving for human males, but this is not the case. They eat marine products, meat, vegetables, fruit and even grains. The Scylla that live in their own territory in the Sauron Duchy in particular have been cultivating rice for tens of thousands of years, and it is even said that their farming technology has surpassed that of humans. They mainly worship Vida, her subordinate gods, and Marie Vale, who is said to have become the heroic goddess of the Scylla. There aren't any races that treat them as an enemy as a whole, but they are very wary of believers of Alder, the god of law and fate, as they have a long history of being persecuted by these believers. Their view on love is typical of Veda's races. They marry particular husbands, but their relationship is then cut off about 10 years after their child is born. They cooperate while their child is still small, but after 10 years, the child grows to some extent and no longer needs so much care, so there is no problem in the parents separating after that. Of course, most married couples have feelings for each other even after 10 years pass, and it is more common for couples to continue their married relationship after that. Also, although it is called marriage, it is common for a single husband to be surrounded by multiple Sila, and for a single Sila to serve multiple husbands. Though its origin is unknown, the Sila have a peculiar marriage proposal ceremony where they make a courting display by dancing and singing with their upper bodies visible above water, and the marriage proposal is established when the man accepts by approaching the Sila and calls out to her or embraces her. Misunderstandings can easily arise from this marriage proposal ceremony. Many men mistake the singing, dancing Sila for drowning human women and try to save them, and this ceremony was often seen as the Sila pretending to be drowning women and trying to make the men that try to rescue them drown. The ceremony has become disused in the present day. It is now only performed by shrine maidens during religious ceremonies or by old-fashioned couples. Sila are fertile, and lay around 3 eggs on average in a single hatching. The eggs hatch after about a year, giving birth to new children. The world that the demon king Ujuranes and his army came from. The demon king Ujuranes and the evil gods that were his subordinates appeared in Lambda during the Age of the Gods, but almost nothing is known all about the world in which they originally existed. This is because the demon king's army is comprised of monsters created by the demon king himself and his evil gods, so there is no way of learning this information without interviewing one of the evil gods. Also, perhaps the demon king and his evil gods didn't leave records in books or stone tablets, or perhaps they simply didn't possess the concept of leaving information behind in such ways. There are almost no documents that could be referred to. Documents detailing the things that the champions saw and heard in the midst of battle and the items left behind by the demon king and his subordinates after they arrived in this world make up the few research materials that are available. It is said that there is a detailed document of words exchanged between evil gods and their high-ranking subordinates, directly heard by Zakat, the champion of the goddess of life and love Vida, Solda, the champion of the goddess of water and knowledge Peria, Ark, the champion of the genie of time and magic Ricalant, and Hilwillow, the champion of Botan, mother of the earth and goddess of craftsmanship. However, it is unknown as to whether this document actually exists. The information detailed below is a collection of the information that has been announced to date, considered to be from highly credible sources. The name of the Demon King's world, unknown. The Demon King Ujuranes and his evil gods referred to it using the words, the world we were originally in. From this fact, it is thought that this world had no designated name. At the same time, it has been deduced that the Demon King and his subordinates' journey to our world, Lambda, is the only time they crossed to another world. If they had been to multiple other worlds, they would have likely given their own world an individual name. But if they didn't know of the existence of any other worlds, it would have been fine for them to simply refer to their world as the world. The Demon King's world. There is no information whatsoever regarding the Demon King's world itself in terms of geography, climate, wildlife, history or nations. Due to this fact, it is thought that the Demon King and his evil gods did not possess a culture of passing information from generation to generation through written text or word of mouth. However, it is not entirely shrouded in mystery. It is possible to make conjectures as to what kind of world it was from the forms of the Demon King and his evil gods, as well as the monsters that they created. It is thought that their world had harsh environments that cannot be compared to this one, and though many monsters lived on their own, those of the same race likely formed groups in a world of carnage where all living things fought a fierce struggle for existence. The gods of the Demon King's world. The identity of the one responsible for the creation of the Demon King's world is unknown. But considering the state of that world's gods, it is very different from this world. The gods of the Demon King's world are superior beings with strength that allows them to transcend regular living creatures. Once one became strong in the Demon King's world, they reached the state of being called a god, and all beings who had reached such a state were known as gods. It wasn't that they became gods because many worshipped them, it was because they became gods that they created followers who worshipped them. The being who was most powerful among them were known as the Demon King, and it is thought that the Demon King Ujuranes defeated the previous Demon King to become the Demon King. The creatures of the Demon King's world. The natures of the creatures of the Demon King's world can be guessed from the monsters that the Demon King and his subordinates have created. It has been recorded that the monsters created by the Demon King's army in the early years of their arrival in Lambda were vastly different from the creatures that already existed in this world. However, it is also recorded that because they were too different, they couldn't adapt to this world and went extinct within a short period of time. According to these records, there was no coherence to these creatures, such as dragons, snakes and crocodiles with scales, creatures with tentacles or made entirely of tentacles, beasts with multiple heads and over 5 limbs, on with only a single limb. It is said that many of these creatures had sinister appearances that would cause us to feel revulsion and fear towards them. All of this information is nothing more than a collection of records of rumors and conjectures. However, seeing the statues worshipped by the believers of the evil gods that are squirming in the darkness in the present day, as well as the form of the few surviving early-age monsters, this information seems credible. But the lifestyles, culture and values held by the creatures of the Demon King's world can be deduced in detail from the lifestyles of monsters. This is because new subspecies and new races of monsters formed after the champions defeated the Demon King, but the lifestyles and culture of monsters have remained almost unchanged. Does it not seem likely that in the Demon King's world, creatures gathered knowledge and trained their skills on an individual basis, with no culture of passing on information to the next generation or creating tools? As proof of this, some monster races form groups and some even form primitive villages, but in general, the passing of knowledge and skills from parent to child is poor. It is easy to understand if one takes goblins and orcs as an example. They create the next generation by producing many offspring, and the superior individuals among them independently observe and steal knowledge and skills from adults in the group in order to learn. Incidents of individuals with dispositions to become mages being taken as apprentices have been reported at the Adventurers Guild, but these are rare cases. Their creation of tools is even poorer. Many individuals simply swing appropriately sized tree branches as clubs, and these monsters largely rely on plundering equipment from their victims. There are some individuals who create spears, bows and arrows, but the majority of them only use these for themselves or offer them to their superiors. They do not distribute them to the entire group or teach other individuals the process of creating these weapons. Monsters such as lizardmen and noble orcs, which are considered to be more intelligent, train their children and distribute equipment among their entire groups, but considering monsters as a whole, these races are in the minority. Considering these facts, it is thought that the creatures of the Demon King's world did not possess the culture, the concept of using tools, and they used what they were capable of with their bodies and the magic that they had mastered in order to deal with all situations. Also, it is thought that they did not possess the ability to farm, and instead depended on hunting and gathering, living lifestyles similar to beasts. However, it is said that they might have bred members of inferior races as livestock and used them for manual labor or as a source of food as necessary. Vandali closed the old book and asked Fidig, the dragon god of 5 sins, a question. That's what it says in this book, but how much of it is true? It is largely factual. But to be discussing us for tens of thousands of years, humans are really interested in us, ain't they? Fidig, who had slumbered for tens of thousands of years after the war between Vida and Alda and awoken to find himself separated and isolated from human society by the boundary mountain range, was exasperated by the curiosity of humans. However, it wasn't a bad thing that humans had an interest in these matters. Their feelings of awe were similar to worship, too, though no matter how much the Demon King's army of the past was feared, it meant nothing to him as no records of Fidig's existence remained in historical records. I was also a member of a race known as Dot. In this world, I believe they are called experience points. Well, I ate a lot of them and became a god. Ah, you can't make it out, can you? It doesn't exist in this world's words, so pardon me. Those were hard times, Fidig thought with a distant look in his eyes. And that's how I began calling myself the dragon god of 5 sins. Incidentally, there are evil gods with similar names, and it means that they were originally of similar races. Maybe like a cheetah or tiger? They might be completely different, but in that world, those kinds of differences are nothing at all. The gods of the Demon King's world didn't need to gather believers and propagate their religion in the normal sense. The members of the race that they originated from would simply become their believers. If there weren't any, they simply needed to create some, and if there were any inconveniences arising from two gods having similar names, they would simply kill one another. This was why, although Vandali was unaware of it, gods with similar names came to exist, such as the evil god of the magic tome and the evil god of foreign writings. DLN, they are more similar in Japanese than in English, they share a kanji. Well, it was a real shock when we came to this world. Most of the creatures here only have one head, and there are almost none with tentacles. Ah, but there were quite a lot with scales, so I still felt alright. The tentacle gods like Marie Vale-san were really surprised. Fidig's heads all expressed the surprise he felt when he first came to Lambda. It seemed that from his point of view, Lambda was the more bizarre world. If that's how you felt, why did you accept Zakat's proposal? Vandali asked. I know that you didn't like the Demon King, but from your perspective, it must have seemed like a suspicious proposal made by an unfamiliar creature. Despite everything, Fidig and others had accepted Zakat's proposal and joined Lambda's side. Hearing this story, Vandali had to question what made them want to even begin communicating in the first place. Had Zakat possessed some kind of special negotiation technique? Ah, that was good timing. Bellwood and the others had come out, and although the Demon King's army was in the superior position overall, the small-scale defeats were occurring more frequently. Also, the monsters we'd created had started stealing arms from the humans and using them for themselves. It was a time where we saw this world in a different light. I ordered the lizardmen to use the arms created by humans as a reference to make their own, too. And so, one of the champions had come to meet them for something other than battle, and because this was an unusual event, they heard him out and found his offer attractive. It wasn't clear whether it was mere coincidence or whether Zakat had chosen the right timing, but if it was the latter, then perhaps Zakat had been one with an eye for strategy. By the way, from our point of view, it is strange that you didn't make tools. Why didn't you make tools while you were in the Demon King's world? Vandali asked. From the perspective of Vandali, who had learned in school the process by which civilization had developed on Earth, it was quite strange that intelligent life would have a culture without tools. But Fidig's response to this was quite easy to understand. We were also asked this by Solder and Arkansas. Our world had materials such as trees and rocks as well, but those materials are far weaker than the skin or fangs of anyone with a bit of strength, so we didn't need to use them. We had magic, too. It seemed that special metals that existed in Lambda, such as mithril, adamantite and orichalcum, hadn't existed in the world the Demon King had come from. In reality, it might have existed, but in order to discover and make use of it, the technology to mine and refine ores would need to exist, and it was unlikely that anyone had had the time to develop this technology. Creatures that had no need for stone tools wouldn't suddenly develop the technology to refine and process copper and iron. That's how it was, so the situation was that only weak, inferior creatures used tools. Because of this, using tools was proof of being livestock to be used as food for superior beings. There were races that made tools, though they were weak. But the Demon King decided to leave behind everyone that wasn't a god, so he didn't bring them here. And that's why we looked down on the humans of this world, who used arms to fight. But then we were divided into those who were defeated by the champions and those like me who changed our way of thinking. It seemed that the Demon King's army had also learned from experience after coming to Lambda, but few of them had changed their sense of values. Well, no matter what, monsters' technology will never catch up to the technology of humans. Even among us gods, the ones who used weapons and armor were in the minority. Humans can't be underestimated, after all. I've come to see the Demon King's army in a new light, said Vandali. According to Fidig, most of the gods who had zealously made their monsters create tools had accepted Zakat's proposal and changed sides like he had. Fidig was the creator of the lizardmen. They had been stolen away at some point by Luvsful, the raging evil dragon god, but the lizardmen created by Fidig in the marshlands created and used arms that were not inferior even to those used by human soldiers. And Marie Vale, one of the parents of the Scylla, had made them develop advanced farming technology. If Zakat hadn't made Fidig and the others change sides, this world might have been defeated by the Demon King, Vandali thought. Chapter 119, The Man Who Sends the King Flying. Volume 6, Reincarnator Uprising. A lone young man stood on the dry ground, completely still, holding a spear. There was nobody in his surroundings, and he was isolated from the outside world by 50-meter-tall walls in all directions. This place was just like an arena. I've committed countless crimes, apparently. The young man recalled his somewhat hazy memories. At first, he'd simply wanted to eat until his stomach was satisfied. For that reason, he had headed for the Adventurers Guild with a spear in his hand. He gained knowledge as an adventurer while cleaning the town and carrying luggage for his adventurer senpais. He learned the basics of using a spear from one of the kind adventurer senpais. When he accepted his first extermination request, the weapon in his hand was a cheap, worn-out spear passed on to him by that adventurer senpai. Though this wasn't an unusual story for an adventurer, the first person he killed was a bandit. This occurred during the extermination request that he had accepted as his D-class promotion examination. He remained calm up to the point he thrust his spear into a gap in the bandit's tattered leather armor, ending his life. But before he knew it, he was crouched over the ground, throwing up. He and the other adventurers who were taking the examination with him comforted each other, and they decided to form a party. He had the feeling that time had gone by quickly after that. He was certain that he'd struggled with requests to exterminate orcs and lizardmen, but before he'd known it, he'd been exterminating wyverns and ghoul barbarians, and even become able to slay a goblin king. His spear was replaced by a magic item at some point, and that one was replaced by one with a mithril tip. He became an A-class adventurer, slaying high-rank dragons, vampires, the chief of a centaur tribe who called themselves a resistance and laid waste to the nation, and Amamiya queen who had been worshipping an evil god in the depths of a devil's nest. Perhaps it was around then that he took up the legendary class artifact, Ice Age, and became known by the title, Divine Spear of Ice. Back then, had I stopped being an adventurer? I get the feeling that carrying out justice as a disciple of Alder, the god of law and fate, and Yipion, the god of ice, had become my objective. And then he participated in the fierce battle between his homeland, the Mage Shield Nation, and Talersheim. He defeated the titans standing in his way, one after another. He severed their arms, and when they had no arms left, he thrust his spear into their necks. Whether those standing before him were boys that were no more than children, the wrinkled elderly or women, he slew them indiscriminately. And then he parted ways with his companions and barged into the royal castle, and while he was searching for the underground area where the evil magical apparatus created by the deranged goddess Vida had been sealed. "Yo, it's been a while," said a deep voice that sounded like boulders being mashed together, bringing the young man Mikhail back to reality. In his field of vision, there was a titan whose face he had no memory of. It was a particularly large titan man, and half of his face was comprised only of bone. "It's been a while? Who is this?" Mikhail couldn't remember. Since the titan had said, "It's been a while," they had likely met before. Mikhail was probably the one who had killed him. But he couldn't remember. However, Mikhail's body began moving to fulfill the role that it had been given, leaving his consciousness behind. "Please prepare yourself. The training will begin," Mikhail said. A sturdy obsidian spear and a sturdy suit of obsidian armor. The armor had been directly attached to Mikhail's body and fastened with rivets, replacing his skin. Compared to the equipment he had worn while alive, it was much more difficult to move in, and it was also less sturdy. The only thing this equipment surpassed his old equipment in was the weight. This was the equipment that Vandali had given Mikhail, thinking that this was more than enough equipment for a practice dummy. "Has it been more than a month since you were put here? During that time, I've spent quite some time telling the kid what I think. Though I don't think you have any." I went on and on about a warrior's pride, and about how showing contempt for my enemy like this would only cast doubts on my tolerance. Troublesome, tedious things that were quite unlike me to say, the man said as he released an enormous black sword from its sheath. Though both weapons were black, Mikhail knew that this sword was on a completely different level from the spear that he was holding. "It is made of a fragment of the Demon King, just like the pieces of flesh that are embedded in my body." Vandali had buried numerous fingertip-sized pieces of the Demon King's carapace inside Mikhail's body. While Mikhail was alive, he had been a devout believer of Alder and wielded an artifact that contained Jupion's spirit clone. The pieces of the Demon King's carapace were there to explode inside and destroy Mikhail's soul in the event these gods tried something or something caused Mikhail to regain his sanity. Vandali had taken the effort to tear up Mikhail's flesh, turn him into an undead and fill him with the carapace. I suppose the fact that this man is holding a weapon made of that fragment means that he is trusted by that person. Mikhail's mind was filled with feelings of envy towards the man and despair at the fact that he wasn't the one standing where the man was standing. But it seemed that the man's mind was filled with something else. Most of the people of the city have been revived, they're enjoying themselves, drinking, eating fish with mayonnaise on it, playing shogai and reversi. That new Asa kid is happily making stone statues. I was able to meet my orphan child, Gopher, and my grandchildren, too. Lavia-sama, and more recently, Jiina and Zandia Joujin have come back as well, the man said, thrusting his enormous sword into the ground. And then he took up an obsidian training sword instead. It was about the same size as the other sword, but it was nothing more than a bladeless, sturdy lump of metal in the shape of a sword. However, the hatred being released by the man was real. "You're pitiful compared to them," the man growled. "You truly have nothing ahead of you. Even my feelings of hatred for you would disappear. That's what I mistakenly thought. Being completely bathed in the man's anger, something pulled at Mikhail's memory. Giena and Zandia, these are names that I've heard numerous times. Ah, that's right, they were the ones taken by the vampires after death, just like Mikhail had been. The memory was faint, but he remembered it. The Titan woman and girl whose resolves had remained steadfast despite their anger and sorrow over the defeat of their companions. Then this man is the one I defeated first back then. If I hadn't been killed by you, I'd never have met the kid and the others. But because you guys attacked us, everyone suffered for 200 years. It's my fault for being defeated. It's our fault. I'm not going to deny that. That's why I'm only going to knock you down once. With a beast-like roar, the man Borkus charged forward. He's fast. The training will begin, Mikhail declared to Borkus in a mechanical voice as he broke into a run, unable to express his discomposure. The speed and fluidity of his movement was astonishing for a zombie. But Borkus's movement was faster, and he possessed vigor and power. Mikhail deflected the first blow with his spear, and as he tried to unleash a counterattack, the sword that he had deflected returned to repel his spear in return. So, he has become far stronger than back then? Both weapons were mere training weapons, with their sturdiness being their only notable quality. No magic items or martial skills were used. And so, Borkus and Mikhail's strength competed against each other. Borkus, who had grown stronger than when he was alive, and Mikhail, who had grown weaker than when he was alive. And most importantly, their mental conditions were different. Gradually, Mikhail's spear became unable to deal with Borkus's attacks, and the openings for Mikhail to attack disappeared. The sword started grazing him, and Mikhail's armor and ears were pulled and torn into pieces. After the 100th blow, Mikhail's spear shattered, and Mikhail himself flew through the air like a broken mannequin and crashed uselessly into the ground. Spectacular. If martial skills were used and it turned into a good, real battle, it would have been settled more quickly, Mikhail thought as he gazed helplessly at the sky, not a single unbroken bone left in his body. What would his rank be now? I am rank 10, so he must be greater than that. Mikhail wanted to see Borkus one more time, but he heard a voice saying, "Tch, I'm out." It seemed that this wish wouldn't be granted. Mikhail's consciousness vanished. And then he suddenly awoke. My restoration is complete. After having been completely destroyed, Mikhail's corpse returned to normal and was revived as a zombie as it had done countless times before. Vandali had adjusted Mikhail to be an undead for training use. When he was destroyed, the magic item installed in the training grounds would drag his spirit back and automatically revive him as a zombie. The wounds in his flesh and the deformations in his armor was repaired and he returned to normal. And then he would be used for training until he broke again. This was the most effective way to make use of Mikhail that Vandali had been able to think of. Vandali had no intention of letting Mikhail, a sworn enemy of Talersheim, join his allies, and couldn't do so even if he wanted to. However, although Mikhail was unable to display his true ability due to Giberman's adjustments, he was rank 10, so he was valuable. Thus, he would be used for training and as a source of experience points. He would likely become unusable after several dozen or several hundred uses, but if his soul was destroyed once this happened, no miracle would allow him to be sent to Elder. I was simply born in a nation that treated the persecution of Veda's races as justice, believed in a god who treated it as justice, lived as an adventurer in that nation and fought as a hero. It's just that this is a sin in the eyes of that person. This was only natural since Vandali, the one Mikhail called that person, was the holy son of Veda. Mikhail would not even be given an opportunity to atone. Then I shall at least fulfill my role as a training dummy until the end. If my wish of fighting for that person cannot be granted, then I shall become nourishment for those who fight for him. Either way, I am already unable to do anything else. Borkus had already left the training grounds, only the mark in the ground where he had thrust his sword into it remained. However, the next person would come for training soon. Mikhail would fight that person, and if he won, the match would end there, and if he lost and was destroyed, he would enter a momentary slumber. That process would repeat itself over and over, until the moment his soul was broken. There was a low groan. The next opponent had come. Mikhail raised his spear. Please prepare yourself. The training will begin. Mikhail felt a sense of déjà vu at the sight of this grotesque female zombie that he had never seen before. Bijin. Before Mikhail could figure out the identity of the female zombie rapisage, The patchwork zombie made by sewing together Mikhail's former companions, curled her enormous fists and charged towards him. Iris Bearheart, the leader of the resistance organization known as the Sauron Liberation Front, made a declaration to her companions who had gathered before her. The detached force led by Debus should be headed for the distant third base about now. The other units are retreating, too. In other words, we cannot expect reinforcements. We will be making an isolated struggle here with this mountainous area as our camp. Isolated struggle here with this mountainous area as our camping grounds. This was bad news, but her companions waited for her next words without showing any signs of agitation. According to our spies that have infiltrated the enemy army, the extermination force that has been dispatched outnumber us 5 to 1. Right now, they are likely split into 3 directions and are closing in on us while destroying any path we could possibly take to escape. The situation was not just bad, it was downright hopeless. Iris's companions, the former fake resistance members, Mage and his group, showed unrest for the first time. No way, in other words, they've fallen into our trap. So many prey, it's just like training in the dungeons. It's our first time fighting people, isn't it? I wonder how it will feel. You foo-foo. Iris looked at Mage and the others, who simply looked like a group of evil berserkers, and gave a bitter smile as she reminded them of something. I'm happy you're so full of fighting spirit, but don't kill the ones who have surrendered, she said. I want information, after all. But leader, if they're too weak, a man began. I've said before that those who disobey orders will have their pay reduced, Iris said firmly. The man hastily fell silent. It seemed that even the berserkers preferred the scent of spices, which was more fragrant than that of blood. Liberating Princess Knight of the Sauron Liberation Front. We have you surrounded. Make an honorable surrender. If you yield, I will guarantee your safety. The order to surrender from the extermination force, who had apparently completed their encirclement, echoed out. The voice was likely being amplified by wind attribute magic or a magic item. Iris and her companions couldn't hold back their laughter. They say they guarantee our safety. What do you think? Let's see, I suppose we'll all be gathered in one place and hanged together? After they question and torture leader and then have her raped by the soldiers for days, they'll drag her around the town and execute her publicly, won't they? No, isn't this the pattern of events where they treat you like a plaything but let you live? Don't be foolish. There's no way they'll be that soft. That might happen if she were the princess of a nation or the wife or daughter of an important noble family, but leader isn't anything like that. You're right. I agree, said Iris, the corners of her mouth rising as she considered the pessimistic predictions of Mage and his group. Well then, we will commence battle as planned. Mage and his group immediately scattered and ran into position. Iris drew her beloved sword and began running as well. I am leaving, father. Iris. The extermination force had no doubt that they would be victorious. The Sauron Liberation Front had absorbed the resistance members left behind by Raymond Paris, the deceased leader of the reborn Sauron Duchy army, and they had been more active in conducting anti-government movements. However, the core members of the reborn Sauron Duchy army had all previously been exterminated by Marduk, the leader of the resistance extermination force. All of the former knights had been annihilated, and only those with poor fighting abilities had joined the Sauron Liberation Front. And thanks to the reformed extermination force, the liberating Princess Knight was now isolated and helpless, along with only a few troops. They were outnumbered 5 to 1, she was like a cornered rat. But sometimes, the rat bites the cat. Don't let your guard down, the knight in command warned his subordinates, but soon reconsidered, thinking that this was an overestimation of their enemy. This was because the resistance members had come out towards his subordinates who were encircling them. Their movements were strangely quick despite them being completely clad in metal armor, but what was there to fear about heavy infantrymen who were coming to attack of their own will, one by one? Commander, it seems that they have become desperate, said the commander's aide. The commander internally agreed with the aide's words, but he gave orders in a strict voice so that his subordinates wouldn't lose their focus. Don't let your guard down. This might be a ploy to use themselves as bait for the Princess Knight to escape. Shield bearers at the front, slow the enemy down. Archers and mages, finish them off. This extermination force that had been reformed by the Empire's army possessed a high level of training and quality equipment. The shield bearers carried out their orders and thrust their shields out towards the resistance members, Mage and his group, as they closed in. Stone wall. Stone form. Provocation. They activated 3 consecutive martial skills of shield technique and armor technique. Their defensive power grew twofold, and forcibly drew their enemies' attention towards them. Behind them, the archers were aiming at the gaps in their target's armor, and the mages were reciting incantations. Within the next 10 seconds, the resistance members that were letting out rousing war cries would be falling, one by one. "Let's go, partner." "Precipice!" shouted one of the resistance members. "You The rest of them roared. That expectation was shattered when a shield bearer received a single halberd attack from one of the resistance members. It's heavy. Gwira. The shield bearer's shield was split and his armor couldn't withstand the attack. He fell back with blood spurting from his arm. Without a moment's delay, one of the troops behind him stepped forward to take his place and fill the gap. But the new soldier's head was filled with astonishment. Impossible. If the martial skill of the same quality is used by 2 people with the same skill level, the defensive one is supposed to come out ahead. This was common knowledge. Of course, things were different if the quality of equipment differed, but something like this couldn't happen unless the difference was very great. And from this soldier's point of view, the skill of the resistance member wasn't bad, but the halberd of his prey didn't look like a product of a quality that was clearly superior to the weapons he and his companions were armed with. "Together, partner. Triple charge!" the resistance member shouted. In reality, the tip of the halberd pierced the soldier's arm right through his immediately raised shield, and he was covered in his own blood. And though he knew that he shouldn't let go of his shield fell out of his hand and the halberd was thrust once more through the now empty space. "Who is the one he's calling partner?" wondered the soldier as he gazed at the lone resistance member, the halberd's tip embedded in his. He died. Similar events were occurring all over the battlefield at the same time. "Switch to attacking. Archers, mages, attack in order!" shouted the commander, hastily changing the plan to attacking after realizing that the resistance member's offensive power far surpassed his troops' defense. And the troops of the extermination force quickly obeyed these orders, setting aside their discomposure at seeing their companions defeated, showing that they were exceptional individuals who deserved to be known as the elite. However, the resistance members took no notice of this. They knocked down the knights attacking them with the exchange of just a few blows before driving in lethal attacks. Even though the archers and mages were finding openings to fire arrows and spells, they showed no signs of having taken any damage at all. "Ha! They're nothing special!" Haj shouted. "Behind you," said a voice echoing inside his helmet. Reflexively obeying the voice, Haj thrust the handle of his halberd out behind him, causing the light infantryman who had been trying to attack him from behind hastily jump out of the way. "You saved me, partner. Thank me after you've finished killing them." The partners of Haj and the other resistance members were the suits of armor that they were wearing, the living armors. Datara and his team of blacksmiths had forged suits of dark copper armor and Vandali had used Gelem transmutation to plate them with iron, disguising them as suits of iron armor. He then had spirits possess them to create living armors, and Haj and his group were now wearing them. This not only provided Haj and the others with improved defense, but by coordinating their movements with those of the living armors, who possessed the superhuman strength skill, they could exert strength far beyond their own physical capabilities. And while they were fighting, the living armors were watching their surroundings. Haj and the others had no blind spots. They had undergone the same training as the ordinary citizens of Taylorsheim, but both they and their living armors had acquired the coordination skill. Due to this skill's effect, they were able to exhibit 120% of their ordinary strength. "Commander, at this rate," the commander's aide muttered. "Don't panic. Rebuild our formations properly. The enemy has no mages, join the unit together." "Is that the Princess Knight?" As the commander shouted at his aide, he suddenly saw Iris, who was cutting her way towards him. He was astonished that the Princess Knight would personally expose herself on the front lines, but what had caught his attention were her movements. She was avoiding the swords and arrows of the extermination force with defensive movements that looked like a dance, but the ground behind her was littered with fallen troops who'd been stabbed and slashed through the gaps in their armor. The commander had seen these movements before. "This is Lord Bearheart's. Could it be, the Princess Knight is his daughter? The feared knight who had once defeated numerous soldiers and knights in a battle between the Amid Empire and the Sauron Duchy, George Bearheart?" Iris's movements resembled his. Flying charge. A knight was holding up an enormous shield in defense, but the thrust of Iris's swordsmanship martial skill found a tiny gap in his defense and her blade buried itself deep in his helmet. and then she cut through the large opening left by the knight, deflected the sword of the astonished, wide-eyed commander and slashed the artery in his armpit. Gua. Spreading your soldiers so thin to surround us was a mistake, Iris murmured. Your commander has fallen. We will now be fighting to exterminate you all. If you want to live, throw your weapons away, she declared, stepping on the arm of the commander who had fallen onto the ground in shock. The commander's aide reflexively swung his sword at her, but he was cut down in a single strike. Having lost their commander and vice-commander, the troops of Extermination Force lost their will to fight and threw their weapons aside one by one. Well done, Iris. Yes. It's all because of you, father, Iris whispered to her father, who resided in her narrow sword that glowed with a sinister light as she sheathed it. Iris Bearheart, who wielded a sword that had become a cursed weapon, having acquired the cursed spirit swordsman job, leading Mage and the others who had become the first people in Lambda to acquire the armor tamer job. Their activities caused the Amid Empire's army occupying the Sauron Duchy to tremble. Around the same time, Vandali was training in the shield technique and armor technique skills. He was training hard with a shield that Terra had made by combining the Demon King's carapace and the Demon King's horns, large enough to cover the majority of his body, and the liquid dark copper armor that he used when he fought Belmond the first time. It's very plain, isn't it? Vandali had gone through other types of training without complaining, but this training was so dull that he whispered this complaint. First, he was simply walking, running, flying, crawling, moving forward by crawling, over and over, while fully equipped. It can't be helped, can it? You're training in the techniques of using a shield and armor, said Kasim with a bitter smile. He was a former adventurer of a cultivation village in the Hartnett Duchy, and he had come to act as Vandali's instructor. That's right. Weapon skills like swordsmanship and spear technique can be learned by practicing attacks, but that doesn't work for shields and armor, so it can't be helped, added Eleonora, the red-haired vampire woman who called herself Vandali's servant. Attack and defense. It didn't need much thought to know which was more important. However, when it came to learning the skills, attack skills were far more popular. A lack in defense could be compensated for to some extent by wearing armor, but the problem was that a lack in offensive power couldn't be compensated for just by holding weapons, which was why training with weapons, where training involved flashy movements, drew more attention from new adventurers. I preferred training my swordsmanship skill as well, so I know how you feel, said Kika as she recalled the times when she was still a human. She was a former adventurer, now a ghoul magic warrior. Bastia, a Ghoulamazanus leader, nodded. Shield technique and armor technique are dangerous if you don't practice moving while wearing defensive equipment first. If you're not used to it, you'll lose your balance and fall over in the middle of training. I only use shield technique, but at first, I fell over because of my shield so many times, and the hardest times were when I hit my head against my shield, she said, holding up her beloved, long, narrow shield that was in the shape of an enormous mask. This unusually shaped shield did indeed seem difficult to handle. As Kika said, one of the reasons shield technique and armor technique weren't popular among new adventurers was because of how plain and also how painful it was. Even for the people of Lambda, who could increase their physical capabilities more easily than the people of Earth and Origin, exercising their whole body while equipped with heavy armor and shields was difficult at first. Muscular strength and stamina was necessary for acquiring weapon skills as well, but it seemed that when the training consisted of just moving the body, the mental sense of satisfaction was different. And Vandali-sama, you sometimes forget that you're holding a shield and try to run on all fours, and when you lose your balance, you extend your tongue towards the ground. That's fine to do after learning the skill, but if you do that before learning them, you'll never gain them, said Eleonora. You're not allowed to use flight to flight a day, either, Van, said Basdia. Or out-of-body experience. Cuckoo added. Up until now, Vandali's defense had generally relied on his exceptional physical capabilities for evading, his death attribute magic barriers and the monsters that had powerful defense, like Pete. It seemed that this fact had become an obstacle in learning the shield technique and armor technique skills. Well, we're going to do quick monster-style training either way, so you just need to get a feeling for it. Now then, let's start sparring, said Kasim as he stepped forward, resting a mace on his shoulder. The adventurer way to train defense was to endure repeated attacks from an instructor wielding a wooden weapon, a method that required perseverance. However, the monster method was to start off with gaining experience in real battles while using armor and a shield. This method took less time, but cut the survival rate of the trainees in half. I'm relying on you, said Vandali. For those who already possessed high attribute values like Vandali, the monster-style method would be best for learning to fight real battles while wearing legendary class armor. Vandali-sama, you can't use magic even if you get scared, said Eleonora. Do your best, Van. Bazdia shouted. Even if you get hit, it probably won't hurt, so it'll be fine, said Kuka. Vandali was forbidden from using magic, as it wouldn't help him train in shield technique and armor technique. Thus, he had to block Kasim's attacks using the shield and armor that he wasn't accustomed to using. You don't have to worry so much, said Kasim. Just like Kuka-san said, even if I accidentally hit him with a martial skill, it wouldn't even scratch him. You're not going to use martial skills, are you? Vandali asked. Vandali. The truth is, I still don't have a girlfriend. Could you please explain why you're confessing that to me now, Hiraiku-un? Without giving Vandali a chance to respond, Kasim raised his mace and tried to strike at Vandali. Of course, Kasim had no intention of taking out his anger on Vandali, who was receiving the attention of a beautiful, grey-brown skinned ghoul with red patterns on her nice body, another ghoul woman who was a swordsman, and a beautiful, red-haired vampire. It was an act that Kasim was putting on because he thought that giving Vandali a little sense of danger would make the training more effective. The truth was that Kasim's movements weren't that fast in Vandali's eyes. Kasim looked impressive as he charged forward in his full suit of armor, but it wasn't enough to produce a reaction from danger sense, death. Thus, Vandali calmly raised his shield and stopped Kasim's attack. Oh? He said in surprise. And then he was mowed down and sent flying. Job explanation: Armor Tamer. A tamer job specialized in taming living armors. The prerequisite for the job is that the tamed living armor equips itself and acts together with the wearer. This is one of the inferior versions of the undead tamer job. Those with this job gain bonuses to the acquisition of the armor technique, coordination, strengthened subordinates and strengthened defense when equipped with armor, whereas metal or non-metal, skills. Job explanation: Cursed Spirit Swordsman, a job that can be acquired by a swordsman who wields a sword that has become a cursed weapon. The prerequisite requirement is that the cursed weapon must be tamed. This is one of the inferior versions of the undead tamer job. Those with this job gain bonuses to the acquisition of the swordsmanship, coordination, surpass limits, cursed spirit sword, strengthened subordinates and strengthened attack power while equipped with a cursed spirit sword skills. Chapter 120, A Light Ruler, and Squirming. Kasim, who had swung his mace sideways, met less resistance than he had expected and watched dumbfoundedly as Vandali was sent flying. Eleonora, Bazdia and Cuckoo also watched as he rolled across the ground. Ah, that was surprising, Vandali said, quickly getting off the ground. What do you mean that was surprising? Are you alright? Kasim asked. Vandali's arms didn't feel numb, nor did he find it hard to breathe. I didn't think that I would be sent rolling across the ground. Your skill has improved, hasn't it, Kasim? He remarked. Eh? I have the strength to send Vandali flying? Kasim exclaimed, staring at his own arm that was holding the mace. It doesn't look that way at all to me, said Eleonora. Have you acquired some kind of unique skill? It would be amazing if that was true, but it didn't look like your skill has improved, said Kuka. Eleonora and Kuka seemed suspicious. And then Bazdia, who had remained silent, spoke. It's not that Kasim has some special strength. Of course, I think that his growth is remarkable, but the reason that he was able to send Van flying in one hit is simply because Van is light, she said. Light? The other three repeated in unison. Yes, light, said Bazdia, and then she began her explanation. First of all, Vandali was strong. He could bore holes into an iron plate with a single swing of his claws, and if he used a martial skill, he could shred it to pieces. However, he was a boy, less than 9 years of age. And he was clearly smaller and thinner than other boys of his age. Normally, the stronger someone was, the more muscle and body mass they would have. But in Vandali's case, all of that strength was centered around his superhuman strength skill. And the liquid dark copper armor that Vandali was wearing and the shield made of the Demon King's horns that he was holding were both made to be lighter than they appeared so that he could move more easily. And to hit Van's shield, you swung your mace sideways instead of from above, and you started your swing from slightly below you as well, Kasim. That's probably why Van got sent flying so easily, Bazdia concluded, folding her arms. Wait a second, said Kasim, seemingly not convinced. We received training from Vandali a few times in the cultivation village, and back then, we never thought that he was light. Kasim, I wasn't holding a shield back then, said Vandali. I wasn't hit by any of your attacks, either. Ah, you're right. But didn't you deflect Festa's sword with the back of your claws? Now that you mention it, Vandali had trained Kasim, who was from a cultivation village in the Hartnett Duchy, as well as the frontline fighter Festa, who wasn't here. Back then, not only did he not use a shield, he hadn't been wearing armor, either, so he had been avoiding most of the attacks from Kasim and his friends. However, he had deflected Festa's sword with his claws numerous times. That's because Van redirected the force of the attacks, said Bazdia. And back then, Van was moving continuously without stopping, wasn't he? I see. If Vandali's armor is moving, his own strength resists the attack, said Eleonora. And this time, because Vandali was standing still and took a sideways swing from a mace, a weapon that transfers its force particularly well, he was sent flying, huh? Said Kuka. Kasim and Vandali nodded, satisfied with Bazdia's explanation. Up until now, Vandali had been reliant on death attribute magic barriers, golem walls and allies with powerful defenses for his own defense against enemy attacks. There had been several occasions where he had engaged in hand-to-hand combat against monsters like goblins for training, but he had kept moving around actively, and many of the attacks he had received were from spears and swords that would pierce or cut his flesh, not send his entire body flying. The only time he had been mowed down was the time he had deliberately received the attack from the noble orc Gogon's sword. I see. But Vandali is still small, unless his opponent is a goblin or a child like him. Attacks that aren't front kicks will mostly come from above and swing downwards, so I don't think this would happen very often, said Kasim. If it were an attack from above, even if Vandali stopped it with his shield, he would be able to withstand it by bracing his legs against the ground. But an attack that scooped him up from below would easily make him lose his balance if he were to stop it with his shield. Well, outside of training, it was unlikely that Vandali would ever find himself in a situation where he was engaged in hand-to-hand combat against an enemy without using magic while separated from his allies. Still, the fact that I'm like I've never realized it up until now, said Vandali. Yeah, but now that I think back, don't a lot of different people hold you up in the air? Just the other day, old man Borkus picked you up like a cat, Kasim said. As he said, Vandali was picked up freely by various people. Borkus, the half-noble orc Porvina who was like his younger sister, Bazdia and Eleonora all picked him up or held him in their arms. That's true, but everyone has the superhuman strength skill, and they're all bigger than me, said Vandali. Thus, he had unconsciously believed that it wasn't because he was light, but because everyone picking him up was strong or because they were adults. For now, we'll avoid sideways attacks until he gets used to it and switch to attacks from above, said Bazdia. Van, be careful not to lose your balance. Instead of stopping the attack with your shield, try to use the rounded parts to redirect its force. I don't think there'd ever be a situation where you'd be fighting one-on-one against an enemy without being able to use magic, but get used to it just in case. Okay, said Vandali. And so, Vandali spent every day leading up to his 9th birthday receiving the attacks of Kasim, Eleonora and Bazdia, while being sent into the air on several occasions. And for some reason, Kaka picked him up and carried him back home on their way back. But I can walk on my own, Vandali said. It's fine, I just realized that I've never picked you up, so I'm just taking the opportunity to do it while I can. Kaka said. You have acquired the shield technique and armor technique skills. However, Vandali was the king of a nation. He could not spend his entire day training. He was also busy with paperwork that he did by multiplying himself, conducting Zandia and Giena's adjustments and rehabilitation, joining the Black Goblin Ninjas in their training and patrolling the marshlands with the former Scaled King Leo, who was now Dragon Zombie, and his rider, Bone Man. Kings have more free time than you'd expect, don't they? Vandali remarked. That only applies for you, Your Majesty, said Chazir. I am working incessantly every day training the newly formed Dark Knight Knight's Order, Black Fang Knight's Order and the Scale Dragon Cavalry Unit Q for Fufu. Your Majesty, won't you let me say something to this tireless undead? I would like to point out that your younger brother is a human made of flesh and blood, said Kurt. Vandali, who could simply multiply with spirit form clones if he wanted more hands or heads, was equivalent to a group of over a dozen people by himself. He was the ruler of a nation, even if that nation was still small, but he had an abundance of free time this way. Shazir had been demonstrating his qualities as an exceptional military official while he was alive, but after becoming undead, he no longer felt physical fatigue. And when he was doing the work of a general, he demonstrated marvelous concentration for those tasks. As for Kurt, who was being made to accompany him, he had been praised as a commander with a steady work method, but he was a human who needed sleep and food. He was a military man, so he could push himself further than most, but he couldn't push himself every day and every night. The knights and soldiers being trained were undead or monsters, so they were more resistant to long activities than Kurt was. Kurt, Shazare will easily forget to let you rest while working, so you have to decide on your own when to rest, said Vandali. You might say that, Your Majesty, but it's difficult for a subordinate to say that he is going to rest while a superior is still working, said Kurt. That might be true. In Vandali's case, though he worked busily, he was enjoying himself as well, so nobody felt the need to be reserved around him. However, Shazare was completely engrossed in work, so perhaps Kurt, Shazare's direct subordinate, couldn't be blamed for being reserved. I must implement a paid leave system, mustn't I? Said Vandali. He'd been careful to prevent working environments from being too harsh, but perhaps he hadn't gone far enough. More living people would take up administrative positions in the future as well. Vandali decided that the working environments of such positions would need to be improved. As you wish, said Shazare. Well then, please explain this paid leave system that you are thinking of. It must then be put into written document form, reviewed, the administrative positions decided. Your Majesty, it seems that I have more work to do now, Kurt remarked. Huh? It seemed like it was defeating the purpose, but if a properly managed paid leave system was put into place, Kurt's working environment would improve as well, so he just needed to endure a little longer. In between the usual work and training, Vandali was also trying to create and refine new magical metals using the silver and gold nuggets obtained from the B-class dungeon, the Scaled King's Nest. It's not going very well, he said. It's disappearing, isn't it? Said Porvina. I wonder why that is? Said Zadyrus. I don't know, said Terra. They had been obtaining silver and gold since last year, but unlike the death iron and dark copper created by immersing iron and copper in death attribute mana, the creation of magical metals using gold and silver hadn't succeeded yet. For some reason, once a certain amount of mana was poured in, the gold and silver disappeared. It's completely gone. I wonder where it went? Porvina patted her large hand around the area where a silver nugget had been, but there was nothing there except the floor. Basdia's mother, the ghoul wizard Zadyrus, and the leader of the smithing team, the ghoul high artisan Terra, watched with the eyes of a mage and a craftsman respectively, but they didn't understand why the silver nugget had disappeared. If the mana stops before the metal disappears, it stays as normal silver and gold. So, I believe that disappearing is the change that occurs for it to become a magical metal, said Terra. Is there such thing as a disappearing magical metal? Asked Porvina. There are not that many different magical metals to begin with, Terra replied. Orichalcum, that could only be created by the gods, the flexible and reparable Damascus steel whose method of creation was passed on only to certain dwarf individuals, mithril and adamantite which were the top two well-known magical metals, and obsidian, which could be made by skilled blacksmiths. These were the common magical metals. There were other magical metals created by being imbued strongly with mana of a certain attribute, but they were rare and not well known. To begin with, magical metals were normally created when metals and minerals were placed for long periods of time in places filled with mana. Other than obsidian, which was created by using existing magical metals and materials, and Damascus steel which was considered possible to create, magical metals were generally not something that could be newly created. It was only possible for Vandali because he possessed an absurd amount of mana and the ability to accelerate time for inanimate objects with the inanimate aging spell. But silver and gold disappear in different ways, do they not? Said Zadyrus. Silver just vanishes immediately, but gold just disappears the moment you take your eyes off it. That's right, said Terra. At first, I thought someone had simply moved it, but it wasn't as if the gold nuggets had escaped on their own, so they had thought that someone had taken it away, but there were no signs of that having happened, so their whereabouts were simply unknown. Suddenly, the white object that Vandali was leaning against gave a small cry. Piggy piggy. Quinn, do you know something about this? Vandali asked. This white object was the cemetery queen bee's larva, named Quinn, who had grown to become plump and shiny. As one might expect of a queen bee larva, she did not move much. Normally, she stayed equipped inside Vandali, but she came out like this from time to time. Pidgey, kiki, pipigigigi. How does the boy understand what Quinn is saying? Zadyrus wondered. The other day, he was conversing with the large centipede Pete as well. Are those even words to begin with? Asked Tara. To me, all of the pidges sound the same. Is that not because of your old age? What did you say? Zadyrus, you are around 30 years older than I am. In reality, both of their physical ages had been reversed with youth transformation so that they matched their physical appearances of being in their mid to late teenage years. Van said that Quinn and Pete are smart, so when they combine their noises with the movements of their faces to certain angles and move their feelers around, he can get a rough idea of what they want to say, Porvina said to the two who were having a useless argument. It seemed that Vandali did indeed understand what Quinn was trying to tell him. Rapisage is collecting something? Everyone turned to see Rapisage, who was often seen together with Porvina, rummaging around for something in the corner of Vandali's workshop. And then, as if she had found something, she gave a happy-sounding groan. And then she lifted the object that she had found. Rappy, wait a second, show me that before you eat it. Porvina said hastily, stopping Rapisage from eating the golden, shining object. Rapisage looked at the small, golden object in her large hand and then exchanged a look with Porvina. Half size. Thanks. Porvina said. No, I do not believe that is what you should be saying, said Zadyrus. Rapisage tore the golden object in half with her fingers. Porvina took the half of the object that she had been given and showed it to everyone. Gold? In appearance, it seems to be gold, said Tara. The object shone with a golden color that had attracted people since time immemorial. However, for some reason, the object was trembling as it crawled round on Porvina's palm. It was like a golden amoeba, or in lambda terms, like a golden slime. Zadyrus tried touching it. Contrary to its appearance, it has a hard texture. And it feels cold like metal, and is heavier than it looks. Is this really gold? The object had a metal-like coldness and weight. Perhaps this is gold that has been transformed by death attribute magic? Vandali guessed, watching the object squirming around between Zadyrus's fingers. Impossible, he thought, but when he cast the detect life skill to investigate, he found that the object gave a lifelike response. It seemed that this object wasn't simply crawling, it was alive. Can a living metal exist? Vandali wondered. It is possible, said Tara. It is said that there is a metal that is considered to be a magical metal that contains souls. It is called soul steel, and if arms are forged with it, they are arms with intelligence of their own. It seems that there are various theories, however, said Zadyrus. Whether it has a soul to begin with, or whether it has a soul after it is turned into arms. And remember, the Orichalcum spear whose soul the boy destroyed before Ice Age? That could be considered a living metal as well, could it not? It seemed that it wasn't a strange thing for a magical metal to be alive. Nom. Chew, 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 swallow. Delicious. Rapisage swallowed half of that living metal. Apparently, it was delicious. Those living magical metals, are they edible? Vandali asked. Normally, they would not be, said Zadyrus. Though there are tales of dragons swallowing them. Amazing, Vansama. To think that you have made the world's first edible metal. I do not know how that is amazing, however, said Tara. It was a gold nugget to begin with, after all, said Porvina. The invention of an edible, delicious metal. Indeed, it was likely the first in the world. But it begged the question, so what? If it was dirt or rock to begin with, it would be a great invention. If it provided nutrition, it might eradicate the world's hunger problems. However, the ingredient was lumps of solid gold. If it were just edible and nothing more, nobody would bother eating something as expensive as gold. Extremely rich people might consider eating it, however. No matter how delicious it was, wouldn't the demand be too limited? Well then, can we try eating it? Porvina asked. Yes, let us try eating it first, said Vandali. Pidgequin squeaked. Even if it is edible and tastes pleasant, there is no guarantee that it will not be harmful, said Zadyrus. If we have Vansama cast disinfect, all of the bad components will disappear, so it will be alright, said Tara. After that, everyone tried eating a share of it to find that it was delicious. The flavor couldn't be described as sweet or bitter, nor was it spicy or sour, but it was somehow delicious. Perhaps it contained some undiscovered amino acid. Ah, I can feel myself gaining experience points from eating it, said Zadyrus. Amazing. I just leveled up. Porvina exclaimed. This is truly amazing, said Tara. It seemed that it provided experience points, though in small amounts. Was it because the metal was alive? So, "Boy, can you see this gold's spirit?" Zadaris asked. "No, it doesn't seem like there is one," said Vandali. Despite having been alive, no spirit emerged from the gold. This living gold was named Life Gold. Incidentally, even Rapesage didn't know where the silver went, and its whereabouts remained unknown. A fearsome group moved through the outskirts of the marshlands at night. At its head was the former scaled king Leo, who had become a zombie dragon with a head that resembled a crocodile's, and the armored skeleton riding it, Bone Man. Leo let out a low groan. Growling rose from the zombies that formed the newly reborn Black Bull Knights Order, who were originally a part of the Mage Shield Nation's army, and the newly established Scaled Dragon Knights Order. They were mounted on demon horses that had transformed into monsters, which could travel without problems even in the marshlands due to the rough road travel skill. However, the demon horses' ranks had increased and they had become something else. The members of the Black Bull Knights Order were riding rank 4 bicorns, ferocious, omnivorous horse-like monsters who possessed horns coated in deadly venom. They were monsters that were larger than horses and possessed even more strength and stamina than they appeared to. Even brown bears would be prey for them. The members of the Scaled Dragon Knights Order were mounted on black horses with shining, crimson eyes. They were rank 4 as well, but they were nightmare horses with the air-running skill. They had the same constitution and physical strength as demon horses, but because they could run through the air, their mobility was greatly increased. Both were air, and though they were originally horses, they didn't form groups. Thus, there weren't any countries that used them as mounts for their knights. No abnormalities. There aren't even any traces that monsters have come in from outside, Bone Man murmured in disappointment. Bone Man don't know, monsters generally do not venture into places that they are unsuited to live in unless they are greatly starving or have been chased away by an outside enemy, said a zombie knight of the Black Bull Knights Order. But even if it is for our training, simply moving around and observing is tedious, said Bone Man. We have not even cut anything down today. Bone Man had accompanied Vandali on his expedition to the former Sauron Duchy, but after coming back, he had returned to his job of keeping watch around the swamp on Leo's back. However, the marshlands were an embodiment of peace itself, to the point that it was questionable as to whether it was even necessary to keep watch over them. They had been ruled by the lizardmen to begin with, so there were almost no dangerous monsters other than them. And just like the zombie knight had explained a moment ago, monsters rarely ventured into the marshlands from the outside. Taylorsheim was far more dangerous, as one step outside the city's walls would leave one exposed to lands where monsters of rank 3 or above roamed. That was why Bone Man was spending his days riding a corpse dragon. At this rate, his skills would grow blunt. But the reason for that was beneath his own bottom. Bone Man don't know, how about dismounting Leo? The zombie knight suggested. Indeed. There is no way that any monsters would willingly approach a place that is periodically visited by a high-rank undead such as Leo, said Bone Man. If goblins were to see his enormous body, they would flee, the zombie knight agreed. Other monsters would run upon seeing Leo or smelling his scent. Leo had been a rank 10 great mud dragon when he was alive. He had become significantly weaker since becoming a zombie, but he had ventured through the Scaled King's Nest, a B-class dungeon, and regained enough power to be rank 8. Bone Man's rank had increased, so the two were now of the same rank, but the impressiveness of their appearances were vastly different. Bone Man simply appeared to be a skeleton in a suit of armor, while Leo looked terrifying with his enormous body and crocodile-like appearance. And though Vandali had used magic to stop Leo's decomposition, monsters with a sharp sense of smell would be able to detect the zombie dragon's presence through his scent. As a result, monsters would flee from any place that Leo passed through. Rank 1 monsters such as giant catfish or giant frogs would happily loiter around in Leo's presence, but that was because they sensed that Leo would take no notice of such low-rank monsters. It was the same reason why goblins would run from an ogre, but ants wouldn't. Jiu, but dismounting Leo when he has been gifted to me by my lord. At the thought of dismounting Leo, Bone Man made a glum face, or rather, his face didn't change, but his sullenness was audible in his voice. For Bone Man, Leo was the dragon zombie that he had always wanted, given to him by Vandali. He was Bone Man's beloved mount, and Bone Man always made time to polish his scales and fangs. Leo gave another groan. Of course, he always had a somewhat vacant look in his eyes, so it wasn't clear whether Bone Man's affection was getting through to him. And I cannot do something like exposing my lord's territory to danger just to stave off the boredom, Bone Man murmured. Then you must endure, said the zombie knight. Once we have finished our patrol, you are on leave, are you not? You may exercise your skill to your heart's content in the dungeon. Jiu. Bone Man reluctantly fell silent and concentrated on his surroundings. As this loose conversation came to an end, only the breathing and hoofbeats of the bicorn and nightmare horses could be heard. But the bicorns suddenly began gnashing their teeth in agitation. This is the smell of blood. Bone Man exclaimed. Did monsters fight nearby? The zombie knight murmured. Conflict between monsters was not a rare event. However, the smell of blood being left behind for a long time was unusual. The insects and weaker monsters in devil's nests would suck up and consume every single drop of scattered blood and every piece of flesh. And the undead, who could see spirits, could see the spirits of orcs. They soon dissolved and vanished, perhaps returning to the circle of transmigration. Orcs, this close to the marshlands? This is a first, said the zombie knight. Jiu, the spirits have disappeared, but something may be left behind. Search the surroundings, Bone Man ordered. The undead searched the surroundings, but the orcs' corpses had been absorbed by something. All they could find were fragments of broken swords and small pieces of what appeared to be orc flesh. And the tracks of an enormous insect, leading south. Is something happening in the south? Jiu, I must report this to my lord. There was a vessel shaped like a round pool, placed in one corner of Vandali's workshop, which was now empty. It was filled with a flesh-colored liquid, and organs like arms, legs and heads were chaotically extending from its surface and then collapsing back inside, over and over. It was the mysterious, writhing mass of flesh that had been produced when Vandali used the incomplete resurrection device in an attempt to resurrect Darsa. For some reason, it did possess life, but it was a mysterious object that contained no spirit or soul. At first, Luciliano had observed it enthusiastically, saying that this could be the birth of a new life form, but he had seen no changes other than it squirming around. Now, Vandali, Porvina and the other children were simply feeding it dead flesh. However, at this moment, a hand was extending from the mass of flesh. The lump of flesh extended its hand outside the pool, showing a movement with intention for the first time. And then it grabbed hold of something on the floor. A shining, silver object appeared in its hand. The lump of flesh, which had gripped this silver object, the silver nugget of an unknown magical metal that Vandali had created with death attribute mana, withdrew its arm and buried the silver nugget within itself. It began writhing more fiercely than before, liking boiling water, and then it stopped moving. Side Story Chapter 15, Meanwhile, Heinz and his companions. Gubberman, one of the two remaining vampires worshipping Hihirishukaka, the evil god of joyful life, had been defeated. Unlike Turnisha, his head and magic stone weren't taken to the Adventurers Guild, nor did the vampires who were his subordinates become disorderly groups that caused incidents in all regions. However, rumors had slowly spread within criminal organizations that the vampires of Gibberman's faction had been ruling from the shadows, and among the merchants and noblemen who had been making deals with them. Rumors that Gibberman had fallen, and that the vampires who were his subordinates had been defeated by someone as well. Those with connections to the vampires were confused, as they no longer had anyone contacting them, nor were they given any orders. Of course, they would be beheaded if it was ever found that they had connections with the vampires, so they didn't voice this confusion aloud. However, after several months of unnatural silence, their doubts were confirmed when vampires from Berkhein's faction appeared instead of their usual contacts, either seizing control over criminal organizations or offering a continuation of business. Berkheim, the sole survivor, had tried to hide Gibberman's death, but Gibberman had turned the majority of his own subordinates into undead, so there was a shortage of hands even after gathering the few vampires who had survived. Thus, rumors surrounding Gibberman's death slowly spread. Just who had defeated such a monster who had been living since the age of the gods? Had he been punished by some unknown hero in secret, or had Berkheim kicked him down in order to take control over the Barngaya continent's underworld for himself? Or was there a monster that surpassed pure-breed vampires, lurking in the darkness? I'm sure some strong people like Heinz Onichun and the rest of you exterminated the bad people, said Sullen, the damp girl who had been saved and was now being protected by the 5-colored blades, led by the S-class adventurer known as Heinz, the blue-flamed sword. These were her innocent thoughts. Sullen was a damp born to a vampire mother and human father. However, for some reason, the hidden house in the mountains that her family was living in was raided by thieves. Selen didn't know the details, but those thieves were a mercenary band hired by a nobleman with an evil desire for the beautiful, odd-colored eyes of dampers. It was likely that the vampires had given information to that nobleman in order to dispose of the damper Selen, her mother who was a traitor, and her father. Selen's mother had been a noble-born vampire, but not long had passed since she had become a vampire, and she was inexperienced in both magic and martial skills. And Selen's father was a simple hunter. The mercenary band who attacked them was composed of over 10 famous individuals with the skills of class adventurers, who would even accept dirty tasks from noblemen and wealthy merchants. They had attacked the house with anti-vampire preparations. Selen's mother had fought hard to protect her daughter and husband, but she was defeated, her resistance in vain. Selen's father was heavily wounded as well, and the mercenaries closed in on Selen to gouge out her eyes. That was when the 5 colored blades, led by Heinz, came running. It was around the time that Heinz, who had converted to Alda's peaceful faction in the Orborn Kingdom, had lost the elf spiritual mage Martina in a wandering dungeon, Zakart's trials, and departed once more with his new party members, Diana and Jennifer. They had happened to gain information on a mercenary band hired by a nobleman that was after a damp girl, and they simply eradicated the mercenaries, treating them as simple bandits. For Selen, they could only be described as heroes. Unfortunately, her fatally wounded father couldn't be saved, but Heinz and his party were now continuing to protect her. "I wonder what kind of people the ones who defeated the evil vampire are?" she said, looking up at Jennifer with sparkling eyes. "I wonder, too," Jennifer said with a perplexed look. "As you said, Selen, there's no doubt that they're as strong as us or even stronger." "Eh? There are people that are stronger than you, Jennifer and Egen?" Selen exclaimed in surprise. "Of course," said Jennifer. "There is the Thunderclap Schneider in the Amid Empire, and I don't know if he's still alive, but there was another S-class adventurer called Randolph the True in this country, and they're both definitely stronger than us. And there are plenty of other strong people." Jennifer herself was an A-class adventurer and had even acquired a superior skill. She had been given Alda's divine protection, and possessed an artifact as well. However, her words were not spoken out of modesty. She was certain that Schneider, whose name had already spread across the continent before she was even born, and Randolph, who was the subject of heroic tales told by minstrels while she was a child, were clearly stronger than her and her companions. At the same time, Jennifer suspected that the one who had defeated Geberman might have been one of those two. The Thunderclap Schneider has defeated elder dragons and evil gods before. He would be able to defeat Geberman, who was just as powerful as Turnisha, whom we couldn't defeat. The same goes for Randolph. For Schneider, Jennifer couldn't think of a reason why he hadn't come forward if he was the one who had defeated Geberman. In Randolph's case, he had already taken a step back as an adventurer, so perhaps he simply didn't want to cause a fuss. However, these were only guesses. Assassins belonging to dark guilds that accepted assassination requests and the special forces of the Amid Empire and Orborn Kingdom. The existence of such people was half superstition, but there were still plenty of powerful individuals that Jennifer and her companions didn't know about. And there was no guarantee that the one who had defeated Geberman was on the human side. Something that was so fearsome that Turnisha made the effort of coming back to be killed by us. It might have been that. What was the unidentified monster that had likely taken the Demon King's horns from Turnisha doing right now? Thinking about this question, Jennifer felt uneasy. But she wouldn't express this and make Selen feel anxious. "But one day, we'll become the strongest," Jennifer said. "Really? Amazing!" Selen exclaimed. Jennifer laughed. "Heinz is still the only S-class, but me, Diana and everyone else will all become S-class as well," she declared, puffing out her chest. Selen's eyes grew brighter. But Diana, the elf priestess of Mil, the goddess of slumber, interrupted. "Jennifer, don't get Selen so excited this late at night. Why would you tell her bedtime stories that would keep her awake? It's important that Selen sleeps properly at night. To begin with, sleep is, my bad, I'm sorry, so stop the lecturing. You're making me sleepy as well, not just Selen," said Jennifer. Diana's lecture regarding the goddess of slumber caused Selen to yawn immediately. A masked man let out a muffled scream as he stumbled in a deserted alleyway at night. "I thought it was too shallow," sighed Heinz's companion, the scout Edgar, who had thrust his bare fist instead of his trusty dagger into the man's solar plexus. There were over a dozen other people groaning as they lay on the ground nearby, wearing the same masks. All of them were wearing lightweight leather armor that was easy to move in. They appeared to be assassins at a glance. However, the people lying on the ground were holding not daggers, but small maces, axes, and some even had shields equipped on their arms. Both the way you used a fake request to draw us away from Silan, and your attack, were quite sloppy. Your footsteps were so noisy. I thought some kids were having a race in the middle of the night, Edgar said. Shut up, you traitor, one of the masked men groaned in a strained voice. He was the leader, or rather, the one who had been put on the ground first, so he had recovered a little more than the others. However, Edgar's response to his words was scornful laughter. Shut up, huh? Do you people understand that if you all shut up for all eternity, I wouldn't have anything to complain about? Heinz looked down on the man with an angry gaze. He was suppressing his urge to kill them, but it was clear even through the man's mask that he was terrified by the wrath of an S-class adventurer. Why do you people, who offer prayers to the god of law, go as far as to commit lawless, futile acts to try and lay your hands on Silan? Heinz asked. The masked men were not assassins or bandits, but priests who normally offered prayers at the church and the priest warriors who protected them. In the Orborn Kingdom, where Veda's races that possessed monster ancestry were given human rights if they had favorable relationships with humans, these people were known as Aldo extremists. They were those who advocated that Veda's races that originated from monsters, such as Scylla, Lamia and Centaurs, were not people but monsters that should be exterminated regardless of whether they were dangerous or not. This opinion was commonplace in the Amid Empire, but it was considered to be a radical idea in the Orborn Kingdom, and those who followed this idea normally disguised themselves as normal believers. In order to assassinate the damp girl being protected by Heinz's party, these men had put up a fake request at the Adventurers Guild under the church's name, trying to draw Heinz and his companions away from her. Edgar had seen through this and acted as if he had been fooled, pretending to leave Silan in the care of a trusted acquaintance. He had left the female dwarf Deliza, as well as Jennifer and Diana, to protect Silan while he and Heinz attacked the extremists who had been lured out. You know what will happen if we hand you over to the guards without passing judgment on you here, don't you? Said Heinz. If extremists acted to carry out their beliefs, even if they were affiliated with the church, they were punished harshly as criminals. Since they broke the law despite serving Alda, who ruled over law, it was only natural that they were punished more severely. In cases where they armed themselves and planned to kill people, even if the murder was prevented, violators would not be able to escape becoming criminal slaves under the Orborn Kingdom's law. The girl in question was someone under the protection of Heinz, an S-class adventurer, the great hero who slayed a pure-breed vampire, star of Alda's peaceful faction, honorary nobleman. Since these men had targeted this girl, it was even possible that they would be executed. But it seemed that the extremists were prepared for this. Do as you wish. The man managed to groan, despite being unable to suppress his fear. We intended to be caught by the guards even if we succeeded. Since we have disturbed law and order, it is only natural that we receive our punishment in a public place. Why are you so determined to try to kill Silan? Heinz demanded. What did she ever do? She's just a child who has lost her real parents. Because it's the right thing to do. The man shouted, as if his emotions were being squeezed out of him. Alda said that Veda's races are those who bring disorder to the world. Even if they are harmless now, even if they are friendly towards us, they will cause a great catastrophe one day. What's wrong with obeying the words of our god? The Alda extremists of the Orborn Kingdom had felt a strong impatience at the fact that Heinz and his party had gathered fame. He was an S-class adventurer, and even possessed the guider job that acted as proof that he was a champion. And he was protecting a damp girl. There were already all kinds of movements to turn Silan into a symbol for the peaceful faction, and if Heinz and his party's actions continued at this rate, there might even be a duke trying to make Silan an honorary noblewoman. If that happened, the movement to acknowledge Veda's races in the Orborn Kingdom would grow stronger and stronger. It would be too late to change things then. It was already quite late, but Silan had to be erased as soon as possible. However, even if they wanted to take action, they couldn't make use of a criminal organization. It wasn't an issue of sentiment. The important figures among the extremists had connections to a certain criminal organization, but because Kuberman had been defeated by someone, that criminal organization had stopped working. Thus, these masked extremists had no choice but to take the most extreme of approaches. The peaceful faction is a weak compromise, nothing more than heretical teachings. You people, those who spread these teachings as truth, are traitors. The man shouted, forgetting his current situation. A vein appeared on Edgar's forehead as he moved to silence the man. However, Heinz stopped him. Indeed, you're right, he said. Alder wished for the extermination of Veda's races in the past, just as you say, and I'm sure that's still true now. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have fought the goddess who battled the Demon King at his side. If he had changed his mind, he would have sent divine messages to the Pope and the clergymen of the Amid Empire, telling them to stop persecuting Veda's races. The fact that this hasn't happened means that what you extremists advocate and Alder's will is one and the same. Not only Edgar and the Masked Man, but all of the other extremists stopped in surprise at Heinz's words. What are you trying to say? The Masked Man asked, bewildered at Heinz's denial of the very foundations of the peaceful faction's ideology. Heinz asked him a question in turn. I am a member of the peaceful faction and have a damp girl under my protection, and yet Alder has bestowed his divine protection upon me and dispatches his familiar spirits to aid me. Why is that? If Alder's will would not acknowledge Heinz's actions, if he really was a heretical traitor, why could Heinz summon a familiar spirit with the familiar spirit descent skill? Was it not because Alder had acknowledged Heinz? Heinz smiled bitterly at the Masked Man, who was lost for words, his eyes wide open. With that said, that doesn't mean what I advocate is right. I'm sure that Alder is wavering, too. A god, waver? Is such a thing? That's what I want to find out. And if Alder says that the eradication of Veda's races is right, I'll ask him why, and persuade him otherwise, said Heinz. He would meet a god, hear what he had to say and then persuade him otherwise? Heinz's words could even be considered arrogant. The Masked Man held his breath and then exhaled loudly. This is our defeat, he said, removing his mask to reveal his now doubtless expression. After this incident, the Alder extremists who had planned Solon's assassination turned themselves into the guard's station. Of course, the death penalty was considered. Although Heinz appealed for their lives to be spared, they became criminal slaves. However, Heinz's party purchased them and guided them on a search for the location of Zakat's trials, and an adventure to investigate Alder's true will. This was the first record of Heinz guiding others as a holy guider. Side Story Chapter 16, Preliminary Encounter, Origin. The 8th Guidance's bombing of the Bravers' headquarters. This bombing incident caused great damage to the Bravers' reputation, which still hadn't recovered from the Fallen Hero incident, where the crimes of Kaido Kanata, one of the Bravers, were revealed. Up until then, the Bravers had been literal heroes to the people of Origin. All of the Bravers members possessed genius-level talent for magic and tremendous physical capabilities, and each of them had non-magic, special superpowers that had only existed in fictional works. They came running to help when accidents and disasters happened. They had done many deeds that put them at the forefront of the war against terrorism. There had even been people worshipping the Bravers as angels sent by a god. However, once the crimes committed by Kaido Kanata were made public, it revealed that the Bravers were just humans like the rest. As the Bravers had been trying to restore their fallen image, the bombing incident had occurred. Among the casualties were 2 of the Bravers members, Shimada Izumi and Machida Ran, and several staff were also injured. The world expressed sympathy for the Bravers and anger towards the 8th Guidance. However, this was a defeat that was difficult to erase for the Bravers as an anti-terrorist organization. Most importantly, 2 of their companions had been killed. The loss of Shimada Izumi with inspection, which allowed her to see through all kinds of falsehoods, and Machida Ran with calculation that made him a living supercomputer, was a hard blow for the organization, and their companions from Earth, of which they had only been 100, were now 2 fewer. And these 2 hadn't died because they were paying for their mistakes, like Kaido Kanata, who had been killed by Shinmari because he had been illegally selling her mother's organs. The Bravers had been able to act the way they did up until now because these 2 had been working behind the scenes. We'll definitely avenge those 3, exclaimed Minami Asagi, who had been a part of sports clubs on Earth. There were many like him who raised their fists in fierce anger, advocating that they should punish the 8th Guidance, and the traitors like Murakami Junpei, with their own hands. All of the Bravers, including Minami Asagi, knew that all of the members of the 8th Guidance had been victims of death attribute research and then been handed over to another research institution while under the Bravers' protection. Indeed, if the Bravers had acted properly back then, it was possible that these victims wouldn't have become terrorists. However, the murder of the Bravers' companions couldn't be forgiven. Shimada and Machida were our companions who saved our lives countless times. And Marishi killed Kanata, but she was supposed to atone for her crime. There was no reason for her to be killed by terrorists. Isn't that right? shouted Asagi, seeking the agreement of his companions in this space that was completely white, from the floor to the ceiling. Amamiya Hiroto, and Amamiya Narumi, whose surname had changed from Naru's after marriage, were present. There were over a dozen other bravers gathered here as well. All of them were armed with military body armor, knives of all kinds, and the latest gloves that had the functions of a staff built in internally. Exactly. We'll make them regret it. Over half of the bravers were in agreement with Asagi. It seemed that the impact of having their companions killed wasn't one that the bravers could accept calmly. Though the reincarnated individuals had been trained to fight terrorists and engaged in battle with them many times, they had never been defeated. Due to the talent for magic, fortunes and cheat-like abilities that had been given to them, they had been able to emerge victorious continuously. Some had suffered serious injuries, and even nearly died. However, these wounds were healed by magic and cheat-like abilities, and they had managed to slip through the battlefield alive. The exception was Kaido Kanata, who had been killed by another reincarnated individual. This was why the reincarnated individuals were not accustomed to the deaths of their companions. Not good. This is headed in a bad direction. Hiroto grimaced at Asagi and his companions, who were getting more and more spirited. Being the only one other than the Oracle in Takuya who knew that the undead was actually another reincarnated individual, he wanted to capture the members of the 8th Guidance as quietly as possible, as they were those who had been saved by his companion. The 8th Guidance was committing crimes repeatedly all over the world, in developed nations in particular, so it would be impossible to acquit them. Hiroto had intended to secure them in a facility where their human rights would be respected as much as possible, or if it was possible to convince them, secretly sneak them out into a third world country. However, the members of the 8th Guidance were more stubborn, and more serious, than Hiroto or Kuya had expected. After killing the logistical support members, Shimada Izumi and Machida ran, they had gone on to kill the captive Shinmari, the metamorph, with another bomb in the same way. It was possible that their actions had become more radical under the influence of Murakami and the others joining them, but it was now a situation where they couldn't be brought in quietly. I understand how you feel. But our mission is only to capture the 8th Guidance. Not erase them. Don't forget that, Hiroto said, trying to calm his companions down. But Asagi and the others began to object. I know. But that doesn't mean we can't fight back if they resist. Right? Asagi asked. That's right, was the only response that Hiroto could give. He wanted to save the 8th Guidance. However, he couldn't do that at the cost of Asagi and his other companions. Hiroto, I know how you feel. You want to save Pluto and the others because they were victims, right? But this is the result of their choices, it can't be helped, said Narumi. Narumi, that's right. For now, let's focus on our mission. Unable to tell his wife the truth, that the 8th Guidance worshipped the one who had once tried to save her, the one she had later mistaken Hiroto to be, Hiroto could only nod with a bitter feeling in his chest. And this was a choice that he had made to save the 8th Guidance. With the Oracle, Indukuya had finally determined the whereabouts of the 8th Guidance base where Murakami and the others were hiding. In order to save as many of the 8th Guidance members as possible while minimizing the losses his companions suffered, the Bravers had to attack the base quickly. Having received this news on a private Bravers line, he had gathered as many members as he could and taken action. The Bravers couldn't act alone, so the special forces of every nation were joining the mission, but this was part of the instructions that Kuya had given as well. Thus, this situation had been produced by the choice given by the Oracle. There wasn't anything to be anxious about. Or at least, that should be the case, but I can believe you, right, Kuya? Kuya was his close friend, but Hiroto felt some unease at the fact that the Oracle's instructions had been delivered in written message. Amamiya, you have quite the unhappy face, someone called out to him. If the leader makes a face like that, it'll affect the morale of the whole squad. The one who was speaking to him was the Avalon, Rikudo Akira. He was an unusual man among the Bravers. He was a finesse-type person with magic that was superior to his special ability. He was someone who had been a class representative of a different class to Narumi and Asagi's. Akira-kun, I'm sorry. But right now, Narumi began. I know how you feel, but it's not just the 8th Guidance. We'll be fighting Murakami and the others, Chronos, Venus, Marionette, Death Scythe, Odin, Hecate and Shield, 10 traitors who knows our plans, with dangerous abilities. It seems that the blood has risen to Asagi's head, but this fight will be harsher and more dangerous than any mission we've faced before, Rikudo said. Sorry, you're absolutely right, Hiroto said. As Rikudo said, they would be fighting those with abilities on the same level as themselves, including the Chronos Murakami, as enemies. There was no telling how many casualties would be suffered if everyone focused only on the 8th guidance. Rikudo exhaled and loosened the muscles around his mouth, as if he was satisfied with Amamiya's reply. As long you understand. He turned to Narumi. Mrs. Amamiya, as a wife, you have the right to say some harsh things to your husband from time to time. You're right, I'll take care to do that from now on. But I didn't think that I'd be told that by you. Considering how your wife spoils you, Narumi said. That's because I'm perfect as a husband, said Rikudo. In terms of experience as a husband, I'm above you, Amamiya-kun. Indeed. I can't overcome someone so full of experience who has married 3 times and divorced twice, said Hiroto. Hey, we weren't supposed to talk about that. Rikudo said, laughing. With some of his tension relieved, Amamiya said some brief words to Narumi and Rikudo to excuse himself and went to cool off Asagi's heading, thinking that it was his turn to make a speech now. That Asagi, noisy as usual, isn't he? Muttered Mao Smith, who was operating a special stealth craft, clicking her tongue. On Earth, she had been a ferry crewman by the name of Nagano Mao, and she had been reincarnated in Origin's equivalent of Europe. She had been going back and forth across the sea in a boat on Earth, but in Origin, she was a fighter pilot. She had been influenced by the family she had been born into in Origin, a family who had been military officers for generations, and before long, she had started flying. Going on and on as he likes inside someone's ability. Geez. It's distracting, Mao muttered, checking a crystal meter to make sure that her anti-magic and anti-radar stealth barrier was online. Her cheat-like ability was Noah. It was an ability that allowed her to maintain a special subspace and transport living things and items inside it. It was, so to speak, an ability possessed by the player character of any game. It had a maximum limit, but fit about a tanker ship's worth of objects or even people inside that special space and transport them freely, ignoring their weight. She had utilized this to transport large quantities of supplies to the sites of disasters and to seize large amounts of evidence from terrorist bases and bring them back swiftly. This time, she was transporting her allies. Mao could have used a transport helicopter, but flying a fighter on her own while transporting them allowed her to deliver them to the 8th Guidance's base far more quickly. Still, these were strange orders, weren't they? Mao was concerned about Endukuya's orders. There was one more seat in this stealth fighter, but instead of a co-pilot, there was a small box installed there. Do not tell any of the other bravers about the existence of this box's contents, and then hand its contents to Amamiya Hiroto after you arrive at the destination. Those were her orders. Why did she have to transport it outside of Noah, and why did she have to keep its existence a secret? It was too mysterious. But they're the Oracle's orders, right? Even if I asked Indu directly, he probably wouldn't answer me. There was no explanation for the results produced by the Oracle. Even Endukuya himself, the one who possessed the ability, was unlikely to know why things had to be like this. But the reality was that the Oracle's strange instructions had saved lives of the bravers many times. It's a small price to pay if I have to keep the existence of one small box secret to save my allies' lives. Now then, I suppose we're arriving soon. And then, just as Mao began switching the stealth fighter from flight mode to vertical movement mode dash, it's just as Murakami and Shade said, isn't it? An unfamiliar, high-pitched voice came from behind her without warning. Before she could react, a knife held by a white hand extending from behind was thrust into her neck. With this, she can't recite incantations, can she? Isn't this a great victory for Jack? In the corner of her vision, Mao saw the member of the 8th Guidance who possessed a swollen head that appeared as if he was wearing a pumpkin over his face, Jack O'Lantern. Yeah, that's amazing, Jack. With this, everyone can die. And then a lifeless-looking, ghost-like girl appeared, as if this were a horror movie. It was the gazer, Minuma Hitumi, who had joined the 8th Guidance along with Murakami and the others, or rather, kidnapped and taken with them. These guys, an 8th Guidance member and gazer? Why are they here? This aircraft hasn't decelerated yet, we're still traveling at the speed of sound. If they had used space attribute magic, teleporting would have been possible. However, that would require accurate coordinates of the destination point. It was absolutely impossible, even for a master of space attribute magic, to teleport inside the cockpit of an aircraft flying at the speed of sound. If their timing was even a little off, they would collide with the aircraft or be left falling, thousands of meters above the ground. How did these guys even know this stealth fighter's flight path in the first place? This is bad. I don't have time to think. Ma's head was filled with questions, but she had no time to address them. Unfortunately, she had been adjusting the meters and disabled the autopilot, so she couldn't let go of the joystick. She couldn't use her proficient wind attribute magic inside the tiny cockpit, and she couldn't raise her voice to recite any incantations anyway. "Does this make Jack the first to arrive, Hitomi-chan?" said Jack. "Not yet, Jack. You have to thrust that knife in more deeply or pull it strongly. These guys have magic items for life support in times of emergency, so if you don't kill them, they have a chance to survive." "I see. Thanks, Hitomi-chan." Obeying the gazer's instructions, Jack gripped his knife forcefully to sever Mao's head. Fortunately for Mao, Jack wasn't accustomed to killing, and he didn't have much physical strength. However, at this rate, she wouldn't last more than 10 seconds. "What do I do? Gazer can just use magic if she wants to, so if I let go of the joystick and resist, in the worst case scenario, she might just blow us all up, including herself. I can't die yet." The reason was that her companions were inside Noah. If Mao died, there was no telling what would happen to them. If Noah's user died, its effects would likely be undone. Amamiya Hiroto and the others who were inside would likely be thrown out. And this was an aircraft flying above the clouds at the speed of sound. Of course, even if the bravers were thrown out here, they were all first-rate users of magic, so they might survive. But what if they crashed into this stealth aircraft that was traveling at the speed of sound the moment they were thrown out? What if they immediately lost consciousness due to the change in atmospheric pressure? Even with their magic items, the situation was not very optimistic. Gaze was overvaluing them. The function of those magic items was only to buy a little time before death when their users were fatally wounded. To think that I was the passionate type who would give her life to save her allies. "Jack, hurry and kill that woman. Hitomi-chan, you'll hurt your face." The moment Gazer and Jack spoke, the cockpit flew open as if exploding. And then the seat that Mao was sitting in was ejected. Escape successful. It looks like I was able to avenge myself, too. Mao had activated the aircraft's escape mechanism, launching herself into the sky, and now she began falling. In her field of vision, she could see her aircraft that was more expensive than her entire lifetime's income, becoming rapidly more distant, as well as Jack and Gazer, who were falling towards the ground. The moment Mao ejected, Jack had protected Gazer. Because of this, there was a large dent in his swollen head. He had likely died instantly. Gazer was falling, embracing the dead Jack. She went and found a single man. How can she do such a suicidal thing when she's got someone she loves? Mao coughed. Because the knife had come out of her throat, she was bleeding more violently. And because she had forcibly activated the escape mechanism during sonic speed flight, her bones were broken in several places, too. Her organs seemed to be in bad shape as well. With this, even her magic item wouldn't know which fatal wound to heal. At this rate, I won't have time to let everyone out of Noah and save them. I'm rapidly accelerating towards the ground, anyway. Perhaps because of the attack that Gazer performed before dying, Mao's parachute wouldn't open. And I suppose I'm losing consciousness now. If you all survive being thrown out, make my funeral a grand one, Mao thought as she parted with her consciousness. I suppose Jack and Gazer should have gone ahead by now, Indukuya said as he worked on his PC. If I do this here, then this how complicated. This is why I hate machines. He went through numerous complex procedures, putting a program into the computer. And I'm done. With this, everything has become your crime. I've made the reason for your crime, because you heard a demon's voice, and all of the oracle's predictions were the predictions of a demon. Not that I know what a demon is, though. Kuya was in a room alone, talking to himself in the mirror. Of course, the mirror's reflection of him was also alone. However, his face was unusually stiff. The muscles of his face were spasming, and his mouth and cheeks were crooked. Don't be so angry, Oracle Indukuya. It's your fault for being so focused on finding Murakami and the rest of us, neglecting your own protection. That's why your body was taken over by an evil spirit by Shade. The one manipulating Indukuya's body was one of the 8th Guidance's members, Shade, who had lost his physical body but gained the ability to possess corpses. Normally, he could only possess dead bodies, but he could actually possess a living human, just once, taking over their body. Murakami and the others had been used as bait, and then Shade had used this power to take over Indukuya's body. and then he had set a trap for Amamiya Hiroto and the others, saying that these were the instructions of the oracle. He had ordered for a box containing an almost dead mouse to be placed in the stealth fighter's cockpit, so that Jack could be sent in, as he was able to teleport near any almost dead person, or to be more precise, any almost dead creature. It's easy, isn't it? If I just say that it's the result given by the oracle, everyone moves about in interesting ways. Everyone carries out your orders, no matter how strange they are. Like, pretend to show no hostility towards the undead. The moment Shade spoke these words, his face's convulsions stopped. Surprised? Murakami heard from Gazer, so he knows it? That's why I've decided that I'm definitely going to kill you, Shade said, picking up a hand grenade that he had acquired beforehand by saying that it was needed for the oracle's orders. Even if I take your body, it's not like I can use your abilities or magic. So, I'll be using a method that will definitely kill you. If you don't have a body of your own, killing yourself takes some time, too. The reason Shade could only take over a living human's body once was because once he did so, he would fuse with that body and never be able to leave it. In other words, if Ndukuya died, Shade would die as well. He could die. He didn't have a physical body, but he could die just like everyone else. I could wait 3 hours for the false information that I created using Ndukuya's body to spread across the world, but I don't want to be the only one left alive when everyone else has died. Shade pulled the pin from the hand grenade, held it in his mouth and closed his eyes. Gunnar, Jack, Gazer, Mousesmith, Ndukuya and Shade have gone, Enma announced to his companions. He was a boy whose entire eyes were black, even the parts that were supposed to be white. The 8th guidance's base, or to be more precise, the battlefield that Pluto and the others had prepared for the decisive battle, was a ruin in northern Europe. It was a historical ruin in the middle of what had been turned into a barren wasteland filled with rocks by an ultimate weapon that had been used in a previous great war. The infrastructure and everything else was dead, and staying here for extended periods of time would normally be impossible. Pluto and the others were using the subway system beneath this desert as their base. The remaining members of the 8th Guidance, who surrounded a large table that they had found in the ruins, all directed their gazes towards Pluto simultaneously. So, have the others died? Pluto asked, not moving a single eyebrow despite the gazes of her companions. Inma, who possessed an ability that told him the names and faces of those who had died, closed his eyes in concentration for a few moments before replying. No, the names of Amamiya Hiroto and the others aren't there. The others aren't there, either, so they're all still alive. Maybe they're fatally wounded but just haven't died yet, said Isis, a black woman. But Inma shook his head. They possess advanced magic of all attributes, and are the users of more powerful abilities than ours. They have magic items, too. If a few of them are unharmed, the rest of them will recover. Only instant death is certain. I see, then I suppose they'll be headed this way right about now, said Valkyrie, crossing her arms. She was a tall, beautiful woman with long, platinum blonde hair. The Bravers couldn't turn back just because one of their allies had been killed. The special forces of every nation were already spreading out around this area. More importantly, they would take action to avenge their companions. The leader, Amamiya Hiroto, seemed to want to save the 8th Guidance, which made things complicated, but that wouldn't make him change the plan. Even if Amamiya Hiroto stopped the plan now, the special forces were already moving. If they ran into Murakami and the others, they would be annihilated. That would mean that the Bravers had cancelled the plan that they themselves had suggested, leaving the special forces to die. Of course, even if that didn't happen, Shade's handiwork would cause the Bravers' reputation to plummet regardless. Causing the Bravers' reputation to plummet was little more than harassment. It meant nothing in particular to Pluto and the others. Either way, they would be dying soon, and they didn't care about what happened after they died. However, they thought that it would be good if, after they died, the surviving Bravers suffered. But that was all they thought about it. Well then, Murakami and the others will be betraying us soon, said Izanami, a barely human-shaped creature whose sex couldn't be determined, with protuberances the size of babies' heads growing all over its body. But nobody denied those words. They had already established that Murakami and the others, who had betrayed the Bravers, would betray them as well. So, what are we going to do, Pluto? Asked the sweet-looking Baba Yaga, who had her hair in braids. Let's see. For now, let's finish eating, said Pluto, pointing at the numerous onigiri on the plates lined up on the table. They were in the middle of a meal. They were upholding the 8th Guidance's rule of all sharing a meal together at least once a day, However, as Shade had no physical body, he had always just passed some food through the stomach of whatever corpse he possessed, and several days ago, he had gone off to act separately from the rest. And because Mao's stealth fighter had departed earlier than expected today, Jack and Gazer had disappeared partway through the meal. "Good night, Jack, Shade, Gazer. Let us meet on the other side," Pluto said. "I wonder about that, maybe Shade is sleeping right about now." At night, he always complained that he couldn't sleep because he didn't have a physical body. I wonder what Jack and Gazer are doing? Do you think they managed to say hello to the undead? Knowing those two, I'm sure they would be too nervous to be able to say anything. Well then, Shade won't have any time to sleep, either. He'll have to introduce those two to the undead. The members of the 8th Guidance ate the onigiri that contained various different ingredients as they shared this conversation. The onigiri made with the rice that the undead had apparently said that he wanted to eat while he was alive. And once they finished eating, they stood up and left the table. Well then, may we meet again on the other side. The final meal together had ended. Now, their lives in this world would come to an end. Pluto, who was the last to finish eating her onigiri, turned her gaze to the seat in which Hitumi had been sitting. Hitumi's final prediction bothered her. "Pluto, you will turn a blind eye to two of them," Hitumi had said. "I'll turn a blind eye to two of them, not spare them, but turn a blind eye to them, which means either the bravers or the soldiers, right? It's definitely the latter, isn't it?" Pluto murmured. Pluto would probably turn a blind eye to two soldiers who would say that they had a fiancé in their hometown, or that they had young children and a pregnant wife waiting for them to return, or simply cry pathetically for their mothers. Pluto having a long-lost sibling among the special forces, such a situation wouldn't happen. But it would certainly not be the bravers. "Because I would never turn a blind eye to those guys," Pluto said. "Bravers, in Dakuya, Mao Smith, deceased. 2 casualties. 8th Guidance, Jack-o'-lantern, Shade, Minuma Hitumi the Gazer, deceased. 3 casualties. The anti-bravers led by Murakami, all 9 members still alive." Side Story Chapter 17, Chain of Events, Origin. The signal from the stealth fighter piloted by Noah of the Bravers vanished. The army that had lent the fighter to the Bravers passed this information on to the Special Forces members who were on standby, surrounding the 8th Guidance's base, and it was devastating news for them. To the ordinary people, the Bravers were heroes, but to soldiers, they were more than just that. To the soldiers, Amamiya Hiroto and the others were cheats, unfair beings. 100 geniuses that normally appeared very rarely were all born in the same generation, and most of them had been born on an island nation to the far east. And all of them possessed at least one non-magic ability that worked on unknown principles. Partially due to these abilities, each of them had the power to shake entire nations. The fallen hero Kanata had possessed Gungna, which allowed him to snipe and kill any target through any obstacles. The metamorph Shinmari, who had killed Kanata, was a master of disguise beyond what was seen in spy movies. She could change her race and physique instantly, rendering scanners for fingerprints, retinas, and voice signatures useless, and there was a high possibility that she could fool sensors that identified the mana wavelengths of individuals as well. The Oracle and Dakuya, Machida ran with calculation, Shimada Izumi with inspection. All of them broke the rules. The most fearsome of the Bravers was Amamiya Hiroto. If he had been born before the World War, it would likely have been the Eastern Island nation, not the American-European alliance, that ruled the world. So, did the stealth fighter's signal disappear because of an attack by the 8th Guidance? Are the Bravers still alive? Asked a commanding officer of the special forces of one of the nations. Unknown, his subordinate immediately replied. However, the vital signals of Noah, Mao Smith, have ceased. I see, so that troublesome woman has disappeared. Mao had been marked among the Bravers as someone who needed to be under significant surveillance. That wasn't because her behavior was often problematic, but because her Noah ability was troublesome. Things stored inside Noah could never be detected from the outside. Precious metals, firearms, drugs, she could transport them as she liked. Of course, that included people. What if she were to transport a dangerous biological weapon inside Noah? The thought was enough to terrify the high officials in every nation. The Bravers had possessed society's trust up until now, but there were Murakami Junpei and the others who were now working with the 8th Guidance. No matter how noble they were, there was no saying for sure that they would never stain their hands with crime. That was why it wasn't bad if the bravers died. It would be best if they were to work for the nation and find permanent employment, but them dying was far better than them joining other nations or criminal organizations. First, we should confirm how many losses the bravers have sustained, and wait for contact from them to hear whether they're in a state to participate in the operation. In theory, we would take this option. However, it's highly likely that the 8th Guidance has already detected our operation, the commanding officer said. If that wasn't the case, there was no way a latest model stealth fighter would go missing with its young and healthy pilot dead. How had the 8th Guidance, who shouldn't have been in possession of any radar equipment, detected the approach of a stealth fighter? It was possible that it was the doing of Murakami Junpei or one of the others with their abilities, but it was a known fact that all of the members of the 8th Guidance were able to use one death attribute spell in exchange for not being able to use magic of the normal attributes. Both possibilities were feasible. Commanding officer, there are none among Murakami Junpei and the others who possess a suitable ability for this, said the subordinate. Is it not the doing of the 8th Guidance? The abilities of Murakami Junpei and his followers were already well known. Murakami had Chronos, an ability that delayed the activation of other bravers' abilities and magic cast by others that were nearby. He also had incredible mana regeneration that was always active. His companion Tsuchiya Kaneko had Venus, which charmed others. However, this didn't work on other bravers. There was Death's Eye that caused instant death by looking at the target's face, Super Sense that strengthened the user's 5 senses, Sylphid that transformed the user's body into gas, Marionette that allowed the manipulation of others by touching them, Hecatonchi that was telekinesis. They were users of all kinds of abilities. Gazer, who could see the future, had been a particularly problematic one, but she had apparently been in a mostly vegetative state when Murakami kidnapped her, so it was unclear whether she could use her ability. However, the commanding officer did not trust this information. The source of this information was the bravers, after all. Sometimes the information from his own nation's intelligence service was wrong. He couldn't just blindly accept information from outside sources. If the ability users work together, they may be able to use their abilities in ways that aren't in our intel. And there is no saying that they won't have a trump card hidden up their sleeves. Don't let your guard down, he said. We have been given top secret orders. As we have been ordered, we will begin our operation. And then, without knowing the fate of the bravers, and without making any communications to the other squads, the squad began moving. We will definitely acquire the members of the 8th Guidance, whose bodies contain death attribute mana, for our nation. It doesn't matter if they're corpses, kill them and take them with us. The commanding officer shouted. Yes, sir. His men responded. Knowing how much the military nation had benefited after discovering the death attribute, the high officials of every nation couldn't help but to want that glory for their own nations. Most importantly, that magic would allow the realization of humanity's dream, immortality, would it not? Considering that, and considering that the other nations would think the same, they couldn't help themselves. The members of the 8th Guidance, who could only use one type of death attribute magic each, wielded this much power. If one nation monopolized the death attribute, how powerful would it become? Thus, it was justice for our nation to control it. This squad was not the only one to have received special orders from the upper echelons of their nation that had these thoughts. The soldiers of the special forces possessed carefully trained bodies and were studied users of advanced magic. In addition, they were outfitted with the latest equipment. Active camouflage magic items that used light attribute magic, the thermal sensor magic items that used fire attribute magic, and the anti-infrared magic items were flawless as well. And they were equipped with firearms, knives, all kinds of chemicals, state-of-the-art internal staff gloves and communications equipment that could communicate both technologically and magically. Each individual soldier was a superhuman with more fighting power than a tank. Squads of sizes varying from 12 to 30 men had been sent by 10 different nations. They had confidence that they would fulfill their mission. They were also conceited in themselves for being highly trained soldiers. They certainly wouldn't lose to amateurs who relied on unknown powers, the bravers who couldn't escape their image of seeming like civilians, and guinea pigs who hadn't undergone any training, as long as the situation was kept under control. They couldn't lose. That was what they thought. Amamiya Hiroto had deliberately made the bravers' abilities open knowledge so that they wouldn't be persecuted by others. However, no matter what he did, he had not been able to reduce the number of people opposing them to zero. Anti-personnel landmines and booby traps. The work of an amateur, the commanding officer thought. The soldiers of the Special Forces proceeded through the subway tunnels that were the 8th Guidance's base, disarming the traps that had been set one after another. Things might have been different if they were normal police officers or soldiers that were sent on ordinary missions, but for these men, this was no different from going on a stroll. Is this the 8th Guidance? They're quite dash. As the commanding officer heard consecutive gunshots, his thoughts stopped permanently. Dozens of gun barrels had appeared out of thin air and opened fire on the Special Forces. An enemy attack? Let there be a stone wall. The commanding officer shouted immediately, conjuring a stone wall with earth attribute magic to hide his body behind. The commanding officer of this squad thought that this was a surprise attack by the Special Forces of another nation to dispose of a competitor. If that wasn't the case, the enemies wouldn't be using the latest active camouflage. ISAM, use napalm. Beck, Tyler, oxygen. The commanding officer ordered, knowing that the stone wall would be broken through by magic within the next 10 seconds and deciding that all of the Special Forces members from the other nation should be exterminated. Under his orders, his subordinates recited incantations for an advanced fire attribute spell and a wind attribute spell that produced a membrane of breathable air to protect their allies. Delivery. With this signal, a hole opened in a part of the stone wall, and the fire attribute spell was fired through that hole. At the same time, the defensive membrane of air enveloped all of the soldiers. There was a thunderous roar. It was likely that all of the oxygen on the other side of the wall had been combusted by now, leaving the enemy unable to breathe and suffering in the burning air. Life signals? The commanding officer asked. None. Enemy casualties confirmed, said one of his subordinates, confirming the enemy's annihilation with a sensor that contained a life attribute magic item. Just as the men were checking that everyone was accounted for and began moving to quickly administer first aid treatment, the stone wall crumbled to pieces. Impossible. The enemy should have been dead. As a rain of bullets descended upon him and his men once more, the commanding officer figured out who the enemy was. The enemy were armed undead soldiers with loose, burnt faces, letting out harsh groans. Lifeless, dead soldiers that didn't need oxygen. Ha 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 ha. Overwhelming, aren't they, my brave warriors? Valkyrie, the tall, beautiful woman with waist-long silver blonde hair, laughed loudly as she watched the Special Forces soldiers fall one by one to the undead under her command. You're right about that, said the Death Scythe, Kono Kyoji, as he looked on. Aren't zombies normally small fries? How rude, calling them small fries. My brave warriors are true heroes who fight on without fearing even death. Valkyrie protested. Well, they're already dead, so there's no need for them to be scared of it now. Undead existed in origin, but they were just treated as a kind of monster, corpses that moved on their own because of mana that had remained in the body for whatever reason. In many cases, they simply rampaged like beasts. They did not possess the intelligence or skills that they had in life. The only exception was the undead who had used magic. That was why the Special Forces soldiers would never be defeated no matter how many zombies tried to swarm them. The most they would be able to do was buy some time. However, the brave zombie warriors that Valkyrie commanded could handle firearms as they had done while alive, and they could even cast simple spells. Of course, it's thanks to our comrades who gathered all of the corpses. Nothing else, Valkyrie said. The brave zombie warriors could exhibit the same abilities that they had possessed while alive due to the power of Isis, the black woman with dreadlocks. Just like the goddess who once joined together the separated remains of her husband to resurrect him, Isis was able to turn corpses into undead that possessed the same abilities they had while alive. She needed between an hour to half a day to create a single one, so she couldn't add the currently dying Special Forces soldiers to her undead, however. And Valkyrie's power was manipulating undead, who were normally impossible to control. That was all. Therefore, my brave warriors and I will not accept criticism. We shall make full use of the equipment that we have been capturing from research facilities and criminal organizations up until now. Valkyrie declared. I don't want to go along with this, but, Kono, to your right, there are some guys trying to blow up the subway system with high explosive devices. Kill them, ordered a voice coming from Kono's communications device. Yes, sir, Murakami Dana. Obeying these orders, Kono released ultrasonic waves with wind attribute magic. Sensors picked up the ultrasonic waves and projected the faces of his targets. Death Scythe. With just that, the targeted soldiers went into cardiac arrest, convulsing a few times before dying. Did you think that you could feel at ease because you're wearing helmets? It was true that Death's Scythe could only cause instant death cardiac arrest in targets that he had seen with his bare eyes. However, he had embedded sensors into his eyeballs and could see the faces of his targets with the echoes of the ultrasonic waves that went through helmets and masks, and he could kill his targets using this method. It was a method developed after he had accepted Murakami's offer, so the special forces, who had acquired their information from the Bravers, were unaware of this trump card. Are you done? If you are, we're marching forward. The appetizer will be devoured by I, Valkyrie, and Izanami and Berserker as well, before the fake heroes arrive. The beautiful, brave-looking Valkyrie declared to the men. Kono made a displeasured expression. Why are you going out of your way to go on the front lines? The commander is usually at the back, right? It's because my power is only effective within a 1-kilometer radius from me. If the brave warriors march alone, they will stop obeying my orders once they are out of range. You can just hide behind me. Yeah? In a place separate from Valkyrie and Kono, Izanami's fury was being unleashed on the elite soldiers. Jaiwa. A monster. It's a monster. Why doesn't light attribute magic work? Silver bullets, holy water, salt, anti-undead equipment, nothing works. We never heard about this. The 8th Guidance had crushed several top-secret death attribute research facilities in the nation that had dispatched this squad of special forces, and the nation had been aware that the 8th Guidance had been taking away the corpses of the guards at these facilities. Thus, the nation had provided their soldiers with large quantities of anti-undead equipment, having guessed that the 8th Guidance might turn these corpses into undead and use them to guard their base. However, the one station there was not the undead under Valkyrie's command, but Izanami. Ferocious roars filled the air. Yamatsushikome, masses of flesh about the size of medium-sized dogs, each with 4 short limbs with sharp claws and a mouth filled with fangs that looked as if it had been pasted onto the body. And Yamatsuikasa, which had the appearances of apes that had their muscle fibers exposed. Izanami's ability created these 2 types of monsters, whose heads were filled with nothing but a desire to feed. Yugyufu. Go and eat, then come back. Izanami used a knife to cut out one of the protuberances that covered his body, right from the base. The tumor made graphic-sounding noises as it transformed into a monster. At the same time, the wound left behind on Izanami's body closed rapidly. Q-Few, now then, kill them. They are not the ones who killed the undead, the one who gave meaning to this unsightly monster, but they are the allies of those who killed him. Now, dig in, Izanami murmured. All of the cells in Izanami's body, not just the protuberances but its internal organs as well, had transformed into something resembling cancer cells that repeatedly underwent endless cell division. Thus, it was suspected that Izanami would not die unless over 70% of its brain was destroyed. However, in the military nation's research facility, Izanami had been nothing more than a useless guinea pig that simply didn't die. But thanks to the death attribute mana gained when the undead rescued it, due to the size of the protuberances, it had become able to create 2 types of monsters from the tumors cut away from its main body. Right before Izanami's eyes, these 2 types of monsters, Yamatsushikome and Yamatsuikasa, were forcing the special forces, who were supposed to be elite soldiers, into a disadvantageous situation. But the price that Izanami paid was that its tumors expanded rapidly. Its cells were on a rampage to try and recover from the repeated injuries its body had sustained within a short period of time. QQ, at this rate, the pressure from the tumors will crush my organs, my brain. Now that Izanami had become unable to even walk due to the size and weight of the tumors, it had started to see the finish line, and whispered into its communications device. I'm going to make my body light now, it said. Won't you last any longer? Asked the voice of Berserker, who was waiting for his own turn to step up. A bitter smile appeared on Izanami's face. I'll probably last another few minutes, but soon, I won't even be able to speak. I see, then leave the rest to me. Good night, Izanami, said Berserker. Let us meet again, comrade, said Valkyrie's voice. I'll go soon as well, so wait for me, said Kono. Izanami listened to the farewells from Pluto and the others. Yeah, I'll be waiting on the other side, it replied, and then took out the switch that it had received from Isis. Now that Izanami thought about it, Isis hadn't said farewell, but it was probably because of Murakami and the others, so it was fine. This body of mine, devour as many of them as possible. Izanami pressed the switch, and an explosive magic item implanted inside its skull was activated. The explosion itself was small, but it was enough to destroy Izanami's brain. with the paste-like mixture of blood and what was once its brain pouring out of the hole where its face was. Izanami collapsed. A deep growl filled the air. Izanami's body stood up with a creaking noise, rising as an enormous Yamatsuikasa. With its beast-like roar filling the subway tunnels, the enormous Yamatsuikasa charged at the Special Forces soldiers that were still resisting, desiring more prey. A beast was roaring in other passageways as well. Lee. Get a hold of yourself, Lee. But the beast was Sergeant Lee Jian of the Special Forces squad sent by an Asian nation, who had been fighting against a member of the 8th Guidance until just a moment ago. That member of the 8th Guidance was a large, fat man wearing the fur of a bear, but he was a fearsome fighter who possessed both the agility of a carnivorous, feline beast and the superhuman strength of a bear. If he was allowed to close the distance, he would take the limbs, head or organs of the enemy with a single blow. Normally, he would not be allowed to get close, but the Special Forces soldiers couldn't prevent him from closing in due to the traitor bravers, the Hecatoncheir Doug Atlas and the Aegis Melissa J. Sortom, who were supporting the enemy from behind. And so, 10 of the 30 soldiers of the Special Forces squad had fallen and finally defeated the beast, but for some reason, Sergeant Lee, who had dealt the fatal blow, had begun killing his companions as a new beast. Gwa Lee, it's me, it's Chen. Jia. Lee, who had been a specialist in close quarters combat with his knife, was using that skill to its fullest as a beast. He cut the throat of the comrade who was sorrowfully calling his name. That's no longer Sergeant Lee. Exterminate him along with the enemy. Though it was already too late, the soldiers saw this, changed their way of thinking and began a full-blown attack on Sergeant Lee. Bullets and spells cast with their incantations shortened by portable magical mediums flooded in towards Sergeant Lee. Don't let up on your attacks. Think of the enemy as a monster that will continue moving until you completely destroy its arms and legs. A soldier shouted. But this also meant that the enemy was a monster that could be stopped if its arms and legs were completely destroyed, if its entire body was turned into mincemeat. The surviving Special Forces soldiers had the skill and equipment to make that happen. However, this was only true if their attacks landed. Sergeant Lee roared, and a white, fog-like shield appeared in front of him, deflecting all of the bullets and spells. Seeing this, the soldiers' faces turned pale. That damn Aegis. What are Park and Xioli doing? Shouted the man who appeared to be the commanding officer. The response to this question came from one of the two people behind Sergeant Lee, a man with an afro. Do you mean these two that I just crushed with my bare hands? He said, pointing at a corpse that had become compacted and thin with all of its bones crushed, as if it had been gripped by a giant, and another whose head had been pulverized. Nobody responded to him. They won't hear you if you speak with your normal voice, will they, Atlas? Oi, don't call me Atarasu. Ah, yes. Yes. Doug, I just have to call you Doug, right? Ah, how bothersome. Melissa, how can you speak like that when I'm protecting? Whoops. Behind Melissa, a half-white, half-Asian woman, the harsh sound of bullets being deflected echoed out. One more at. The terrible sound of bones being broken and flesh being crushed came from thin air, and then a mass of mincemeat the size of a soldier, covered in an active camouflage robe, appeared there. Thank you for your hard work. Wow. That's such an unsexy way to say thanks. I have my hands full with looking after that beast berserk. The woman's name was Melissa J. Sortom. She was a reincarnated individual with the ability to conjure an Aegis, a shield of ultimate defense. Her Aegis was capable of blocking any physical or magical attacks. However, she could of blocking any physical or magical attacks. However, she could only conjure it around herself or somewhere a short distance away from her, not both at once. When she conjured the Aegis as she had done earlier to protect the beast berserk of the 8th Guidance, she herself became defenseless. It was the Hecatoncheir Doug Atlas that governed her. This was the role of the man who had been named Shirai Atarasu by his parents on Earth, as they had wanted him to become a man who supported the world. He possessed 3 abilities, a powerful telekinesis, omnidirectional perception and force vision, an ability that allowed him to switch between infrared, ultraviolet and mana-detecting vision. He had been given the codename Hecatoncheir, named after the giants that possessed 100 hands and numerous heads. Now, he was making mincemeat out of the men who were using active camouflage to try and dispose of Melissa before Berserk, one by one. Still, that Berserk guy is enjoying himself on his rampage, isn't he? That failure, isn't he getting carried away? Said Doug. "There's no such thing as getting carried away when you have the intelligence of a beast, is there?" said Melissa. As the two of them watched from behind while Berserk killed the soldiers one after another, they heard contact from Murakami. "Izanami is dead. It's about time." "Okay," Melissa replied briefly, undoing Aegis from Berserk, who had finished killing the last soldier. "See you, bear," said Doug, unleashing his telekinesis. But Berserk leapt sideways, avoiding what was supposed to be a surprise attack of betrayal, an invisible telekinetic one at that. And then it roared as it demonstrated surprising physical capabilities, gaining speed by launching itself off the walls and leaping at Doug and Melissa. It's been a while since that's been avoided. But, the knife attack, swung with the strength of a beast and the technique of a human, was deflected by Melissa's broad aegis. Berserk roared again in anger. "And Hekatonchi's code name isn't just for show," Melissa murmured. Not letting the momentary opening slip past him, Doug gripped and crushed Berserk's entire body with careful use of his telekinesis. "All right, we're done or not?" "What a tenacious bear," Doug muttered. The bear fur, which had been torn to pieces, detached itself from the mincemeat that had once been Sergeant Lee's body. And then it began crawling towards a relatively intact corpse. This bear fur was Berserk's real body. It was a byproduct of the numerous animal experiments that had been conducted in order to acquire death attribute magic. It infested corpses and living humans, adding a beast's power to their battle techniques. The infested human, if still alive, had a part of their brain destroyed instantly, and they turned into a rampaging berserker as their body's nutrients were absorbed by Berserk. It had been named Berserk after the berserkers of Norse mythology, and research had been conducted to determine whether it could be used as a biological weapon, but it had been branded as a failed product. It had been produced by accident, so it was impossible to create new berserks, and because the only berserk in existence was a parasitic organism living only inside a fur, it was impossible to reconstruct its brain in order to control it. They could let it go on indiscriminate rampages in urban areas, but it would be weak in the face of squads of trained soldiers. That was what had been thought. Soldiers possessed firearms, weapons that would destroy the human bodies taken over by Berserk, and more importantly, unlike the soldiers of Earth, they had command over magic. Even if Berserk switched infestation targets from one human to the next, it would quickly be seen that the fur was the main body, and be burned by fire or light attribute magic, or frozen and trapped inside ice conjured by water attribute magic. It was better to put large budgets, effort and time into other research than try to find an effective use for Berserk. That was the decision that had been made. The reason Berserk had been able to defeat Special Forces soldiers, who had received far more advanced training than average soldiers, was because it obediently followed the instructions of other 8th Guidance members for some reason, and because of the protection of the Aegis. But this is the end. I'll take a piece of that fur, though. Doug tore apart Berserk's glossy fur until it stopped moving. Why were these men, who were equipped with state-of-the-art equipment and first-rate when it came to magic, unarmed fighting and using firearms, being cornered so one-sidedly? They had thoroughly planned their operation to counter the 8th Guidance's crimes. So, why? There were three main reasons. First, the 8th Guidance had kept Isis and Valkyrie's brave zombie warriors, Izanami's monsters and Berserk a complete secret up until now. Thus, nobody had information about these, so there had been no way to come up with countermeasures for them. Next, the objective of the Special Forces had been to capture the members of the 8th Guidance, dead or alive, and take them back to their nations. Since there was no need to make the effort of capturing them alive, every Special Forces squad had been aiming to kill them and acquire the 8th Guidance's corpses, but it still meant that they were unable to use attacks that wouldn't leave corpses behind or put the bodies in a state that it would take too long to retrieve them. And the base that the 8th Guidance had chosen was a ruined subway system. The Special Forces were hesitant to use attacks that might cause the narrow passageways to collapse. If they managed to kill the members of the 8th Guidance but took too long to retrieve the corpses, it was highly likely that the other Special Forces squads would obstruct them or the Bravers would intervene. There were some squads that had collapsed the passageways deliberately, having given up on retrieving Valkyrie, Izanami and Berserk and prioritized the capture of Pluto and the others instead, but they were obstructed by the final reason. It was the fortunes possessed by Murakami and the other former Bravers. Pluto and her companions didn't know that the Bravers and the undead had been reincarnated from another world. Murakami and his followers hadn't given them that much information. However, the 8th Guidance had noticed while targeting the Bravers that they had unusually good luck. Bullets missed their vital areas and they gained information on terrorist organizations through coincidence. They survived in incredibly lucky ways, like protagonists of comics and dramas, and were helped by all kinds of coincidences as they achieved their objectives. Was it really just good luck? At first, I thought what Pluto said was impossible, but it seems I was wrong, said Isis, the beautiful black woman with dreadlocks, speaking to the marionette Inui Hajime, who was standing right in front of her. Really? Isn't it just a coincidence? Hajime asked, speaking in a sticky tone. No, said Isis. The moment we joined forces with you people, everything started to go well. We managed to dispose of the calculation and inspection that were getting in the way of our plans, and even the oracle. We managed to dispose of Noah, delaying the arrival of the other bravers. Even now, the special forces of every nation are being overwhelmed by Zanami, Valkyrie and Berserk, none of whom have experience in real battles. It's all because of you people. The 8th Guidance had welcomed Murakami and the others into their ranks not only to make the bravers begin killing each other, but also to make use of their fortunes and destinies. The reincarnated individuals were protected by the fortunes and destinies given to them by Rod Corti. That was why they could luckily survive and act as they had been acting. However, when the reincarnated individuals fought each other, those fortunes and destinies did not function well. Pluto hadn't known this, but noticing that Kaito Kanata had been caught in Shinmari's trap, somehow managed to narrowly escape and then died 3 days later, she had deduced that this might be the case. And she had been right. That's why we're thankful to you people. I got to give Berserk some good exercise in the end, too. And Jack in particular. Thanks to you, he had a reason to go together with Hitumi. Isis cut her words off there. Hajime gave a broad smirk. Aren't you going to ask why? Why we betrayed you? He asked Isis, who couldn't move a single finger due to Marionette's ability. But although he asked this question, he continued speaking, as if not interested in an answer. Well, it seems that you'd predicted that we would betray you, right from the beginning. Indeed, from the moment we joined Murakami-sensei and left that group of good kids, the Bravers, we planned to betray you. To be more precise, we'd become re-employed at the intelligence agency of a federal state. Joining you was part of our work for that agency. Hajime spoke proudly, smiling. He was like the foolish villain in a comic book, but he had only one opponent, Isis. All of the undead were with Valkyrie, Berserk had been released somewhere else, and Isis was a woman who couldn't use guns or magic of any attribute. And because Marionette already had control of her body from the neck down, she couldn't move a single finger. Hajime's Marionette ability allowed him to take over and control the nerves of anyone he touched. However, direct skin-to-skin contact wasn't necessary. By connecting himself to his target with a weak electrical current produced by wind attribute magic for just a moment, the requirements were met. I've been working on this dirty infiltration mission for over a year, so it's alright for me to enjoy some benefits on the side, isn't it? Tormenting someone who couldn't resist was an irresistible pleasure. Even more so when that person was a good woman. But even after having control over her body taken from her and hearing Hajime's confession, the calm smile didn't disappear from Isis's face. Composed, aren't you? I'll let you in on something good, Hajime continued. Murakami-sensei and the others are going to retrieve your corpses. They're not going to capture you alive, other than you, it's difficult to capture you guys alive. What about the ones that have already died? Izanami has probably turned his corpse into a monster, and Shade had no body to begin with. Jack might have helped you guys escape, so it was better to have him die first. Everything was in the palm of their hands. Hajime seemed elated as he spoke, but there was no change to Isis's smile. Feeling irritated by that, Hajime began ridiculing her companions in an even louder voice. What about Geyser? It's fine, she was never one of our allies anyway. We just kidnapped her under Murakami-sensei's orders so that she could be used on this mission, she was just a disposable tool. But I didn't think that she'd get along so well with you guys. She got so close to that creepy pumpkin head, she did quite well for herself, didn't she, that slut? Hajime spat. Finally, Isis frowned. Could you keep your voice down a little? Your voice is glossy and unpleasant to listen to. I don't care about that, you shitty woman. Stop pretending to be calm. Hajime was enraged by the fact that he was getting a completely different reaction from the one he desired. Do you understand the position you're in? If I wanted to, I could make you strip and behave like a dog. By being captured alive by me, you've become a guinea pig again. If you don't like that, how about you try crying and sucking up to me? He shouted. Isis's frown turned back into a smile as she spoke in a tone that sounded as if she was pitying Hajime. You can't do anything without threatening a woman whose body you've taken control over. Maybe you haven't even held a girl's hand before? Hajime could almost hear the blood draining from his face. Enough, shut up. Having snapped, he extended Marionette's effects to Isis's brain. With that, she was no different from a wooden puppet, and he couldn't enjoy her reactions, but she was no longer something for him to enjoy. With the money I get from selling you to the federal state, I'll find a better woman. How can you still be smiling? When Hajime controlled someone's brain, he controlled their expression and even their eyeballs. However, Isis continued smiling, against Hajime's will. Impossible, Hajime thought in surprise. Isis's smile grew wider. Your marionette is an ability that takes over a person's nerves, isn't it? Then it's simple. Medically speaking, I've undergone brain death. The researchers kept me alive in that state, and then the undead made me so that I am able to control my body directly with my soul. It was a miracle performed by the undead, Vandali, for a reason as simple as, it's troublesome if you don't move on your own. Brain death? Impossible. No human can be alive when their brain isn't functioning. Before you act surprised, you should think about this first. What is inside my skull instead of a brain that doesn't function? I wonder what it is that his army gave me? Isis said. Eh? Hajime gave a scream and tried to turn his body aside. Isis gazed at his back and pressed the switch implanted inside her mouth. I'm truly grateful to you. That's why I'll take you along with me. You're so fortunate that you are able to die with a good woman like me, she said. A thunderous explosion sent Inui Hajime flying, and he fell onto the railway tracks of the subway system, along with a broken fragment of the operating room's door. He bounced multiple times as he rolled across the tracks. Hajime gasped in pain. He was barely alive. Perhaps because the bomb implanted inside Isis's skull was weak, or perhaps because he had managed to put a little distance between them. He had just managed to use the door as a shield. And thanks to the portable staff, the miniature, internalized magical medium that he was equipped with, he had been able to shorten the incantation for a basic defensive spell, managing to cast it in time. Thanks to all of these, Hajime had managed to luckily survive. However, at this rate, he would die in less than 10 minutes. With the pain he felt all over his body and the blood drenching his clothes, he couldn't help but be aware of that. Help. As Hajime tried to crawl in search of help, he saw a woman holding a gun. For a moment, he held his breath, and then he exhaled in relief when he saw that it was an ally. Kanako help, Tsuchiya Kanako. Unlike Hajime, who could only use wind attribute magic, she could cast healing spells of the water attribute. If she applied first aid treatment with that, he'd be saved. As Hajime looked at Kanako with his eyes shining in hope, she holstered the gun she was holding and held a hand towards him. I'll put you to rest now, she said. Strong acid bullets. She cast a spell that released projectiles of powerful acid that could melt through anything. What? Jaiwa. Why? Hajime screamed, but that scream was cut short and he melted away along with the rubble and railway tracks around him. Kanako watched this happen, erased the irritating odor with a spell and then used her communications device. Murakami-sensei, I've disposed of Marionette as we planned. It looks like he failed to capture Isis after all. He was just a creepy guy who was useless right until the very end. Tsuchiya Kanako had disposed of the marionette Inui Hajime. Having received this news from Murakami, Kono Kyuji, the Death Scythe, smiled. He might have considered himself to be one of us 8 companions, but we planned to dispose of him right from the beginning. What Inui Hajime had told Isis was largely true. The difference was that Murakami and the others had been ordered by the federal nation to dispose of Marionette during the mission. When Murakami had first revealed this, Kyuji had felt quite shaken, but he was convinced by Murakami's persuasion. Hajime had gone too far. His ability is too dangerous. Despite that, he showed that power off too much. He got what he deserved for making the important people of the federal nation so scared. Marionette, the ability to manipulate those the user was in contact with, which had evolved so that momentary contact via a weak electrical current was enough to control the target's body. The important people among Hajime's employers had decided that this ability was too dangerous. And he had been a dangerous person in terms of personality. He often got carried away, couldn't resist his desires, and he was hot-tempered as well. He wasn't trustworthy at all. And now that they had disposed of Marionette, the rest of them could expect to be treated better for having shown loyalty to their employers. Now all I have to do is kill the huge woman who's gotten carried away in front of me, and collect her corpse. Kyuji looked at the chest of Valkyrie, who had almost completely exterminated the special forces that were the enemy, with a sharp glint in his eye as he activated his ability. With this, the enemy are almost exterminated. Though less than a third of my brave warriors remain. What is it, Death Scythe? Do you want a hug to celebrate our victory or? Valkyrie's speech was cut short unnaturally. Clutching her abundant chest as if she was trying to tear the flesh off, she bent over. This is my victory. Kyuji's Death Scythe, technically speaking, was not a power that caused instant death in living creatures. It was a power that stopped the target's movement. However, he needed to concentrate for a long time to stop large movements, and this consumed a large amount of mana as well. That was why the movements that Kyuji stopped were limited to heartbeats. Thus, he could kill his target in an instant as long as his condition of knowing the target's face was fulfilled. Since I told them that it's a power that causes instant death, I just needed to use magic for rescue work in disasters and accidents, and act as a trump card for finishing off terrorists. And I got to act big in front of my allies. Now, I'll get to act big in front of the federal state. Now, Kyuji just needed to ignore the zombies who had lost their commander, pick up Valkyrie's corpse and bring her back to where Murakami and the others were. It was a pity to kill a woman like you, but it's all for the big payout. Don't think badly of me, he murmured. Valkyrie was on her knees, facing down, and she had stopped moving in this position. Kyuji leaned over in front of her to pick her up from the shoulders. At that moment, Valkyrie, who was supposed to be dead, moved her arm. Agar? Kyuji gave a shout as he was flipped onto his back. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Valkyrie was getting up, holding a stun gun in her hand. You're curious as to why I'm alive, aren't you, Death Scythe? But unfortunately, I don't understand why your Death Scythe doesn't work on me either, so I can't explain it to you. I don't know what principle your ability uses to cause instant death in its targets, you see. Valkyrie said spiritedly, putting the stun gun into an inside pocket of her coat. But Hitomi's gazer apparently saw me lying on the ground, being looked down at by you, so I thought that it probably wouldn't work. I can give a guess as to the reason, too. Isn't it because my heart is already completely non-functional? Kyuji Because my heart is already completely non-functional? Kyuji inhaled sharply upon learning that Valkyrie's heart didn't beat, even without him using Death Scythe to stop it. Valkyrie saw his reaction and nodded in satisfaction. My heart was surgically removed while I was an experimental subject. A mana-powered pump implanted into a different part of my body circulates my blood instead. They said something about wanting to prove that the mana itself hadn't been erased, even if the properties of its attributes were removed. Well, I don't care about those details, though. She stopped her explanation short and took out a small caliber firearm from another pocket. Kyuji let out a muffled scream. It's true that we intend to die in the end. And we don't care about what happens after we die. But we don't want to have even our corpses used as guinea pigs. Judging from your look, it doesn't seem like you can use magic, does it? As you know, I can't use magic, either. Sorry, but I'll shoot you with this unreliable small caliber gun, which might even be able to pierce your skull, until you're dead. Valkyrie squeezed the trigger numerous times, just as she said she would. Damn it. How could her heart have been stopped from the beginning? This isn't how it was supposed to be. Kyuji desperately unleashed his Death Scythe, trying to stop the pump that was maintaining Valkyrie's life. But since he didn't know where it was, he was completely relying on luck. Fortunately, it seemed that Valkyrie wasn't skilled at shooting. She was aiming for Kyuji's head, grazing his scalp, ears and shoulders, but she hadn't landed a direct hit yet. But at this rate, eventually At that moment, something rolled out from between Valkyrie's legs. In the next, there was a small explosion, and Kyuji was blinded by a violent light that burned his retinas. There was a scream. And then, after a few gunshots, there was the sound of something collapsing. Don't let your guard down. Your over-reliance on your ability caused more work for me, said Murakami's voice. Kyuji let out a triumphant cheer in his mind. I'm saved. As expected of Sensei. But then, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Why did he use a flashbang? Firing a gun would have been enough to kill Valkyrie while she was separated from her zombies, and even if there were zombies nearby, flashbangs are useless against them. Could it be? Kyuji was startled as he realized this, but his body was still paralyzed by the stun gun, and he was unable to do anything. It doesn't look like it's that much effort, though. Murakami sighed as he fired the assault rifle that he had picked up at Kyuji. A poor former student, he thought. Disposing of you was part of the plan from the beginning, too. By blinding you with the flashbang I just used, in order to remove the threat of death scythe while you were carrying Valkyrie's corpse. It's the same reason as Marionette. There's no way we can let someone with such a dangerous ability as causing instant death by looking at someone's face live, right? Throwing aside the empty assault rifle, Murakami Junpei looked not at Kono Kyuji, who was now riddled with bullet holes, but at the corpse of Valkyrie, who had blood flowing from her head. This is Murakami, he said into his communications device. The rest of the work is up to us 7. Tsuchiya, secure Isis's fragments. If it's impossible, head around towards the others. I'm going to move Valkyrie's corpse. The other 5 of you, avoid Baba Yaga and his army, who has become a monster, and aim for the others. Don't touch Irkigel, Pluto is the top priority. Outside of a few unexpected events, Murakami's plan was generally going as planned. It seemed that the 8th Guidance had noticed the betrayal of Murakami and his companions, but in the end, they were just a group of individuals each capable of using only a single death attribute spell each. It seemed that they weren't worthy of being on guard against. Amamiya Hiroto was too foolish, having his companions killed by these people. As Murakami thought this, he heard his companions' voices through his communications device. Murakami-sensei, Sylphid's been done in by Baba Yaga. I'm running, send someone to back me up. Sensei, this is Gotauta. There's a member of the 8th Guidance that we didn't know about. For even my super sense to not be able to perceive them, it's like there goes high. Help, huh? Why are you suddenly dying? Murakami demanded. Despite Sylphid having been ordered, don't go near Baba Yaga at any costs, it's too dangerous for you in particular. He had been killed by Baba Yaga, and the super sense Gotauta was now unresponsive after the scream on the communications device was cut off unnaturally. The 7 companions had become 5 the moment their real work was about to begin. What did this mean? Had their luck suddenly turned on them? Sensei, I heard on the enemy's communications devices it seems that the bravers have reached the ground now. It seems impossible to retrieve the fragments of Isis's corpse, Kanako reported. Hearing this, Murakami understood what was happening. The arrival of Amamiya Hiroto, who wanted to save the 8th Guidance, as well as Minami Asagi and the others who wanted to capture Murakami and his companions, had changed the flow of events. Murakami clicked his tongue. These fortunes and destinies are really troublesome. Those of you who are safe except for Tsuchiya, regroup with the Aegis. The bravers of the clairvoyance tend to. If you're outside of Aegis's area of effect, they'll know where you are. Tsuchiya, move as we planned. Murakami felt his words stabbing back into him like a boomerang as he spoke them, and his face twisted in hatred. Deciding that he didn't have time to recover Valkyrie's corpse, he collected a little of her blood that was flowing out, and then he hastily started running. Lead the brave warriors and kill everyone except for my comrades me, Valkyrie whispered hoarsely. Murakami was unaware that she had begun moving, though her breathing had really stopped this time. Special forces, almost annihilated. 8th Guidance, Izanami, Berserk, Isis, Valkyrie, deceased. Murakami's group, the Marionette Inui Hajime, the Death Scythe Kono Kyuji, Sylphid, deceased. The Super Sense Gotauta, status unknown. 5 surviving members. Bravers, have landed on the ground surface. Side Story Chapter 18, I've won, Origin. Is this all you have? Said Baba Yaga after having burned her second victim to death, stepping on the black, burnt corpse. The victim was a guy who called himself Odin and had claimed that he could see a few seconds into the future, but he had been defenseless against a heat attack that he couldn't see. He had been easily disposed of after his companion, Sylphid. It was comical that a man named after a valiant god of Northern Europe had been burnt to death by a witch. Baba Yaga, who had a sweet appearance for someone who called herself a witch, gave a cynical smile that twisted her face as she spoke into her communications device. I've dealt with Sylphid, Odin and those other soldiers as well, about 10 people in total. Confirmed. Ghost has disposed of Super Sense. Marionette and Death Scythe are dead as well, Inma replied immediately, reporting the successful outcomes of their companions' battles. You don't have to deal with the other soldiers anymore. They're being cornered by Valkyrie's brave soldiers and his army's parting gift. What happened to Murakami and the others? Baba Yaga asked. There are 4 left, including Murakami himself. But the surveillance cameras aren't picking up the locations of any of them except for Tsuchiya Kaneko. There aren't any signals on the mana sensors, either, so it's likely that someone is concealing their mana. It's likely the Aegis. TCH, so they've escaped. The remaining 4 enemies were the Kuno's Murakami Junpei, the Venus Tsuchiya Kaneko, the Aegis Melissa J. Sortom and the Hecate and Shivdug Atlas. The Bravers had made what abilities each member possessed open information. Using that information as a reference, there should have been none among those 4 with an ability to conceal their presence. But these 4 were those who had left the Bravers and killed their own former companions at the request of others. It was likely that they had a secret trick or 2 up their sleeves. There was a woman with the inspection ability that allowed her to see through all kinds of falsehoods among the former companions who had been killed. But there had likely been ways to get past it. In fact, Kaida Kanata had been concealing his crimes from the eyes of the woman with inspection. So, what should we do? Should we kill Venus? Or if Murakami and the others are somewhere in the base, should we blow ourselves up and take the whole base with us while we can? Baba Yaga suggested. The base was entirely underground except for the entrances via the subway system. And the final objective of the 8th guidance was death. Naturally, the base had a self-destruct mechanism installed. The reason it hadn't been used up until now was because there had been the chance that Murakami and the others would be able to escape it with their abilities. No. It seems that the Bravers have arrived on the ground surface, so if we're going to detonate ourselves, it will be after they enter the base. Let us save the rest for when the situation becomes helpless, said Pluto's voice. Baba Yaga's heart started beating fast upon hearing these words. Wow! Amamiya Hiroto and that woman came here as well. Then we'll have to welcome them, won't we? Exactly. Well then, I'll be turning all of the jamming equipment on now, so this will be the last time we exchange words. Is there anything you would like to say? Pluto asked. Not really. Well then, let's be careful to not miss our chance to die. I love you, said Baba Yaga. We love you too. You should be careful as well. Communications suddenly stopped, and after that, only noise could be heard over the communications device. The numerous jamming devices that the 8th guidance had stolen from the research institutions they had destroyed had been activated. With this, all communications, including magical and satellite communications, were cut off, with the exception of cable communications. Even wind attribute spells carrying sound to distant locations wouldn't go more than 10 meters. With this, I'm helpless and isolated. The only ones on the front lines other than me are ghosts and what remains of my comrade. There are still plenty of enemies. Well, it's much better than the undead who fought all on his own. Baba Yaga walked forward, throwing away the now useless communications device. As I thought, they began moving on their own without waiting for us, Amamiya Hiroto murmured. Thanks to the sacrifice of the Noah Mousesmith, Hiroto and the rest of the team of bravers had managed to reach the ground surface unharmed. Hiroto had left Mao's intact remains in a coffin of ice for now so that it wouldn't be eaten by beasts, and he and his companions who mourned her death had used all of their magic and abilities to reach the 8th guidance's base. It had taken only 30 minutes for them to do this. Their speed was incredible. However, during those 30 minutes, the Special Forces squads who were supposed to be surrounding the base had started moving individually, and were nowhere to be seen above ground. Cheat. What is this? There's not a single squad from any nation left. What happened to their words of international cooperation? Minami Asagi shouted in rage. Minami-kun, everyone wants death attribute magic. That's how much power there is in the death attribute, so they want it, no matter what costs they have to pay, said Narumi, calming him down. The other bravers made no attempt to hide their disappointment in the Special Forces soldiers who had made a move on their own, and the higher-ups in each nation who had given them secret orders. Kuya, is this the way you came up with that would create the least amount of sacrifices? Amamiya Hiroto asked his friend silently, but Kuya had already been killed by Shade, who had taken over his body. But intelligence was in a hectic state, so news of Kuya's suicide hadn't reached Hiroto and the others. Tendu, use clairvoyance to confirm the situation, Hiroto ordered. Tendu Tatsuya used clairvoyance, or to be more precise, simultaneously used the 2 abilities that Rod Corti had given him, which allowed him to see through objects and see through spirits, gaining a full picture of things in the underground base. This is a scene from hell, he whispered, a deep crease appearing between his brows. Most of the Special Forces guys have been killed, and the rest ran. We can't rely on them to fight for us. In fact, they're more likely to ask us to rescue them. The enemy is 12 armed zombies, as well as a female zombie that's commanding them. Also, there's something that looks like a skinless ape, rampaging around. And I see Baba Yaga. Also, Pluto is deep inside. There's a woman and a man, a boy, around her. They're likely members of the 8th guidance. Several of the bravers grimaced at this miserable situation. What about Murakami and the others? Have they died? Asagi asked Tendu. I can't see them except for the Venus Tsuchiya Kaneko. You can't see them? Your clairvoyance is supposed to be able to find even people who are using the latest active camouflage, right? So, they're An? No, I just can't see them. It's not just inside the base. I can see Tsuchiya, but there are 4, including Murakami, that I can't see. I can see the corpses of Death Scythe, Marionette, Sylphid and Super Sense. So, I don't think they ran. It's likely that they're using some method to hide from my clairvoyance. This was Tendu's deduction. Indeed, as he suspected, Murakami and the others were using the Aegis's shield to block Tendu's clairvoyance in order to hide from it. Tendu and Hiroto weren't aware that Aegis had the power to block not only attacks, but detection-type abilities. However, they couldn't imagine that Murakami and the others had fled. The bravers still didn't have a clear idea as to why Murakami and the others were working with the 8th guidance. However, they had deduced that they had some kind of business-like purpose in mind rather than a religious or political one. With that being the case, their objective was likely the capture or collection of the 8th guidance members, the only known users in the world of the death attribute. The bravers didn't know whether they were already employed by a nation or were intending to sell the members of the 8th guidance off after achieving their objective. However, the bravers were suffering in the absence of Aran's calculation and Izumi's inspection. But if these conclusions were correct, it was difficult to imagine that Murakami and the others had run away or been allowed to escape. It wasn't certain whether Murakami had a future ahead of him if he failed his mission, and the base had been surrounded by the Special Forces squads until half an hour ago. Since the corpses of the Special Forces members and Murakami's allies were inside the base, it was safe to assume that Murakami and the others were still inside. Then why are they showing only Tsuchiya? Did they fail to hide her? Tendu, what kind of situation is she in? Asked the Avalon Rikudo Akira. Tendu observed Tsuchiya Kaneko's situation in detail. However, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Maybe she couldn't regroup with Murakami and the others. It seems that she's using active camouflage to try to hide from the undead and monsters, but we'll understand the situation if she's willing to talk. But right now, she's another enemy that needs to be captured. Including her, there are still 6 members of Murakami's group left, and 4 members of the 8th guidance, said Hiroto. The reality was that the gazer Minuma Hitumi had fallen to her death in a faraway location with Jack, and Odin had been burned to death. But since Tendu's clairvoyance ability relied on his vision, there was no way that he would discover Minuma Hitumi's corpse that was far behind the bravers now. It was also impossible for him to recognize a pile of scattered ashes as Odin's corpse. But even including those 2, there were 10 enemies, as well as undead and monsters to deal with. The situation was bad, but things weren't impossible for the bravers. Hiroto, I'm sorry, but don't talk about naive things like capturing them, Asagi said with a strict expression on his face. Both the 8th guidance and Murakami's group intend to kill us. The 8th guidance in particular aren't going to hesitate to blow themselves up. It's too dangerous to try and capture enemies like that alive. It's not like I don't know what their pasts were like, but you know. Asagi's companions unanimously agreed with him. Sorry, but I agree. Me too. It's not like I don't feel sympathy for them, but yeah. I do feel sorry for them, but they're the ones who killed our companions. Isn't that right, leader? It seemed that even those like Akira, who hadn't agreed with Asagi's speech inside Noah, had changed their way of thinking after Mao was killed. I know that you sympathize with them as well, but I don't want you to do anything dangerous. I do feel sorry for them, though, said Narumi. It seemed that even she had largely reconsidered how dangerous trying to capture the 8th guidance was, considering that they appeared to have killed the Special Forces soldiers and Murakami's allies, Death Scythe and Sylphid in particular. Alright. I don't mind if you only capture them when possible. That applies for Murakami's group as well as the 8th guidance. Hiroto had no choice but to say this. This situation had come about because they had obeyed the prediction given by Kuya's oracle, but this plan that should yield the least casualties had already produced many. And since no clear instructions had been given for after the plan began, Hiroto had no choice but to make a harsh decision. Baker, use Hermes to make a map of the base, based on what Tender has seen. Narumi. Of the base, based on what Tender has seen. Narumi, use Angel to connect us via telepathy. We'll ask for them to surrender, and if they don't respond, we'll isolate everyone except for ourselves and the Special Forces guys. After that, give instructions to the survivors from the Special Forces. Tendu, stay here and support us. Baker and 4 others, stay here and guard Tendu. The rest of us will split up into 2 teams. Asagi and some others, I'll have you rescue the surviving Special Forces soldiers first. The rest of us will deal with the 8th guidance. Narumi's angel ability was something like telepathy that could connect the consciousnesses of beings that she was aware of. The sensation was something similar to a video call. Even at long distances, no matter what interference devices were being used, she could communicate to others in real time at will. She also possessed the joint sensation ability, which allowed her to share the vision and hearing of those she was connected with. When she was connected with a large number of people, sharing the senses of all of them at once would exceed the processing power of the human brain, however. There was the limitation of needing to know the locations of those she wanted to connect with, but it was an effective ability, even in Origin, a world where communications equipment had been developed. In fact, without this ability, they would have become unable to communicate the moment they entered the base due to the jamming equipment. Narumi first used Angel to connect her vision with Tendu's clairvoyance, and then she could connect to everyone because she knew where they were. Because this ability could only be used on humans, it wouldn't reach the zombies or the Yomitsushika and Yomitsuikasus born from Izanami's flesh. Upon hearing the demand for surrender, the surviving soldiers forgot that they had been trying to outwit the Bravers until half an hour ago, and felt relieved as they saw the hope of returning home alive. Pluto remained stoically silent, Enma and Diachkigal gave a scornful laugh and Baba Yaga smirked. "There's no way we'll surrender after all of this, is there?" replied Sachaya Kaneko, and then she activated Venus. While she was still one of the Bravers, she had told Hiroto, Narumi and the others that it was simply a charming ability. That she had used this ability to charm fans and succeed as an idol. But the reality was different. Copy and paste. Venus's true power was a brainwashing ability that allowed Kaneko to copy and paste memories, experiences and emotions to and from anyone she could engage in two-way communication with. Kaneko had used this ability to succeed as an idol. She had copied the experience from idols who sang and danced better than her onto herself, and pasted favorable emotions onto audition judges and television producers to create opportunities for herself. She just needed to make a single fan and then copy that fan's feelings and enthusiasm to gain more. The end result was that she was simply charming people, but because it was an ability that didn't work if she wasn't able to engage in two-way communication with the target, she couldn't sell herself to people watching her through their screens, so she had worked hard to make use of her copied experiences. Kaneko didn't think that she had cheated. Both on Earth and in Origin, the public entertainment industry was a hell where connections and the companies that idols were affiliated with had great power. Kaneko had made the best use of the talents that she had been granted in that hell. Hiroto went and put all of that to waste, so you can't complain if I put you all to waste as well, can you? Kaneko murmured. Hiding her ability had been simple. To avoid being seen through by Shimada Izumi's inspection, Kaneko had simply needed to not lie about it. When asked, "What is your ability?" she had simply needed to reply, "I used this ability to put my fans in a trance." Inspection couldn't see through a lack of words or explanation. It seemed that Deathscythe had used a similar method to make his own ability seem greater. Over a long period of time, Kaneko might have been exposed, but after interrogating all of the Bravers once, Izumi had only asked her companions unimportant questions. It was likely that she had been hurt by seeing through the lies of family members and friends before. "Well then, I'll keep my telepathy connected to only you, Kaneko. But if you say anything, everyone will find out, so be careful." "Thank you, Narumi," replied Kaneko, smiling at her successful brainwashing of Narumi. She had experienced communication through Angel numerous times up until now. She had received training so that she could control what she transmitted and didn't transmit, so there weren't any problems. Kaneko listened to the conversation being exchanged by Hiroto and the others through Angel as she headed for a place where a wired communications device had been placed beforehand. The brainwashing doesn't work that well on others with these abilities, but unlike the 8th guidance guys who aren't affected by it at all, it'll hold for half an hour to an hour. With this, I know exactly what's happening on their side. If they manage to capture or kill Pluto and the others, I'll snatch them away from the side. How pitiful, muttered Asagi, whose group had gone to rescue the surviving Special Forces members. He looked past the zombies who moved quickly and fluidly, used firearms and could even cast a few different spells through their magical media. There was a female zombie with platinum blonde hair, staggering in an unsightly manner, dragging a flag behind her. This was what was left of Valkyrie. To Asagi, it seemed cruel to think it comical that a woman whose code name came from a battle maiden who led dead warriors in battle was now moving about as an undead. What will we do? Should I use my Ifrit to cremate her with the other zombies? Asked the Ifrit Akaki, who could control flames more freely than any first-rate fire attribute mage. Don't do it. The area you have to burn is too wide. We're underground, so we'll collapse from the lack of oxygen as well. So, using my Titan, began the Titan Iwao, who could control gravity. If that passageway collapses, it'll take longer to regroup with Hiroto and the others, said Tendu's voice. Akaki and Iwao clicked their tongues and stepped back. However, their zombie warriors were strong enemies to try to defeat with a frontal attack. With the same look of pity on his face, Asagi stepped out from behind the wall that his group was using as cover. Leave it to my mage masher here. Oi, Asagi. Ignoring his companions who tried to stop him, Asagi started running towards Valkyrie, who was standing beyond the zombie warriors. Of course, the zombie warriors pointed the barrels of their guns towards him and began to cast spells. Mage Masher. At that moment, Asagi's ability activated. His ability was erasing the effects of spells, and making it impossible to cast any further spells in an area around him. Because of this, the zombie warriors couldn't use magic, despite trying to use their magical media. However, this didn't stop their ordinary firearms, which were not magic items. But the zombie warriors were unable to fill Asagi with bullet holes. They stopped moving, as if time itself had stopped for them. Asagi ran between the zombie warriors, closed in on Valkyrie, who was continuing her sluggish footsteps, and pressed the barrel of his trusty handgun to her forehead. Sorry about this. He pulled the trigger, creating a second hole in Valkyrie's head. In fictional zombie works both on Earth and in Origin, undead stopped moving once their heads were destroyed. Indeed, most undead in Origin could be exterminated by destroying their heads. Seeing Valkyrie collapse and stop moving, Asagi turned around to see the zombies who had returned to being corpses after being defeated by his companions, and dash. Sorry about this, my ass. Asagi-san, did you have a reason to charge forward just now? You didn't, did you? Asagi's cheeks stiffened at the sight of his companions, who were glaring at him. I mean, using my Mage Masher was the most effective plan, wasn't it? Asagi's cheek-like ability, Mage Masher, nullified all attributes of magic in an area around him. It was ineffective against natural phenomena such as wildfires and floods, as well as mechanical firearms, but it gave an overwhelming advantage against enemies using magic. In Origin, military ordnance, tanks, battle helicopters and high-explosive devices contained magic items unless they were extremely conventional. Although it was called Mage Masher, it was also a soldier killer. You knew that they're using death attribute magic, right? The death attribute is still an attribute of magic. My Mage Masher nullifies it. But at the same time, it also nullifies Ifrit's fire attribute and Titan's earth element. It's called Mage Masher, but even special abilities are obstructed quite a lot if they're related to the attributes. So it was best for me to charge in on my own, Asagi explained. But he heard Narumi's voice through Angel, immediately refuting that explanation. Asagi-kun, all of the zombies were within range for Mage Masher to take effect, so wouldn't it have been better for everyone to stay there and open fire on them rather than charging in? I believe your whole team is equipped with machine guns. I have nothing to say in response, said Asagi in apology. His companions' irritation turned into exasperation, and they all let out large sighs. Asagi, you're not an athlete who runs across fields anymore. Tone down the grandstanding. Seriously. What would you have done if there was a mechanically operated bomb implanted in Valkyrie's body? Sorry. But I can't get used to this, said Asagi. He was the type who was bad at working in an organized manner. He always felt bad when he wasn't standing at the front, when he was on standby behind his companions. He normally suppressed these feelings, but sudden events led to him sticking his head out and acting like he had done in this case. And I felt sorry for this one, he said. There was a bullet hole in her head before I shot her. Probably the doing of someone from Murakami's group. To turn into a zombie and continue fighting even after being killed by allies who betrayed her, I feel a bit bad for her even if she's with the ones who killed Mao. Akaki, please burn them. Is it alright to do that? The Ifrit Akaki asked. The United Nations have asked us to try to recover the corpses of the 8th Guidance members, haven't they? Even if it was only an official stance, inhumane research into the death attribute had been forbidden. However, nobody would call the analysis of residual mana in the corpses of terrorists inhumane. It was a small price to pay if it would lead to saving patients suffering from fatal diseases or extend the lives of influential politicians and businessmen. It's too much to have even your corpse tampered with after dying twice. All are equal in death, right? Asagi said. I don't have any recollection of becoming a Buddhist in this world, Akaki said, but she released flames to cremate Valkyrie's remains. After they were turned to ash, even the residual mana would disperse. Don't you need to stop them, Hiroto? The Titan Iwao asked. Hiroto responded through Angel with a strained laugh. Iwao, if you're going to ask before Akaki has already turned them to ashes. We'll report that Valkyrie's remains were destroyed in a fire as a result of battle. Not thinking highly of research into the death attribute, and wanting to save the members of the 8th Guidance, Hiroto had no intentions of stopping Asagi's actions. The continuation of research into the death attribute would mean creating more beings like the undead and the members of the 8th Guidance. It would indeed be good for as much happiness to be brought to as many people as possible, but creating such beings would be too cruel. And it would be best if the death attribute it's a power that mustn't exist. That's how I feel. The same applied to the power to transform living creatures into undead. Hiroto felt like the death attribute was the same as human cloning, genetic manipulation and time machines that he had heard about on Earth, a domain that humans should not set foot in. It was too much power for humanity to hold. Those thoughts were his thoughts as an individual, so he didn't reveal them over Angel. He quickly turned his thoughts towards other matters. Tendu, tell me the current locations of Baba Yaga, the monsters and Venus. I'll deal with them, and capture Pluto at the same time, he said. Alrika? Tendu's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. What happened? Tendu? It's an enemy attack. Tendu-kun, won't make it in time anymore. The Angel network was filled with screams and angry shouts. A tall, lean skinhead with pitch-black skin. That was Ghost, one of the members of the 8th Guidance. The power that this silent man had obtained was the ability to not attract anyone's attention. He couldn't create monsters or undead like Izanami or Isis, manipulate zombies like Valkyrie, teleport like Jack or possess corpses like Shade. However, people took no more notice of him than a stone on the side of a road. That was all his ability was. Even his companions would lose sight of him if they were to close their eyes for a while. He caused no reactions in surveillance cameras or sensors, either. He had once repeated sideways jumps right in front of a sentry watching over a military base for an entire minute, and even then, he hadn't been noticed. Using this bizarre invisibility ability, Ghost had assassinated the soldiers of the Special Forces, disposed of the Super Sense and ambushed the Bravers on the ground surface. In order to assassinate the personnel who had stayed behind to support their allies from the ground surface instead of entering the base. Astonishingly, he had been standing nearby the whole time while Hiroto and his companions had been conversing above ground. At best, I can only kill one of them. Even Ghost would be noticed if he called out to them or touched them by attacking them. And Ghost's weapon was a mere knife. His invisibility ability had poor compatibility with magic items of other attributes and mechanical weapons. It didn't work if he carried such items. But on the other hand, he had confidence in his knife. It was a knife that was long and broad enough to decapitate a cow. It could possibly be no better described as a sword. He had used it to decapitate as many as 10 people in a single day before. However, his skills lay in catching his enemy by surprise and cutting their heads off with a single strike. He was an amateur when it came to close-quarters combat techniques. Who can I kill? Amamiya Hiroto was impossible. There were too many people around him. The same went for Amamiya Narumi. And then he chose the clairvoyant Tendu. Based on the conversation between Hiroto and the others, Ghost knew that Tendu played a vital role, and found an opportune moment to approach him. Tendu's head from behind with a single attack. With the usual sensation and dull noise of someone's shin bone breaking, Tendu's head fell to the ground, and a shower of fresh blood rose from his still-standing body. Huh? This guy, it's an enemy attack. As the remaining bravers stared blankly at Ghost and hastily raised their weapons, Ghost gave them a clear smile, showing them his white teeth. "I've won." And then he charged at the rest of the bravers. His movements were not slow, it was that the bravers had been discomposed by Ghost, who seemed to have simply appeared there without warning. But in the next moment, Ghost's body was torn into pieces by flaming projectiles, blades of wind and light, and electrical attacks. He had known how things would end from the beginning. Once his invisibility was broken, Ghost was nothing more than an ordinary young man who couldn't even use magic. "I've won," is an army, everyone. The moment Ghost died, he didn't regret anything. The moment he had taken Tendu's head, he had already won. However, Tendu hadn't simply died, either. Narumi's angel could directly communicate not only words, but thoughts as well to others. With intense concentration, Tendu had flooded the angel network with not the thoughts of "help me," or "I don't want to die," but all of the information that he had seen through clairvoyance. "I haven't lost either." And then Tendu's consciousness faded. The eighth guidance, Ghost, deceased. Valkyrie and her zombie warriors, annihilated. Murakami's group, Super Sense, Odin, deceased. 4 members remaining. Bravers, the clairvoyant Tendu, deceased. Remaining reincarnated individuals, 85 of 101. "I haven't lost, either." Tendu shouted. "Yeah, you haven't. You did well, it can't be said that you were weak-spirited." Hearing familiar voices, Tendu looked up and saw Aran, who had white wings extending from his back and an angel's halo above his head. "Huh? Why is there an angel with Aran's face?" he exclaimed. "Is that what you're surprised about?" "Ahahaha. Well said, Tendu. You whack. Mao, you're supposed to be dead, hey? Why is my head connected to my body?" Tendu looked around in surprise to see not only an angel who looked exactly like Aran, but Mao, Shimada Izumi and several other familiar faces. "I see, so this is heaven or not?" Tendu was suspiciously eyeing quite the ominous-looking group. "Women are scary, women are scary, women are scary," the marionette Inui Hajime, who was crouched over, whispering the same words over and over to himself. "You bastards, how dare you betray us? Yes, yes, we're sorry. Our bad, we really regret it." "Kono, things are getting good in the real world now, so be quiet. Damn it. If I could use my ability, I could kill you all right now." "No, even if you could use it, you couldn't kill us. How would you kill dead people who don't have hearts?" The angry death side Kono Kyuji, Sylphid and Odin, who were treating him without concern, and the Super Sense. It might have been arrogant to decide whether these people were good or evil, but Tendu couldn't imagine that a place with these people could be heaven. "Is this like a waiting room of the afterlife or something?" he asked. "Tendu, I really failed you," said Kuya. "I was always weak-minded, and I ended up leading you guys to a place to die. I don't have any way of making it up to you, but please, at least let me apologize." "Indu. Why are you here as well?" "I don't mind you apologizing, but at least explain things to me first." "Ah, no matter what he says, it's useless. He's been apologizing to me non-stop for a while, too." "Well, it was surprising, coming to this place right after I died," said Mao, who had come here before Tendu. It seemed that she understood the situation to a certain extent. She seemed completely calm. Still wearing her pilot outfit, she was sprawled out across the floor that was made of an unknown material, filling her cheeks with snack food and coke. "It's surprising that dead people can eat and drink. What's up with this afterlife?" said Tendu. "It's helpful that you're relatively calm, Tendu," said Izumi. "I want to tell you what's going on, but the god who's our boss is busy, so we'll have to explain things through words." "Your boss is a god?" "Yes, there were various circumstances. Aran and I are both something like angels. It doesn't suit you." "You're totally right," Aran interjected. Ignoring him, Tendu looked around and realized that there was one companion who wasn't here. From the fact that the Special Forces soldiers and the 8th Guidance guys aren't here, does that mean that only those of us who have been reincarnated once come here? He asked. "Generally, that's right. From the time we died on Earth and reincarnated in Origin, it was determined that we would automatically come here once we died," Izumi explained. "I see. I don't even know what kind of face I'm supposed to show to those guys. If even the soldiers and the 8th Guidance members were here, I wouldn't be able to calm down, so it helps that they're not here. By the way, when you say that the god is busy, do you mean the matters concerning the metamorph Shinmari? I don't see her since she died over 3 months ago. Does that mean she's already gone to heaven or hell? In response to Tendu's question, Izumi and the others became silent and their faces fell. No, he's busy because he was interfered with when he tried to bring the souls of the Geyser Minuma Hitumi and the 8th Guidance members here, Aran said. So, Geyser died as well. What about Metamorph? It seems that the Metamorph Shinmari hasn't come here. She's still alive, Kuya replied with a grim expression. Side Story Chapter 19, A Blind Eye is Turned to 2, Origin. The great Yamatsuikusa, which was covered in the blood of its others and its own blood, bared its fangs and roared before charging towards its new prey with its piercing.
Alright, guys, I'm back. So, just gonna finish this decoration. I didn't expect her outfit to be this well tattered with beads. Dang it. So yeah, I got occupied with this decorations of Watame's new outfit. But I think it's worth it because really looking forward and creating some wonderful designs, especially this. So I'm just gonna clean this up really quick, and I'm gonna discuss about the things that we have done already. But I'm gonna see if I haven't. There's still stuff that are missing here. I guess it's almost done then. We get the car. I think the details for the horns. Yeah. Let's see. There's my guide. Yeah. I think the horns, I need to go and fix that up. Really quick, maybe. Let's see. I have a live show over here, so I can just see the details. Let's just finish this up, because I think this is almost done. Just need to be polished. Double check, double check, double check, double check. Yeah, I guess it's pretty much done. Yeah, it doesn't need to be added some parts over here or something. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, let's add some details. Okay, let's do the horn first. Alright, so far so good. The design is yeah, looks really good. Has that wonderful effects of the sketch going on over here. Yeah, that looks good. Next horn. Let's add some center lines over here. Alright. So far of the story of the Dead Mage doesn't have a fourth time. Now that the Bravers are on a pickle due to their actions that they committed back then. And now, yeah, the guys that Vandally rescued before the children in the facility that was where he was experimented is now the enemies of the Bravers, the 8 Guidance. So they are technically trying to avenge Vandally, who was unjustifiably killed, and now most of the Bravers that are in the military base or the military profession are now mostly dead. And yeah, and also the people that betrayed them. For now, I think the story will still focus on their the situation, because yeah, we're still in the side story. I'm kind of excited to know their reactions that were when after their deaths they're about to be reincarnated again, and there's a very big problem named Vandally waiting for them. So let's see who are else of the bravers is about to be killed in this situation, and also the eight guidance who were killed in this battle. What I wonder what will happen to them. Would Rod Carty be able to capture the souls of the eight guidance, or would there be something interesting that would happen? Let's just wait for that opportunity. Oh, what will happen for that? And yeah, let's just see what other things that might happen to the story as we continue to listen to that next time. Okay, back to my sketch for today. Here we go. Just finished Lammy and Ina over here. Oh my goodness, I made Lammy so cute. So much. Yeah, I guess yeah, I think the poses are right, positions are right. Love what I did with her hair and the details that I put on. Not too much, just right, just perfectly right. Oh, I also need to talk about this one also. Mel and Ina. So they totally forgot about that. Let me just check the guide for a minute. Okay, and I think the gloves for uh, Mel over here. The okay, so it's the left hand. Needs to be a bit chunkier at the bottom. Let's fix that up really quickly. All right. Okay. Well, I might say that this session is very successful because I finally finished the sketch for this. It is a bit kind of slow because I needed to check out the outfits, put on the details. Not very familiar with the designs of the characters, especially the small ones. But yeah, uh, other than that, I think it's very successful that I managed to uh, draw Lamy and uh, Watame here. For their outfits are very complicated, and yeah, they're mostly were mostly showing half part of their bodies. So yeah, most of their outfits are here, and it's really indeed decked with details. uh, so yeah, kind of surprised I did very well with Watame's outfit over here. Now that I'm looking at it, it is not very perfect, but I think it's did it. I did my job well enough to get the majority of the details I needed. Okay. Still probably need to add details for the eyes. Let's see if I can do that really quick. But yeah, I'm really happy with the outcome for this. Especially that Watame doesn't have a character sheet for her new outfit. I'm just opening up the a video of her new outfit in my screen over here, the other one. So I'm just waiting for her, uh, some of her poses to be on the line where I wanted to put put the details on the design and stuff like that. So I think her eyes are like this. Let's put a bit of a highlight over there, over here, and then there. Yeah, mostly the same as smells. I just the color pattern is different. Okay. All right, that's better. Nice. So I'm really looking forward of putting some black and white, or what professionally said, values and lighting for this, or uh, rendering it. Yeah, that's the right word. So I'm excited to render the shadows and lighting for this later. Not later, next time that I'm gonna stream. And yeah, I love how I did the expression for Ina over here. She's so cute. My goodness. Waterman looks so cheeky also. her her desire to see Ina's occupy. And Mel over here, excited to bite Ina's neck. And Ina's cheeky smile or smug smile over here. Man, I'm getting good in expressions these days, huh? I've been practicing a lot, and I'm very happy with the outcomes for today's session. Hmm. All right. And also very happy with the wings over here. I wasn't really planning to do it at the beginning, but when I saw her arms freezing up over here, I decided to just copy it with the wings, and it turned out really well. Uh, yeah. So yeah, the plan is to for the next session to put some black and white details on this. Uh, so it's either I'm gonna use halftone or grayscale. That's the right word. Yeah, grayscale. Uh, yeah. I'm not sure if I want to color them. I think if I just put the grayscale on this, it would be perfect. I'm trying to learn more about controlling values and lighting for this one in this session. As I've been saving a lot of that kind of quality of art. I go to my sketch and references. Is- excuse me. Mm, I've been collecting some manga pages and some uh, grayscale designs, uh, like this, for example. Yeah, this is grayscale. Really, really well done grayscale. It's almost like a real photo, just with black and white. Really well done. Like, look at the shadows for the hands over here. So well done. And yeah, I'll definitely try to follow something like this next session and apply this to this fan art. Yeah, I'm excited to do that. Alright, I think that's enough for today. I've been streaming for more than uh, 5 hours now. To think I took 5 hours to finish this. Well, yeah, I'm still a bit of an amateur, so I don't know if I this is a good quality time or is it just too slow. Uh, Let me know in the comments if you think I'm just so slow or something. But because I really wanted to know if I'm improving or not. Uh, yeah. But yeah, other than that, guys, thank you very much for watching this wonderful session. I'm gonna post this on the social media after I end the stream, and look forward finishing this wonderful artwork and of the story of the fourth mage who doesn't want the fourth time. Just remember, you can watch you can read the entire thing also in the Novels.pl or some other web novel websites also. So yeah, feel free to do that. And if you've enjoyed this wonderful session of Art with Adventure, please leave a like and subscribe. It would really help me out, and I would really appreciate your effort. So yeah, thank you guys again. And this is your boy Shrimp, the Portugal Shrimp, and I'll be signing off. Peace.